another Kaplan. It's always. It's another guys because it's not a move tool. I don't want to get
Hello, how are we doing?
Look at my presents. Give me a Trent.
Incredible. All right, who are we going for then? I think
that's amazing.
Yeah, we'll go for Leaf.
Notes?
Yeah, we got Leaf. Of course, we prepped for this.
Leaf?
Get Leaf on there.
Second pick.
Where did Leaf go?
No, he's right there. Don't worry, you didn't get Kaplan.
I panicked. Who are we going for next? You want to go
Okay,
for
lovely. Hello, everyone. Hello.
Let's go for, okay, I think next pick, I'm going to take Verno.
Verno.
Happy with that.
Okay. Intriguing. Okay, we got 2 picks.
We got 2 picks.
We get for the speedy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. All right. I think we should take another G2 player.
Okay.
I just don't know
I mess with it.
which one you want.
I like Jogova's mustache. I like his play.
I think mustache is important. Facial hair is key to success. And in that regard, I mean, I would even go as far as to say Cortez.
Well, you already have 5
This is just going to get all of G2. What's going on there?
True. I'm just taking back.
No, I don't think we can take that one. We 2 max per team.
Yeah, 2 max per team, you fool.
Speed it up.
Speed it up.
Fraxalotto with the Prime. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the 12 months.
Take John.
Boom.
We can't take Valen. There we go.
That's okay.
Okay, we need a smokes player.
Bang.
We need an initiator, I think. So yeah, Bang. Let's go for Bang. And I'm thinking, honestly, I'm thinking Jonah P. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I'm happy with
But
Jonah.
Jonah goes crazy here.
That limits
Map
us.
picks,
That cuts us off for any more G2 players.
I'm
gonna have
fine with
Paul
that.
and
I'm
Icebox
I'm
banned.
actually so fine with that.
Wow.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
And Josh RT. You guys are terrible friends.
Don't make us feel bad about that.
Okay, you should. All right, our turn. Dude, I feel like we can.
There's an easy one here.
Go for it. Go for it.
I'm going Aspas.
Yeah.
What are the Arctic monkeys like in real life? What is this question, dude?
Jog can do anything. I'm not worried.
I never met them. My mate did support them though in a band at one point.
Yeah, we need an IGL. So
Maybe too many cooks. We got
already have John.
I never
Oh, no, we
met
have
them.
John. Sorry, we have John.
I don't know what
Have we got winning today?
Obvious answer for me here.
Dude, honestly, I'm not sure. I think last time I had these going up, I think I picked up MIBR. Just feels like G2 are just gonna squeeze out every single game at the moment, apart from maybe Sentinels. I'll stick with MIBR, but it should be insanely close.
I think we're Cap, so we got
Cap, I guess.
We got 3 Kaplans on our board.
I'm not gonna lie, our team is frying your team.
Good.
What do you mean?
I don't think so, buddy.
Yo, we're winning.
I don't think so, buddy. I don't think so.
No.
Honestly, Bacon, I don't even know who that is.
We are dominating,
Their roles
bro.
do not even make sense. They do not need double duelists. Zekin is the best duelist looking in America.
This guy doesn't
Remember
even
the
know
last
about
match
double
they
duelists.
played?
This guy right here.
Bruno's insane.
up my
Leaf's
glasses.
on point.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I do.
Mimi? Unbelievable.
You dated Taylor Swift, right?
I thought we were.
Yeah, I've been educated in this.
Aspas, we got Aura.
Bren went for MIBR. Wait, it's kind of crazy that the rest
He
of
was
us
your
all
friend, yeah.
G2
Him and Bacon
after
were
they've
best
been having
friends.
such close games.
Yeah.
And MIBR were in the uppers.
I always go G2, so I'm a firm
Bren,
G2
give
believer.
yourself.
Myself,
Give
I've already
yourself
given
MIBR.
this out over the entire death segment. I think MIBR have been getting away with, it's kind of really anteing, I think, getting themselves set up really nicely on the pistol rounds, a good idea.
Dude, is that the
G2
band
have
that I
got a
heard the
tight
other day?
turnaround. It's tough.
That's
It's
true.
Yeah,
real
this
tough
stuff is
after
not
playing
great.
A long, strenuous game like this. Best of 5 scenario, I just think MIBR
Not a
are
fan
gonna
of their
take it. There was a
stuff.
blip on the radar, that loss to Sentinels. Sentinels played lights out, don't get me wrong, but I think MIBR have
They're
shown that they
awful?
can
Ah,
do
dude, it was not
G2
great,
have an
Bacon.
experience gap in games like this. They're always stepping
All that
up
kind
in
of stuff.
BO5s. They've beaten MIBR
Shady
last
McCheeks.
time. I think
Honestly, that's
MIBR
probably how I
has
describe
made
their
mistakes
music.
without beating
With the Prime.
G2
Thank you for the 2
4-7.
months, dude. Thank you for that.
Crazy take. I mean, I'd love to see MIBR in the finals, but I do think G2 are going to pull out another nail-biter victory again.
Yeah, I mean, it could very well be that way. It's going to be awesome. We're excited. Only one team can move on to face Sentinels for the
Not
trophy
enough angry
tomorrow.
screaming for me. That's
Of course,
actually
got
pretty valid.
MIBR
I just did,
facing off
dude.
against
I don't even
G2
need like the
esports
angry
at
screaming
BO5
stuff. I just
VALORANT
didn't
final.
like.
Let's
I don't know.
start
It
this.
didn't even feel. It didn't flow well. But I only had one song, so they could have better stuff, I guess. Desp, thank you so much for the raid, bro. Thank you. Hope your stream was good. Appreciate that.
I'm feeling comfortable to play against G2 because we already played against them before.
Doesn't have
and it
enough
was a
teen
really tough match.
angst.
They almost
What the
lost, and we almost won.
The first time we played them.
Or maybe I did and I
know
just
how
wasn't
good they were
a
getting.
teen
When
for
we get
that, I
tested
guess.
Like that, we know like there's a team like on the come up.
Paper X? It wasn't even a surprise, man. It was all part of the course. Other people were surprised. It's just another day.
And we're fully ready for them. You know, we're gonna bring it to MIBR and stop their momentum.
From that feign, from the fake itself in the covers to self, but a mistake is made and wrapping his ray all the way from behind. G2.
Pierce the Veil, dude, bangers. Apart from the new stuff isn't great, but
the match against G2 is another opportunity to show we, like a team, improving. We can win these guys.
Polak, thank you so much for the gifted, dude. Thank you for that as well.
Riot Games Arena.
I appreciate
Let's
you.
get ready for our lower bracket final. E hoje é valendo a viga. Vem aí, o MIBR.
The engine? No, dude, I'm telling you, we got a faulty engine first map. It was fine.
MIBR,
All we have to do is switch it out.
Look, a run that this team has gone on, a run for this organization, a top 3 finish in
You sure?
America.
You saw Shearer, as in Alan Shearer? That obviously that's kind of sick bacon, fair play.
For playoff spots.
The last time that you saw a Brazilian team winning a stage of Americas was loud with Aspas all the way back at the beginning of this league. We haven't seen Brazilian teams making it to the
How many stops on the train? I mean, 2 mods or Toronto.
Huge opportunity for MIBR, for Aspas to make it back, and for their 2 rookies and their fresh IGL to have a shot at a trophy.
Yeah, they have so many players that are looking for the first time at a trophy. It would be sick to see them make it to a grand finals. When I
You
watch
haven't
this
lost
team,
a single
I see a team
game
that
since
trusts
you
each
haven't
other,
picked
and that makes
Sage.
a huge difference.
Okay, I like that from you, Des. What are you picking these days?
And now, let's bring out their opponents, your kickoff champions. Make some noise
Is
for
this a limb? I mean, it is a limb, but they're all qualified at the moment, so... Winner goes to the finals, loser gets 3rd for Toronto. It just means that they're in the lowest seed for whatever Swiss is. They play some kind of team in 2nd from another region.
Yesterday, Bren, without a doubt, it proved what that thing we talked about this team last year, the grit, the determination, the way that they pulled through in those big moments, that shined through yesterday, and they're going to need to channel that here today.
That tenacity, I don't think has ever been in doubt with this G2 team. They're in an amazing form, even though they're in that self-described slump period. I think, Mimi, you brought up an excellent point earlier, talking about the kind of freeness that they're now going to be feeling, the weight off their shoulders now that they've qualified for Toronto. You could see in that post-match interview how much it meant to almost every single player, VALORANT in particular as well, because the weight of the world has been on these players' shoulders with expectations and everything else that comes with it. Now you're a bit more free, I think, to play your own game, to let loose a little bit as well.
This year for G2 has been about dominance, winning trophies, but if you recall last year, they were always doing it through lowers, always going on these nail-biting runs. They just have to do it again if they want to go back-to-back.
And here's your series layout. You got Haven, Lotus, Split if necessary.
Haven first, Lotus Split, Ascent, Fracture, sure.
No Pearl to end the series, so that breaks a bit of a streak of seeing G2 at the end. But the Fracture is a map that neither team wants to play. So if this gets to 5, this is going to Cuckoo Town. This is going to absolute bonkers. But we're starting off on a map where it was 13-11 in favor of G2 previously. It should be an awesome litmus test, I think, to see how close these teams are, whether they're dead even, and whether MIBR have made the changes to just tip that edge slightly in their favor.
I'm so interested to see what MIBR
Fracture?
has if we get to these last
Yeah, dude, if we do get to
They've only
Fracture,
played
it could be
Ascent twice
interesting.
This year, and we're still playing the default comp and lost both times. I was not impressed with their Ascent whatsoever. I'm hoping to see something fresh if we make it to that map, and Fracture, which they have not played once in 2025.
But I'm looking at those the first 3 maps, I should say. I think we're going for a banger.
Played Call of Duty with Mini Minter, the Sideman guy. Nice. Dude, why is it always Call of Duty? We used to do those events.
Infinitely familiar with at this point.
There's always celebrities playing Call of Duty.
High pressure scenarios. They're going to be well aware of it, and their map pool has
always Call of Duty,
even at the best times. For MIBR, it is kind
What
of
did I
this new
do? I
ground.
did an
think
event
it's
and
broken for a bunch of these players on this
I'm
team.
never gonna
There's
remember
one
these
player at its
names.
core that the entire roster has been built around.
It's the girl
and
from
he is
Fast and Furious.
well aware of what it's like
And
to
the
win
model with the
in
eyebrows.
best-of-5 situations.
Here's
were
Agent
bland.
Select. Aspas locking in the jet. This map is a great example between the differences in approach for these
Vin
two
Diesel?
teams.
No, it's the
MIBR
girl.
has started to play a lot more Breach Teo compared to
Yeah,
them
Cara
playing
Delevingne, and
zero
then
into Teo in kickoff.
who's the girl
But they are still
from-
the squad in Americas
who's the
that
girl from
plays
Fast
the
and
most
Furious?
jet. Aspas is locking that agent on 5 maps, and I think that's the biggest difference between these squads' compositions when you're looking at a super Yoru-pilled G2.
I think you've also got to say that for Aspas, he has to come out.
Model
and
with
he
the
has to
eyebrows, I
dominate
think
map
that's
one and
most of
start off
them.
really strong. He's up against ridiculous competition.
Michelle
But
Rodriguez,
yesterday
yeah,
when
that's
they
the
played
one.
against
Yeah, I played
Sentinels,
Call of
it
Duty
was
against
all
them.
about Zekken. You
That was
couldn't
fun.
keep his
They were
name out of your
crazy.
mouth.
No, you couldn't.
Whereas Aspas didn't really
The
have that
Rock?
same hot start.
Yeah,
Didn't drop a
that's all
kill
the rock
record,
was there.
And you're always looking at him as being the player to watch on MIBR.
And the guy
whole
from Malcolm in the
roster's
middle,
crafted
that was a cool one.
This is a map
Dude,
where
those
he's
events were pretty
super
fun. It was just loads of
comfortable,
celebrities
where he
playing Call of
can find those
Duty.
moments, and it's going to be on G2 to try to shut him down. That's going to be,
I guess,
my main thing
what's
that I'm looking for in the first half.
Verno and Ospas
Walter
have been
White, yeah,
hand in
him.
hand leading the scoreboard for this
'Cause he
MIBR
voiced
team
someone in Call of
all
Duty,
stage
right?
long. This will be Verno's first best out of 5 at a tier 1 level in his career, and I'm really looking to see if this rookie can keep that performance up, can be that guy for his team, especially facing a G2, where he's going to be head-to-head against Trent, who has been far and away the best initiator in America.
And correct me if I'm wrong here, guys, but I mean, for Arts
Dude,
in
does Fast
particular,
Seed play against? Fast Seed gets into top
I believe,
4,
right?
well,
Because
top
this is
8
like-
I think
into
he
thing.
switched before the lower final, but he was brand new to it last time he
Hey,
played.
that's still a lot of pressure on someone, and you're going up against someone who's highly
This is a
regarded
best
as
of 5,
one
yeah,
of the
best of
greatest
5.
IGLs in the league.
And best of 5s are a different test as well, particularly, I mean, talking about that IGLing aspect, because you are tested
Disco,
mentally.
thank
I
you
mean,
so
the
much,
amount
bro.
of calories
Appreciate
you're
that.
burning, you're like a chess
Thank you with the
grandmaster
5
sometimes.
gifted.
Trying to think about how you're getting through this, because you can come in with
Thank you
prior
with the,
preparation, but
45,
often when
man.
these games
Appreciate
get long, when
appreciate
the maps
that,
are drawn out, your playbook
big
goes out
amount,
the
man.
window, and all
Appreciate
you're
the
left
5
with is
Disco.
to try and
Trying not to do it.
react,
Let's get
try
the
and think
Slag
about what
Oil
the players
spam
are doing
going.
before it comes onto layers and conditioning. Everything's going through your mind. It is a tough test for untested IGLs, but I believe MIBR are willing to step up and capable, I think, of stepping up.
Can't comprehend the fact that Toronto's played on the new patch. Wait until you hear that it's going to be with Sunset as well. Then you got a lot to comprehend.
But I'm looking today at
There's a lot.
Valorant. He says
There's
he
a lot,
wants
man.
to be the leader for the team. Stop focusing so
There's
much
a lot
on him as
changing.
an individual and be the guy to lead this team to another trophy. This is a best of 5 against great opposition to prove that fact.
And if you just want entertainment factor, take a look at the ridiculous stuff that Jorg is going to get up to on Yoru. He's going to be going all over the place, teleporting into people's spawns, setting up
EMEA
for
gets wrecked, or EMEA
outrageous
gets
fights all over
absolutely
the map.
wrecked, yeah.
So I think he's got to be bringing the
It's
whimsy to
it's
go
not
up against
great
the sheer
for
might of Aspas.
competitive integrity.
And you
That
see him
is
lock the
very
Yoru
true.
again. It's a different
But I
style
think,
for both of these teams. It really is.
I don't know, it's
But
something they'll have to work on in the
G2, I
future.
think they've got the weight of expectations on their shoulders.
Of course, but also the weight is kind of off their shoulders to the same degree. They've qualified for Toronto. They're coming into this one, hopefully with a good night's sleep, with high expectations hopefully lifted off them. They've met their own challenges.
One
They've
region
reached
is
what
3
they were
weeks, one
hoping for in
has
terms
1
of
week.
goals.
Yeah,
Now they want to see
but
how
I still
far
think
they can
EMEA
take.
gets
We talked about big
2
game
weeks,
players.
right?
No one's better in matches like this than Jajamo.
When does
His
EMEA
chance to
finish?
shine against one of the game's greatest
EMEA
duelists.
finishes on like the 19th, 18th,
And
and it starts on the 7th. They still get a while.
Ready to go all 5 if necessary.
Yeah, what?
Here's Uber Wyatt for the call.
Some regions get like 4 or 5 weeks.
Feels
Some
good,
get
folks,
2.
to be back here in the Riot Games Arena. Crowd already starting to get energetic. We'd love to see it. Yes, both these teams are qualified to Toronto, but you'd better believe, Wyatt, they've got a score to settle.
Absolutely. Cortesia just said the other day in one of the interviews before
It wasn't
the match
looking
started,
good
it's not
anyway.
just
The
about
excuse
making
is
it to
nice.
Toronto for
That's
those guys. They
actually
want to
very
win
valid to
VCT
become.
Americas. They're finding themselves as this new team again in a lower bracket final. In kickoff, they faltered at 3rd place. Can they actually do better this time? Can they make it into that final, or will G2 send them packing?
All right.
It's time, of
All right,
course,
all
for
right. We've got
Samsung
MIBR on
backstart.
defense.
Load
We've got
up
G2 on
for
attack.
SSDs.
Get the raid
It's
boss
MIBR here
on
Haven starting on
Shannon.
defense. G2, a grueling day for them yesterday. Valorant in
So
tears,
he's facing
fearing
short.
that it might be over. Looks like they're just getting started.
A lot of weight lifted off of their shoulders. But when we're talking about G2, we're speaking about a team that last year were always finishing in 2nd place, coming so close to winning trophies, and now trying to gun for their 2nd already this year. Trying to win this lower bracket and get into the grand finals. Aspas under pressure, has to get out as the execute comes through.
None of the mobility available as well. He is skint on abilities.
Well, it's a
Slips away,
classic.
though, to backside as the
It's a
top
C
lane
on the
through his early
pistol
challenge.
with...
They're already here.
Whoa.
It was Garage, and it's
Whoa.
Ollie.
Oh my god, he had no idea about the 3rd, but he
Oh,
carried
was
on going for it.
stunned,
Dude, he's a lunatic as well. Okay,
Shadow
respect.
through spawn, cleans things up, started it
Dude,
off.
the 3rd one just appeared there.
Finding
I like
Jaw
they carried on
caught
going for
alone
the
in
right click though.
sewer.
Oh, man.
Sometimes Artisan he just decides to give you that type of performance.
It was over so quick, he
Get
forgot to
him.
stand up.
Dude, it's a weird buy on
Shell
the Omen,
shots.
I agree with you.
Reminds me of the plot of Dr.
Raid
Stone.
boss
In
the
a flash,
Omen, and
everybody's
you
extinct.
don't get a smoke, just one smoke.
Nasty.
4 right clicks, 3 kills, and Josh already a mild disappointment.
Good job.
Now remember, MIBR coming into the upper final, 75% pistol round.
Here we go.
win
We
rate.
know this is
It's
happening.
definitely been their bread and butter for getting that early start, and that's perfect on the defense side here at Haven.
They have bought up very heavily into this, actually, MIBR. Look at that. 3 Guardians, a Vandal, a Stinger. And you know why? Because G2, they're going to be going for the full force every single time. I mean, you want to talk about 75%? Same stat of G2 winning this exact
little
round.
1-for-1. Oh boy.
Walks out and challenges that angle.
That's nice with the salvos though as well. Got a little bit of damage onto Leaf.
Down to 3 players. However, as 2 Guardians and a rifle about to be trained at the remaining attackers. It's Trent and Leaf, the latter who's taking a bit of damage, and Leaf almost gets banged down through the wall. He's so low.
He's just too weak. The high bullet pen from
Wait,
the
the timing this is insane.
For the defensive side, it's forced him off. Despite this timing is so
Oh, dude, he's actually aware of that? That's pretty insane.
It's all on Leaf now. Tucked here in Cubby. Gonna gives a tap here, free orb. Leaf can't resist.
Oh, damn. That awareness is mental, by the way.
There the whole time. Decent conversion there.
That's insane. Honestly, that is insane. Anonymous Gifter, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I appreciate you doing that, Anon, whoever you are. Thank you for the support, dude. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
Has dropped somewhat.
Okay, you know what to do.
MIBR just
Slug oil spam, get it going, and we got Dude 119 with the Prime as well. Thank you so much as well for that, dude.
Counter the fact that those Stingers just
did he step? He didn't step. I think he worked out how this guy was playing, but maybe it was happening. But yeah, I saw a little tech buzz there.
All right, well, the hot hands are back out again. Cortezia seeing if he can catch it with his face once more, I'm sure. These matches, while both of these teams, of course, will be in Toronto, the top seed means a lot. It always is very, very important to come out of an international league and get yourself a huge advantage early on. In the past, it's allowed you to bypass the group stage. Spend all that time prepping, watching, studying, and getting yourself set. I do think that these matches also have a kind of quality to them. I don't know. I know you're not an anime guy, but everyone's always wondering like who wins, like Goku or Saitama, Gojo or insert other protagonist here. It is
what's going on, man? Why is everyone always trying to line up who is doing this in the EMEA as well?
Last time these guys played, it was Verno's first ever game with MIBR.
Is he asking the admin to show him? He's asking the admin to show him how to do it.
There's gotta be a little bit of wriggle room there. It takes some time to really get him up to full speed with the roster.
Absolutely. That was such a close affair. That was the first game that MIBR played with him, as you said, and it was a 3-mapper. They were the first team to push G2 as this second stage started, or rather first stage after kickoff started. And just based on the eye test alone, obviously this MIBR team, even if they finish in 3rd place today, we've seen them get significantly better. They are not the same MIBR that we saw in kickoff that were making it to that point, but it felt like there was a gap between, G2 and them. There was a gap between Sen and them. And of course, look, Sen did
Donuts with the Prime as well. Thank you so much for that as well, mate. Appreciate the Prime.
Yesterday. Sen are in God form at the moment, though, so I don't want to knock MIBR too much for that. I would be a little more concerned, honestly, though, if for them moving into Toronto, if today is not a close affair. If we get a similar result as we did with MIBR against Sen, then I think you could maybe start to worry a little bit.
Group stage in Toronto if you win stage 1. Yeah, you skip the Swiss. Well, we don't know if 100%, but we're pretty sure.
But let's hear from the man himself.
It makes the most sense.
What he, Jorgamo, brings to this G2 roster.
I would say people.
Donuts, thank you for saying that as well, dude. Appreciate
that kid that came in from another team and just showed up on the core roster of the Guard and closed out a trophy. I think I want to be a reasoning for them to know why they actually brought me into the team. We fell short, sure, but that was still not enough for me to be like, yeah, guys, we got that trophy. We still talk about to this day, like, oh, we got second. I don't want them to ever hear second again. Either we won or we lost. There's no second, So I think that's why I want people to know about what I can bring into this team and what I brought already. And yeah, I think that's what I need the world to know.
What do you think this last couple of weeks has actually been like for this G2 team? It must be so jarring. Have such a flawless run through group stages, and then you hit a wall so early in playoffs, an upset loss, and all of a sudden, the doubt starts to creep in. Will we be able to go back to a global tournament? Will we have a shot to redeem ourselves after that banger loss against T1?
We've heard from other players who have been at the absolute top of the scene that
it's been a little rough recently.
Easier to get there and harder to maintain that spot because everyone is looking at your play style They're taking from you. They're understanding how you are approaching the game because they're taking your approach.
Have you spoken about the chat thing? Yeah, we spoke about it a little bit.
I do really respect the fact that they've
I
been
don't
able
know.
to
I agree with the Angel tweet where it's like
they have been closer, and
certain
it's just been
things
Ascent
should
that have been
probably
able to
just
come
stay
over the
like
top and actually beat them
within the scene. If you want to find out about players and you're tempted to get them for your team, then you reach out.
That extra kick of energy that, okay, they are right on our tail. We gotta take it up to that next level now. And if G2 have a next level, that's where they're in God mode. That's where they're an untouchable team.
And in many ways, it's kind of serendipitous that that loss comes at a point where it doesn't eliminate them entirely.
But the impressions, yeah, that's true.
A double elimination tournament where they get a second
Got some
chance.
addicts out here.
You can honestly
Addicted
look
to
at
the
it as
likes.
potentially best case scenario. You get humbled the way you need to.
But I mean, I don't know what happened in their team. I don't know if there's like bad
you now
blood or
realize
whatever.
exactly what
so
other teams are looking at, and you're not out of the tournament.
But I
You still
wouldn't
get to make
do
it to a
anything
global
like
event.
that.
You've got a month
I mean, it's weird.
after this to prepare, whether you're top seed or second or third. Seems like if you're a team like G2...
You're definitely going to need a couple days off after getting clutched on by Ye multiple times to lose your undefeated map and then barely making it. You're going to need some time between now and Toronto when this stage ends.
All right, we had a network cable switched out there. Final checks in progress, and then we'll be underway once more on Haven. It will be our third round.
There's a rumor that DG's in is going to
Both of
left.
these teams, honestly, pretty solid on this map over the course of the year. This is another map,
Is there not going to be like a language barrier there?
kind of show their tendency towards classical comps, trying to put Aspas on the Jet, as opposed to, maps like Lotus, where they're trying him on the Neon more. We saw even Waylay on their Pearl. This is where Aspas gets his bread and butter.
Certainly. And you can never really go wrong
Okay,
with
Lexi,
Jet on
will
this
do.
map. This is one of the cool maps on the pool right now that you do actually have a lot of options as to how you want to approach it. There are multiple comps that are all very, very relevant. And MIBR kind of taking the more traditional approach, and it's still very valid. All right, we're getting back into the game now. G2, they are forced to save as they did their standard second round force that they are known for, but MIBR were able to convert that round in pretty clean fashion, giving them a nice early advantage in this map.
Hey, where are we at? So they lost the force, and now they got to go sheriffs.
With that sheriff. He also has a rifle though to work with.
We got Outlaw. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They can get one shot.
Artazine with that very tight off angle, expecting a fair bit of action over towards the B side, and with that stealth drone, being aware that Jorgamo is
Garage default into A default.
They're in the right place for now.
Ooh, that flash didn't actually connect onto Aspas, so there was no audio cue for G2 to know that someone is.
Well, good luck. What's your timing like?
But they're going to pivot back.
We had the breach running.
Just has the sheriff. This could be tough. He does get the first, but he can't connect the second. Instant trade from Trent.
Dude, they're not going to expect 2 back at sight. It's a great TP from Shannon.
And they're ready in the back of C-side. Shannon already guns Valen down. Fault line comes through, but where's the control util? They lost Valen so early. Now it's Khalif, who has snuck through in fairness, but has a heck of a lot of work still to do.
He wants to try and pivot through Garage now. 2 players on site. Just with this sheriff, have to get some one-taps, but Artzin shuts him down.
Okay, nice. Everything was nice here, though.
Absolutely, those Guardians in long range fighting.
Asbestos locking down A meant that they could have the super fast rotation over towards C, basically.
So cooked. I mean, this was really their best opportunity. The fact that it was just Cortezia with the sheriff pushed up and they could get a 1-for-1.
What region is the best chances for Toronto? I mean, it's Americas. They get longer time. They probably got like 3 teams that look like they are in form to be able to take it or go to a final.
For the first time in this game. The economy for MIBR very strong at the moment.
All right, here's that fault line and a smoke. So starting to see some of that Astra util now.
XLG? No, XLG are good. I mean, they're going to win China.
There's a little more. Aspas being moved from A long over towards this B side this round. Making use of that verticality, but Gentleman gets plucked out from under him and he doesn't see a damn thing.
All right, the stealth drone is going to go into the B side from Trent. Jaw has A control while he still has his dimensional drift over towards C. So there are options for G2 right now in the mid round, but they are content just allowing
nice shot, and then we got
to
to
play
spam
right
over
into
towards
their
mid
hands.
as well.
Because they might be getting impatient, pushing up for info. They don't have a lot of easy ways to get that on this team. Beautiful shot from Artazine. Joel caught with some util in his hand, but quickly Valen snaps back. And it's Cortezia all alone. And when you only have the stealth drone to get that sort of passive info, you do have Cypher, of course, but you might be able to take some risks to push up for info. Get one more gun away, though, I think, from G2, and you're feeling good. Can Cortesia get at least that?
Yeah, could throw down the cage, try and obscure one of these angles, isolate a fight.
I mean, maybe with a cage this is doable.
Left and in front. Virtually impossible to win these scenarios. Never see it happen. Cortesia trying to draw some aggro, but
He had a good idea what was going on at least.
For the round. And all things considered, G2 getting their buy in here, maintain 3 rifles.
G2 have a very cool attacking setup there when we're in the mid-round, where they have the ability to pivot back to multiple sites because of Jaw on the Yoru, and having that gate crash over towards C just didn't end up mattering because MIBR wanted to go for something proactive on this late in the game bonus round buy. And G2 were able to easily nullify that aggression, just post it up on the right angles, connecting the shots, really just that simple.
Just a perfect example of contacting for info getting punished by a team on a slower default.
Aspas has upgraded to the AWP here, and he's going to post deep A long, where G2 are really giving him no opportunity to play because they're always putting Nebula here.
Oh my goodness.
Timing is nuts.
Twice about it, but G2 have snuck in the timing. The timing is right there. Like, oh my goodness, what a flick!
No way, he got out of there as well. That was
nice. Deals with the first interloper, and there's more where that came from. First clone, looks like that would have been shot. And there's Jorg finding Artazine. There goes that util, but Aspas with the shorty.
Hey, that was kind of sick, man. Dude, look at the HPs as well. They should be so fun to clean this one up. Cortesia fast behind.
On the flank right now as well, slows down just at the perfect time, so Leaf can't hear those footsteps. Shannon on the swing, gets the first. Trent isolated alone.
Strong wind to blow him away.
And they win one, lose the next. What a round from Aspas this was.
To speak of. Cortesia cleans things up.
9 loss bonus for everyone. They can pick 2 guns here.
If you're an MIBR fan, that's exactly what you want to see out of Aspas today. Had a very uncharacteristic
that is a nice shot as well.
Performance against Sentinels. But just several
Dude,
rounds in.
He got sick timing on that push as well.
Saying, wide field of view, pretty good.
Pre-nerf shorty looking action.
Yeah, that was quite uncanny, actually. Good to see Artazine getting, you know, into some Busio vibes there on stage. Timeout here for G2. So the one successful round, Wyatt, they punish these push-ups for info from MIBR, but those opportunities don't present themselves there in round number 5.
At Goose, thank you so much, man. Thank you for that.
Very solid standard A execute.
Yeah, I've got no power here.
Aspas finding the perfect timing window to get into the smoke to get 2 with the shorty. Jaws caught with the util out in his hands. It was just a very messy situation that he was able to exploit. By messy situation, I mean,
teams might not be trying their best. Nah, everyone will be trying their best. You might see teams like slightly take their foot off the pedal, but they're not.
Despite the pressure,
they're still trying their best, if it makes sense.
They probably still feel like this is their game to lose. I'm sure you can see it on the face of Josh RT. Yes, he looks
like
less
you
nervous,
definitely get that weight off your shoulders once you realize you're into Toronto.
Will said yesterday, man, I've never
seen
Fussy
is huge at the moment.
Uncomfortable when we're on the coach cams. He is normally so cool, so calm, but you could see the stress and
agitated
his body language was so different.
He was starting to look like Kaplan after facing like a mild inconvenience, right?
For real.
Jam in the YouTube chat. Thank you for doing that, mate. Welcome into the Slug Club. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, Teo util here just to clear sewers, and obviously that same smoke up A long. It's Verno again respecting it.
Wants to get the information with the stealth run because G2 have been happy to on every single round they play.
Okay, so they get insta reset by the triple stinger. They go for pretty much exactly the same strat this time they flash through.
G2, here come the smokes, and it seems like MIBR will be content just
they picked the right side. A failed so bad that it should be weak this round is the theory. Not wrong.
Jorgamo right now, and he wants a bit more. Again, great position for that stinger to have value. A rolling Dundee here could be devastating for these entrenched G2 attackers. Comes through right about now. Steel Garden also being active now.
Hold up.
The odds.
Hold
that's
up.
deployed by Leaf. MIBR now can't capitalize on the stun.
That got a lot of connections.
Dude, looks like he doesn't have the lineup to get all of Under Hell as well.
Force Jonah off this angle with the fault line. He's going to have to send that out.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Still though, MIBR, look at the delay utility. By the time they get in here, they're going to have virtually
Dude, time is insanely low.
What is going on? The salvos stop MIBR from following up on that util from the breach, and now they're getting cut down by G2.
This Vice ult from Leaf completely owned them. First of all, I like the call.
Trent and Jonah P get their grubby little hands on the
and they pick this up as well if they want it.
That's ugly.
Oh, threads the
Yeah,
needle
very,
with that
very
one.
nice.
Jonah jumping
So,
across. I think maybe he took the leg shot actually.
A failed so
2
bad
HP, but
last round that they did
regardless, I
again,
love how
thinking
G2
that A
were
would
able
be
to
weak.
position
That was
themselves
right.
in that post plan.
Vice
I'm not
ult to
mad at MIBR
counter
giving the site
the
for free. Sure, play
breach
a
ult,
retake there. You
and they
have
got
the
insane
significant
value
weapon
for it. Time
advantage.
was so low afterwards.
But G2 respond to that by
damn,
pressing
Jam.
forward, stuffing them in the choke points,
10
close range
gifted.
with the stingers, and it really
YouTube
also comes
chat,
down
thank
to
you so much.
getting a steel guard.
Because of that, I can do
4 players, minimum
do
3.
5 on top as
so
well.
You're just wasting time.
On 2 separate occasions, G2 have amazing util to respond.
Jam, thank you for
First
doing
to
that,
the
bro. I
Rolling Thunder,
appreciate you.
Then to the aftershock that was going to force Jonah out. Really sick stuff. Great reactive play from the attackers. A well-earned round. This
Jam,
time
thank you
Jonah
for doing that,
wants
mate.
Maybe to ask for a little bit
I
more
appreciate the
towards
support,
A-Long,
dude.
but it's another
YouTube chat, say
slower
thank you
start
to him.
from G2.
Oh, Cortesia punished, pushing for information. This is some vintage G2, getting the attacking off in the hands of Leaf and allowing him
that
to
one
just
round
pick
changed
off
so
defenders
much.
that are overplaying their hand.
Yep. Reminds me of that chamber Leaf
Free
action.
sight,
He's still gonna
Astra
done here
Lock.
as well.
Keep you away if
Deep
he
into
wants
the
it.
seaside, backside smoked, and now MIBR have to put it together. Valen probably hears this. Disrupted the plant. Jonah P might want to try and just pave the way with a fault line here.
When he gets this plant, he's going to have the Rolling Thunder, by the way. Going to be even more difficult for MIBR to try and get back into this site.
Dude,
Hazard lined up.
Valen's insanely patient on this one as well. Wait till the Omen flash. There's the ult, pushes through. He's patient on this.
Shenom is set upon by Valen. He heard the TP earlier and picks his spot beautifully. Artesine is going to try and clear this out now. Valen well aware of where he is. He crosses back to the right. He's
They
out
went
there.
from eco to picking up an insane amount of guns to winning the next round without taking any damage, and their money is outrageous. Like, this changed so much in 2 rounds. It's probably the biggest change we've ever seen money-wise in 2 rounds.
Push down mid.
Especially if no one goes down there.
G2, but in fairness, Wyatt,
Ah, look at it, that's nuts.
Cortesia serves him up a bit of a freebie, pushing that C-Long again. It's MIBR contacting for info.
And immediately after that, G2 just have the easiest decision in the world to get into C. There's not going to be any trips, just accelerate.
Well, they have dimensional drift for
Right
Jorg
into
as
the
well.
site, Insta. It's way too easy. MIBR, awkward situation with the cash. Cortesia fully investing. Some players still have
Benji Fishy with the raid. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that, man.
Still got this op from Osboss.
Hope your stream is good. Best of luck in playoffs as well.
He got the 1 pick. What was that, 4 ago, 3 ago?
round 4.
It's been a while.
Thank you so much, bro. Thank you for doing that.
Off that beautifully.
What's up, Raiders? Hello, hello.
Now, though, it's a little bit of a different world. Aspas is not sure about whether this is going A. He thought about heading heaven.
Can they buy next after this? 1, 2, 3
just
can't buy
probing
next.
Once more trying to draw someone from MIBR
So,
out. Wait for them to get
There's a
impatient.
chance that
MIBR are running a very
G2 can
different
kind of
setup
run
in
away
this
with this
round.
half a little bit here,
Verno's
especially with
been
their money.
over towards A, sending that stealth drone down long, but gets pinged out.
Dude, that's a huge raid as well, Benji, man. Thank you so much.
They've slowed down in this mid round.
They probably guessed that Aspas is playing A long as a result of that.
We like
So
Fortnite
far,
now, I've heard that.
Those two have just been switching
I've
places.
heard that's a thing.
And that was true initially, but not so much now. Deep in sewers. Artesine set up here to try and extract some value from the Stinger, and he might have an opportunity here.
MIBR were really expecting G2 to try and make some kind of foray towards B.
Big A push over towards C. We've got the ult that cuts off back of A as well with a bit of util to sell it. And
pivoting back to C. This is
Cortesia, though.
gorgeous. The site is so free.
I tell you what, though, he gets early info because of that. They might feel like they have to push. Omen ult over towards site. We got a breach luck over towards A.
Eventually,
This is
G2 are gonna
one
try
of the
and
weirdest
clear into
rounds.
that area now. And Jonah on a big wide flank. The time.
Cortesia
is ticking
uses
for
ult,
Verno.
so they now know that someone's flanking.
Just wanted to find a time to use that stun. It's not actually going to happen. Can Shenum back C long have impact?
Timing. The timing. Professor V is on the hunt. He's on the march. He's coming from the rear guard as well. Little fault line. Verno nowhere to go right now.
Dude,
but
I mean, he can't win this.
Jonas
There's
gonna
no
get
time.
there. He just doesn't have nearly enough time. Caught
Dude,
inside the
what a
paranoia. And Jin
really,
drags him into a
really
living
weird
nightmare.
round. Contested getting that kill is like the whole
Right
round, by the
timing
way, as
window.
well.
He was all the way down C long.
Gets that kill, gets the one, manages to use his ult, works out that they have to worry about the flank
cool
behind.
9 and 4 right now.
Like the worst feeling ever, where you're flanking, you kind of won the round, and then that
Brazil.
Cypher ult comes in.
Yeah, it was just in this moment. Oh,
There's
no
two
eyes
timings.
on that.
Two timings happening simultaneously, right? Jonah on the wrap. Nice! And Shenom, great round.
Let's go,
I like
boys.
the
Let's
idea of
go.
trying to
Perfect
use that.
round. Perfect.
Cosmic Divide is misdirection, right? Imply and
Jam,
they hit,
thank
they
you for
pivot to
saying
the
that as
other
well, bro. I
extremity.
appreciate that, man. Kind words, dude. Thank you for that.
Cortezia as well, who found Trent on the rotate in the mid round to set that up. But regardless, we're into the next where G2 still have a ton of cash to play with. They're going to be buying for the next couple at least. Enough so that they still want Leaf to be playing with this attack side operator even.
Haven't really seen any early
Wasn't the
scores played from
cleanest,
MIBR since that round 4. And
Oh.
Cortezia shows himself. Last round it worked. He got a kill pushing out. This time he shows a little too much leg.
Okay, well,
Now G2 have
MIBR
all
know that
the
they
time
got to
in
do
the
something
world.
proactive now,
Artsin's
try and get that kill
trying
back,
to
try to at
fix-
least get some space so they
Wow,
can stack a
barely
sight.
escapes, just ducking his head below. He wanted to try and find a moment to even things up 4-on-4. MIBR are making a
I
decent
mean,
rotate here.
Shellam's just going to kill
Verno's
everyone
on
and he's
the
just
way.
tanked to
Shellam
stun.
TP's out. All is
Dude,
well.
Artsin's
Low.
crazy.
And at least they have a
Gonna
player
solo
in the
hold
side.
sight on his own.
Sacrificial lamb though. Verno's going to be
Oh, it's a good
there.
stun.
Trent now knows he's about to get busy. Special
My
delivery
goodness.
comes in. He's got to take
Shen
the parry. Oh,
Shen
my
team flash
goodness.
Verno for
And
it.
the crosshair placed to perfection. But Verno's still fighting. Eventually cut down. But at 10
One
health,
bullet.
this whole time, Artsin's been waiting to emerge. He has done the most. And
Oh
Jonah,
my
he
goodness,
sat right
dude.
down.
He was 10 HP the whole
Bullet
time.
left, stone cold from Artzin.
How did they hold
Tucked
this?
into the corner. Man, he is having a game right
That's sick.
now.
That's a sick shot at the
We haven't
end.
seen this from Artzin in a minute, but we've known he's been capable of it because he will just give you the maps where he is IGLing, playing a supportive role, and is the star of the show with the highlights.
I think he just tucks next to the dark cover. Because he walks on the side after
Yeah,
getting
I
dinked by
love
Jonah.
his confidence here as
They're
well.
backed up into that spawn side, and then he rotates, pivots back in after the Taeho missiles from Trent
Okay,
expire.
2 in a row.
That's
Finally
nasty
breaks
work.
it. Well,
Really
doesn't
good
break the econ,
pathing.
but puts him down to an
Well, I like
eco.
this.
Ice
Again, more
ult,
aggressive
tail
spot
ult,
from the defense
tail ult,
side
both
here towards
sides.
Lobby. Jorgmo doesn't respect
4
it, but also
pass and
is
punish
the
over
only
towards
player
A.
insert here with a gate crash to get out, and he will.
Well, there goes the Omen flash.
Much of
Once
what
you
we've
kind of see
seen
the
in
Omen
the
flash,
early
you
rounds
know
of the
majority of the
G2
time that there's 4
hasn't
people
actually
over
been
towards A,
pressured
so they can
and
go a little bit
teleport
faster and
away.
speed up
This is the
towards
first
C.
time that's really
They set
been
up the
case.
one, free pass
And
and
now that they
rotate
have
going in.
control of A, MIBR
And they might get
rotating
here in time
around
that they just
towards
fast flood
CB.
C.
They know that G2 are going to be heading this way as they are
there's so many
making their
people, yeah.
exploration through garage. This Armageddon is
It's a good tail ult.
G2 have to split very quickly away from
It's
this.
a good
Leaf is on the
tail.
outside, he's a little more committed, but
Good tail ult on attack
MIBR
as well to
haven't
make sure that the
capitalized
side's
just
clear.
backside
He's
also
got to
went
wait around
Armageddon.
again.
Both Taeho's unleashing.
While this is
And
going
will be
on,
a
you got
retake for
Shannon
MIBR.
pushing all
Okay,
the way
Seal
behind
Garden
spawn.
from
There is a wall, but
Leaf.
he has a TP to get over it.
MIBR, they're trying to flood back in, but they're getting stuck in this nebula. They can't move. Verno
But no,
caught.
mate.
Yep, still stuck there.
Oh,
Brings his
God,
down
the
to
timing of
We've
it's
seen that way.
crazy.
Gentleman's going to trigger the shield wall
You
here,
can
and
hear the
Trent is
TP.
looking for this. And they know
Yeah, he
Shannon's
just
done this
wants to do
before.
damage.
Delayed timing. This round it's a little later and too late.
Man, Prius
Stop
took a
G2 on the
gamble.
site.
He went for the flank story, and Jorgamo just killed
Might take
everyone
a
on
time to
site.
TP to that to double swing this if they know Shannon is here. Barrel shown. Trent is walking up into that one. Again, he's looking for exits here. He's all but done as G2 are going to find a crucial round number 4. Might see Jorg anyway step up, try and get the gun away from him. It's not to be. Shannon
Yeah,
says,
I'm not
taking this
sure
with me.
G2 can hunt this
Pretty
that much.
unbelievable impact from Leaf in this series so far has really been a standout.
Because Aspas
for
had
G2
ult
in
anyway,
my
so
eyes.
they're kind of
Aside
fine
from
with
just
one
getting
going
all
down
those
here.
kills, several of which have been first bloods, catching out aggressive MIBR players. Both Steel Gardens he's had have connected onto 3 or 4 players. When that Armageddon came in from Verno, when G2 were making their garage pivot into C, he stopped them from being able to capitalize off of it by sending out the Steel Garden at the perfect time. He's playing so well on this Vice.
And that was an episode of Will It Blend, MIBR edition. Yes, the answer. Here's another deep push up for Cortezia. This time, though, being a little more patient about it. Flicking that cam. G2 have to know he's tucked here. Given the economy being shaky as it is,
I was gonna
VALORANT
say,
is ready for it. Only takes a lick of damage. And on the scene
Not
we
gonna
go
go
once
well on
more,
that one.
uncontested. G2 get in.
It's a fast flank behind though from Aspas. Okay, Prius, now you gotta show me this flank because this actually could be
Not
nuts.
been working. G2 have had the read on him, and he's been getting punished.
He's the most aggressive
Okay.
by far, but he's Aspas' Blade Storm. Okay, Rolling Thunder comes out, but Lee catches Shen.
It's a nice reaction from G2.
And there's Artazine falling as well.
I feel like the rest of MIBR needed to be a little bit
Go for this, but what choice do you have?
more on top of the fact that they had to react and push
You
over
decide
towards spawn here.
instead, yes, to just exit the round with some dignity and a rifle.
I mean, look, MIBR, they do already have 6 rounds on the board. You'll take that on defense side, Haven. That's totally fine. G2 were in such a dire spot, though. All those MIBR rounds came right at the beginning. I love that play towards C, getting Jogno up.
Euphoria,
into
holy,
the
thank
spawn,
you so much for the bits, man.
Swinging, flanking
Are there
arcs
any
in
moves
after he sends
MIBR
out the
could
rolling
make that would
thunder.
drastically improve their roster?
They
And
isolate
dude,
those
they
two
got a
front
nice
players,
roster, man.
Effectively ignore
To make them the
Aspas, who's
clear
flanking
best team, I
all
don't
the
think you're
way
ever
down
going to get a
C long.
clear best team
Like, he gets
in
this
this
kill here, and then
region.
look at the response. There's Jaw fighting forward.
Like, you
They're fighting
might have
into
one for
garage.
like a bit
Who
of a
cares about
meta of
Aspas?
like map
Let him
pool,
run
but
down
stuff
long and
changes
waste his
just
time. Have fun.
too
We're
fast.
going to kill everybody else first.
And this is the
Like,
consequence.
this
of
MIBR
solo
roster's like
Cypher on
sick,
C
man.
pushing up in the early rounds. So
You
he's
got
got a stinger on
fragging
that one, so you can
IGL,
maybe forgive it,
you
but
got
we have seen a bit of a
bunch
pattern
of
from
youngsters.
He is
Some of them experienced, some of them
taking some
not.
big
Loads
risks
of
against
talent.
a team who's really hard to punish.
Look at the board. Your Cypher has the most deaths on your team by 3. He's died 9 times already. Regardless, Bruno, he's pushed up way further than typical into this A lobby, and he's caught in the salvos. That is dangerous. Jaw is sprinting around, getting info with this Cosmic
Experienced
Divide
coach,
up as
yeah.
well.
And this divide implies a potential B hit. That's why MIBR haven't flooded onto A again. But here's Jaw from the top rope.
And that's the beauty of the Cosmic Divide. You can get out of the
Well,
teleport
no.
on either side, and the defenders won't
That's
hear
nicely
it.
done
Double
for
swing
G2.
through is
Hey, this is a
perfect.
cool round though,
Valorant
to be
jumping
fair.
through the fog. Once again, G2
I
with a
have
very
enjoyed
clean entry. These attack side
the
rounds look
progression
slick.
of
Now they have
G2's
that hammer control here. Aspas still
Yor
quickly, so now
ults.
you're on a timer.
We
if you're G2.
flamed, dude, he took the TP
Threat
spawn
is
again.
Pretty low. Shenom and Aspas on
Why does
opposite
he,
sides
why
of
does
the
he
map.
always do this? Like one
G2 are
every
going hunting.
2, one every
Yet
3
another
havens,
three-piece, and that
always
is
taking that
great,
TP
baby.
over towards
Look at the
spawn.
way they set up that
The
double
one's so
swing.
far
Jaw
back
just
that they don't
patiently
hear it.
walking forward, and then Trent sprints around the corner instantly. Both of
Yeah,
them are
G2 got a
onto Shen.
lot
The
better with
fundamentals of G2
his ults. There's like one of the
have
things
always
that
just
I hated
been
a lot about his
picture
Yoru, because
perfect.
everything else was pretty nice.
And again, there's still 3
They've
players of
they put a good
MIBR
amount of
being
thought and
not
effort
sure
into it.
where G2 are heading until it's a bit late.
Aside from Jaw taking that first fight, getting out of the dimensional drift, every engagement there from G2 is just textbook fundamental teamwork. The double push through the wall, the double swing onto Shenom. It's all just so well regimented.
So far, folks, we're getting what we wished for. These two Titans of America
Yeah,
are
it's,
trading
it's a good map
blows.
so far.
It's an even game heading into the half. We'll be back right after this.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
You don't like the change before Masters? The quality of games will go down. Yeah, we won't see as much structured play, but it's gonna be a really fun event just because teams have a little bit of time before a Masters, which honestly doesn't happen that much, and a lot of them are gonna have to like reinvent maps. And I think the meta's so open that you can pretty much go any way you want to, whether it's like double duelist, double sentinel, double initiator, double controller. So it's very open what you actually want to do. So you should see a lot of cool stuff, to be honest. You take it over the current meta. Yeah, I mean, I agree, to be honest. It's not perfect timing, but I think at the moment you never really get perfect timing. Minus Teo plus Sova. Yeah, loads of teams will do that for like a fast fix, for sure. Emir is going to be cooked. I mean, I kind of agree with Bacon. I think Emir
looking
looking a little cooked anyway.
MIBR
So
got off to
the
a
excuse
roaring
isn't the worst.
start.
Whoever
their
whoever
three
gets
rounds,
first seed
solid
should be
look in the
looking pretty
bonus.
good.
Again,
They'll have a
looks
lot of
like
time.
G2 starter cotton on. They do love a long game, these guys.
There's always a joy to be able to watch Valen call an attack half of Valorant on some of these 3-site maps, especially Haven. Just the two where they worked the Cosmic Divide.
EMEA doesn't like Teo. I mean, it's still like a what, 60% pick rate? Like just because it's not as much as the other regions doesn't mean it's not.
Replicate that.
Still not picked like over 50% of the time.
Second, or if G2 can win their first pistol round in this series.
It was 50. I mean, that's still half though. It's still a lot.
Makes it look damn good. He has to back off this A side.
Still a drastic change.
So quickly G2 get forced into a retake, and there is a trapwire to clear on the wrap, so MIBR know this is coming.
There's no trip behind right now.
Great stuns, good timing on it as well.
Just gets around the corner barely. 3 flanking G2 players on his tail.
They're coming quickly, they're
Dude,
coming
still
fast.
no plant. Are they going to push bomb with the plant? Dude, someone's going to make a call, man.
Oh
Oh my god, what is Aspas done here? What is Aspas done? He's on top of the box, there's a smoke here, and I think no one is considering the angle because of the smoke. And I think he's just got 3 side shots.
That was very much them getting shot, very much them waiting for the next round to play more Valorant.
Oh, okay.
Clinical.
That's nice, dude. Fair play.
Type
Priest can't even be mad at Priest, so this one is
just
it was
like we're doing
mayhem.
now, boys. Exactly the plan.
I get to coach this guy. This is crazy. I have this guy on my team.
Aspas is good for a free round more often than not sometimes.
All right.
Jesus,
And
that was
there is
crazy.
another pistol round win
Blub
for the team of
795. Thank you so much for the prime. Thank you,
Gods.
thank you.
Leaf is the lone player on C with a frenzy, about to feel a lot of
2-0 on the
pressure
pistols.
from the wave of MIBR utility. No choice but to give this site up.
Now Leaf says, understood, have a nice day. I'm going to go find my friends. G2 full pistols here. Little frenzy picked up for Leaf.
They're doing a good job at
Artsin.
Artsin.
Trapwire like there was in the previous round.
Kind of close. I say kind of close to his ult. One of the closest.
Damage on
to his ult.
He'll be able to regen much of that shield though, and
Great
it comes
stun.
straight round the corner. No, not again, G2. Aftershock here is going to keep the classic crew at bay for now.
Savannah can hunt this a little
This
bit.
is a little
He's
bit
just trying
dangerous,
to
but no, at the
wait.
long range, they're going to begin to get cleaned up. Good pivot from MIBR, and they retain the 3
Yeah,
rifles.
no
Of
one's
course,
even
they come
close to
into
their
this
ults, really,
with
so.
just 2 pistols. You know, watching Cortezia there for a moment, I just want to
They didn't
point
force.
out
They only
how
really force on
aggro he was
attack when they
defense,
plant.
and how
Is
curious
their
I am to see how
protocol.
he's going to opt to play now on attack. It was a very uncharacteristic. I mean, he is. Listen, I don't want to say it's too uncharacteristic. He is a very aggressive Sentinel player typically, but for him,
Shane, tell
that
me.
was, I think, over the line of what you would normally see
And probably
in his gameplay style. So I wonder if he's going to continue that on attack, if he's going to slow things down. We'll have to see.
Maybe over the line of what you normally want. Definitely left the C side of the map a little weaker after getting picked up early in many of those rounds.
All right, MIBR, because of that previous buy decision on the bonus, they've got 5 rifles into their actual bonus,
Blast over towards B. Wait,
Leaf's
a
perfect timing on the swing.
little.
He's backside. Can he get anyone to help him?
Okay,
He's
Geno
a
able to
little
find
insane with it.
Trent is getting involved now. Now,
Yeah, well, they
you see
know
G2
about the
actually
luck over
filtering
towards
into B. This is
Garage.
gonna
They
be a
pop
cancel call by MIBR.
they
wanna
pop
get
the
out.
vine, so he's got to wait,
Jormo
but the wall
might have a
ends
chance
once
to
they
get
get
ahead of
there.
this.
It's a
He's back
really
into spawn.
fast
Yep, he
reaction
wants
from
to get across the map
G2.
as
Instant
fast
take
as he
mid-control
can,
to
and
this
already
flanking.
G2
Garage
in hot
is
pursuit.
so fast.
Oh man, surely! They don't look back behind them. Artsin deals with Leaf, but they don't expect the second. What about the third, guys?
Leaf,
That's a no.
Leaf
That is
played so
precise.
fearless
I
this
love
whole
that from
round.
Leaf. He's playing so well right now. This is a Vice on Haven masterclass. Like, if you want to play this Asian here, study the VOD. I mean, I love the way he's able to get
Look
back
at
into
him.
the site here, punish Oswald,
There's smoke
and then
there.
he stays alive.
He's just like,
able
shot.
to wait out his teammates.
And then when they
he
go over
grabs
towards
around,
Garage,
gets this
insta-push middle.
timing onto Cortezia. I just love it. And there's a little delay in Valen peeking and swinging off Leaf, so they don't expect
Perfect
a
spacing.
second to be there. It's beautiful.
Yeah, that decision for Leaf to wrap around was instinctive. There was no dithering. There was no considering whether or not he should push out. A B, he just goes for it. Aspas bounds like Bambi into lobby. Past those salvos.
What's the money at? We got 1, 2.
Jonah waiting with a fall
1,
line on
2,
base
3.
contact.
Can't buy next.
Rip that for Jaw to take a fight.
Sua's presence here for Jaw, but with the ability to fall back with a gate crash. Aspas a little bit low. I think Trent just swung out and took a wallbang. Took a chunk out of the star player, but well, Aspas has 44 health more than he needs. Now 4 more.
That's a sick entry. I mean, he outpaces the
I am exempt. Thanks so much for the Prime as well. Thank you for the 3 months, mate.
He's the one supposed to get the kill there.
Leaf, yeah, dude,
Just feel like they need to double up
Leaf's always been great.
And in the meantime, Cortezia, much like the last round, is just trying to prod towards Garage, proc that sheer wall.
Getting a lot of value, teasing all that Sentinel util out.
Like, Leaf's actually been
Here's
insanely
an activation
consistent.
From G2. They're going to move 2 up sewer. Fastpass is not quick about this. We get wrapped on, but the action is headed elsewhere. And Valen, Mastermind IGL, is downed. Little to MIBR, no, it is completely open.
That was nice from him. The 5 HP course for the luck. It's a classic. Gonna be able to do more damage than entering over towards the site. It's something that you can do in your ranked games as well. Probably not as effective as this, but when you get low HP, you can call that you want to lurk. Everyone else goes somewhere else. Just right around.
Hate that for my ranked games. Osboss can do it. Not you. Not you.
Try not to get too many ideas, folks.
Stop telling people to lurk on Jet. I mean, if you're 5 HP, it's okay.
Osboss quickly getting into the game in a big way. 12 and 7.
People are gonna do it on 100 HP anyway.
G2 put in a tragic economic situation right now. MIBR wants to fight for some early control of a lobby, missiles to keep anyone peeking from sewer at bay, that person being Jaw in this instance. But he's only there with the classic.
You're supposed to lurk on Jet, that's why you have a dash to get away.
Dark cover will dissipate. This will need to be cleared. Trent there just healing back towards this site. And there's no gate crash active right now for Jaw. Remember, we're on a pretty rough buy, so...
Dude, why is C9 getting such a random stray? Mate, C9 haven't played for a week, dude. Leave him alone. That was so uncalled for. Why are you randomly flaming C9?
Cloudburst backside. The multiple flashes used. The breach. Paranoia as well. Cortezia in trouble. Okay, he does get his. Going to need some help though. Valen could collect a kill here, and he does.
It's that spacing, that delayed
That's nice from
swing
Verno. Make sure they don't get a gun on this.
Verno is going to be there. MIBR have every reason to respect G2 on these kind of rounds, but they have the protocols in place
very nice.
to shut down these wacky buys. And that's a clean execution with 4 rifles to carry out.
They are looking very good right now on this attack half. It's just a matter of getting to the finish line, trying to close this
C9
game
Leaf was
out.
unreal.
MIBR, they are approaching a number of ultimates after this round, cleaning up these weak buy players.
Nice, good round, guys.
I mean, cool, calm, collected. It's a long series.
Yeah, they're chill.
We're hoping to be here for a good time and a long time, so...
Another big buy rounds. Money's getting completely out of control. Jorgamo gets the op out, wants to disrespect the smoke.
Some kind of early fight.
Didn't actually go for it. Drone to take him off to the angle. And the thing is, they don't know if there was a timing over towards short, so there's a little bit of a question mark. They clear it. Okay, they're just going to take the gamble, I think.
Into the seaside. Pressure on the IGL Valen.
He's missed Valen, though, going over towards the left, tucked into the back corner. The knives don't connect, but Cortezia does. Reliable as ever.
How's he alive?
Leaf now has no choice but to sit inside this, what would be deployed cyber cage. King's in front of him now, he knows Cortezia is approximately there, and a spray through from
No way, he's alive and they got a kill back.
He's on the mark.
He's not going to take this TP back to site, right?
In that dark cover, 4-on-4 retake. There's the stun into the salvos. Shenham in a lot of trouble, going to take some damage, has to teleport away.
Yep, MIBR now rattled in this post plant, but they're still trying to hold these anchor spots. Aspas will get first
Dude,
contact.
with an op, he takes it. Nice shot.
Finds another one. The operator of Jaw goes to work, but Artisan's already found himself 2 shut down. And now it's up to Verno. Often the last alive in these scenarios because he's got the tail util. But those salvos are speculative.
Big
they
swing.
don't stop the defuse. And Trent should swing on this, but
fast.
Verno might have shut
Big
this
swing.
down. No time
There's
for
no
Trent.
time.
Beautifully done. Cool as a cucumber.
Very nice, man. Dude, it's so...
It was the first game for Verno.
The clutch
Surely
stats on just Teo alone must be insane.
He's a cog in the machine.
That wide swing was perfect to get Trent's crosshair misplaced.
The swing, yeah, the swing was great, yeah.
Jonah trying to stick.
This new time, might as well has to do is kill the
Verno had the
diffuser.
idea of trying to go close enough to Garage, so his missiles would go through Garage and make it seem like he was actually playing there. but that didn't happen, so they knew he was actually at C-Long, and then he played around his own mistake.
Verno, yeah, he wanted to try get like close towards garage to the salvos went there. Salvos wrecked him a little bit.
So far this half, G2 have gotten one singular round, and that was against MIBR's bonus. Since then, they've struggled. They've struggled early, and even in these post plants, they've not been able to break back into the map. A close one there, very winnable. Those are the kind of rounds that, honestly, you have to secure more often than not if you want to take a game away from this MIBR squad. VALORANT's look good, but time to time, just like that previous round, completely overwhelmed by the pace of MIBR.
Pay attention when we get back into this first.
Who are my top 3 players going to Toronto? Mate, how are you even meant to start that one?
Match point off that Verno clutch. G2 don't have the money to buy here.
I don't even know at the moment. I think Zekken has to be there. I think he's like the only player that I'm like 100% sure is in my top 3. Everyone else is like...
They're going to have both initiator ultimates to potentially close out the game. When G2 are
plus, EMEA haven't even played their playoffs yet, so... You might have someone going crazy there as well.
Are also very close to those key abilities, but they'd have to
Still got a fair amount of Pacific left as well.
To try and get themselves a guaranteed win.
Raga, yeah, but the thing is, he wouldn't be top. He wouldn't be top 3 just because of the region.
Ducks away. Big stack for MIBR here. There is a foray from G2. They see a lot. And they get some damage on Verno, but that's it.
Oh man, you could see Verno really wanted to chase, but given he took 100 damage of his own, he just doesn't. He knows he can't.
The inner canine just telling him to go for it.
Cortezia just watching for anyone looking down mid, trying to get into window, and there's someone at window. That's Valen tucked close, hoping to find a moment where he can backstab, pick off one of the rotators.
Looks like they have pretty good reads on this.
A weak Verno as well.
This gets him ahead of the trap wire. There's no early warning that Valorant is wrapped around. Oh, but he turns around, Verno!
Oh, they get early info. The Omen all reveals all the site, though. They have no map control. They've at least got the trip behind, so they know there's no pressure behind. The only person that could TP over it is a Yoru, I guess.
I mean, he's pushing forward, but he's
dude, Shannon, you're a lunatic, man. He's a lunatic, but they felt like they had to take some map control.
Still got
we saw him.
He put them on more even footing. So a 3v3. Secondaries out. Cortezia deals with Valen comfortably enough, though. Jorg, his rifle sings. Cortezia now has control of his Vandal once more, but they're on the other side of the boxes. We're at half. They get off of it. Here's Cortezia.
Nicely handled from G2, though. This is cool. I like the idea of the fawns over towards spawnings to go site.
Plot armor G2 round
nice
if I've
instant
ever
call.
seen one. Valen wins that 1 versus 1 against Verno. Great timing that he found. I like the decision for that aggressive play. I'm surprised they weren't even able to trade under Shannon faster there, honestly. Leaf just whiffed a couple initial shots for the Sheriff. What a tap from Jaw. They pick these rifles back up, and again,
let's go.
Another Steel Garden from Leaf that just gets massive value. And then he throws the thorns at Osfaw's feet so he can't come help anyone on site. His util
his util on this round was good. I feel like his ults are always good.
We've got 4 initiator ultimates on deck. This is a round that is going to be potentially messy, but if Jorg finds a first pick from this contact push,
that's
it might get a little simpler.
An absolute shot. What gun we got in garage here?
Gets unraveled.
Dude, G2 got to win this round though. The game would be done if they lost this on map.
So close on the screen. I like this a lot. Push up here from Jorgama though. Flash out. Buying a bit of space for Valen now. Kind of resets the situation and forces MIBR to pull back.
It's okay, they know where 4, they know where everyone is.
And Trent refuses to give him anything for free. Hello! He gets on out. Definitely a bit of a jump scare from Shannon, and he does get out of cubby though.
Now there's a minute left on the clock, a lot of time wasted, and yeah, MIBR, they feel like they have to reset, so they're going to send this stealth drone over towards A to get information, but it's not going to ease up G2's positioning because Leap has actually got vision on lobby. Here comes the execute, here comes a rolling thunder just to get into the site.
G2 are playing full retake though, that's the plan with all his initiator ultimates. Joannazine's the one left out there as it all starts to come down. Taken immediately by Valen. Spike left out in the open, no plant just yet. MIBR have got to fight back into sync for control, but Leap is on a timing.
Well.
Jim, sharp as he is, keeps the round alive. But God, the checklist is long in order to come out with a dub, and Valen says, just tear it up. Forget about it.
They love a breach or into a tail, although the
Shannon
combos
has
are
been
nice.
really on fire these past 2 days. Even in the loss against Sen, he was the standout player. Continues that into today. Top fragging in the server right now for both teams, period, sitting at 18.
Nice, boys! Got to be a timeout here from MIBR. This is probably where you take it. Now,
They can't have many ults left, right?
There. Now, yesterday, we didn't talk about this much
These
on
are
air,
the big
but
ones.
Ender gets in their comms. We could actually put a headset on and listen to what the players are talking about if we're off duty. Have a conversation with him. He says, you would not believe how loud and almost aggressive Leaf has become in the comms. Everyone at G2 looks nervous. Leaf is constantly saying, push up, take fights, let's get ahead, stop giving up
You can
ground
tell
for
that
free.
Leaf
Really
was
trying to rally
mid-rounding
them.
on that round where
A big
he
part of what
vice
keeps them alive in a series
he vice-ulted and
many
put
of
the
those
forms
guys,
down.
experienced as they are,
The
were
call was
feeling
so
the pressure.
fast that it had to be him.
God, look at their coach. The coach was pulling his hair out.
Yeah, that's really the first time we've seen G2 all year look nervous, look stressed.
You think
Like, even
G2 will
more
stop
so
using
than
Teo
we
after the
saw
nerfs, mate? Everyone's going to stop
Hancock
using
in the
Teo after the
finals.
nerfs. Otherwise, you're just going to lose.
Obviously, there's a lot of relief there, but
They
they're
were
still,
scared.
they're still gunning after the second trophy to add to their cabinet after getting the first one, winning America's kickoff.
You heard Jorgamo, he said no more seconds. It's either win or lose from here on out. They want another crack at international glory. Losing in a best of 5 is not good enough.
They're going up against a very hungry MIBR that have improved with the addition of Verno, that finished in 3rd at America's kickoff. They don't want to finish in the same spot again today.
The hope of Brazil, man.
PaperX will
Showing us
start
there's so
playing
much going on
Teo.
under the surface in that region.
That's a crazy
See
comment.
this young talent now shine on the Americas stage. Here's round 21 for you. MIBR still looking for the last couple.
A great
And
little
Aspas
stun fight
runs
over
headlong
towards
into
us.
Jonathan's ball. He
What do they
headbutts
do
it.
on short? Send it?
So simple, and it's executed to such perfection.
Yeah, they had a
Again,
chance
it's just
on
the
short
timing
here,
on
but...
these double swings out of the
Oh,
smoke.
they
off
push
that
it. They
fault line. Now
re-push
triple
short.
re-clear. This could be dangerous for Valen. Double swing, but it's
man.
absolutely
At least they did it
dismantled by
with 3. At
G2.
least the shots were
Never
nice.
doubt the G2 crossfire. Trent behind him, ready to work with him, and he's about to find that there might still be remnants of MIBR. Now, I know what you're thinking. G2 would never expect there to be the last 2 players going in the same site. Well, you might be right. They've got plenty of individuals to distribute again across the map.
Taking their time, our MIBR and G2 obviously have
Does
no reason
G2
to
play
into
better
this.
when the
They're
other
going
team
to
gets
wait
11?
for the spike to get tapped.
It's, I mean, you might be on something.
If G2 pull off this win, kind of feels like they're unbeatable. I'll be honest, even though Sen beat them in the upper bracket, like, how do you stop these guys?
Oh, Arsene.
They just make these comebacks occur out of thin air.
He's just trying to plant, man. Leave him alone.
Trying to tap, trying to plant, and all that util. Leverage at them. Aftershock here will keep them off the side for now. They give Arsene enough room to plant. Clone comes down, Arsene takes him down. Firing squad, they're waiting for him. Take him low. Arsene still has the stones to swing into that somehow, but the op brings out. Jaw cuts him down to 1. Cortesia, close but no cigar. And G2 are rapidly catching up.
Love that little jiggle peek from Trent, but it's all of the early round team play from
It was
G2
a wild
that
night
puts
start. I
them at
started
such a
believing, to be honest, when I got that
significant
first shot on the site.
And when we see it back on the replay, it's just that stun into long, double swing through the dark cover, or Nebula rather, to get this first
So
kill.
PaperX
Yeah,
against
right
T1
here.
today. You've
Two
just seen the
players through,
VLR. What
Aspas
happened?
isolated, triple
Was it that
re-clear.
crazy?
MIBR
Ah,
go
it was
for the
just
double swing. Crosshairs are
I
already
mean, they
on
were
those
always
angles.
meant to win that game. That's the thing.
Actually pulled apart, limb from limb.
They were always favorites there.
What was it like?
We'll never know.
As soon as Sideshow said they weren't going on a run,
MIBR
you
fully
guys had
invested,
to
no
had
heavy
to
armors,
realize that it was a
full
run.
regen. Guardian for Shenum.
You got to pick up on the signs.
G2
If we
are about
don't
to
learn
tie
from
this game
history,
up. They
then
were down
we're done for.
11-7, and on the round that they first won, they were on a full eco, and they are rallying back into a close game again.
Ooh, that was sharp. Valen went to that left side, so Aspas gets deep.
Oh, dude,
Valen's
they
been in an
killed that.
awkward position.
They killed
having
that
to be the solo
Astra as well
anchor
with the
against
Astra
all
ult
these
for the
MIBR
retake.
fast
Dude, I
hits.
love the
Today, plenty where that came from for G2.
I love the call of just the A hit again
And
as
we'll
well.
test this.
Just real
To
simple.
win heaven,
Everyone's
Leave
using
has
the
time to correct. Zay Gabagool, what are you looking at, Aspas?
I mean, they didn't feel that bad, I guess, over towards
Odyssey in half
A
health
last
here, and
time.
it's just Jorg left. Good crossfires
Okay,
here
very,
from
very
MIBR.
nice.
Gets
2
them
on this.
1 round away
2
from
on this.
taking
No
Haven.
money over towards here. 3 of them
Very
can't
simple
really
on
get a
that
good
one.
buy.
Just hit the A
Might see
site,
some stingers
set
again.
up some effective crossfires. Scary for a moment when Ospas can't convert on to Leaf. Hey, that
Okay.
it helps when you can open up the site like that. That's pretty useful.
That's magnetic.
in my opinion.
Yes.
Oh my god, the shots from Verno there are crazy into heaven. Well, they keep it simple and it absolutely works out. Now G2, they're forced onto a few stingers. 1 hero op for Jaw to try and drag this game into
3
OT.
stingers,
MIBR
though.
are going to start this series up 1-0, taking their own map pick.
3 stingers. It's going to take a lot of work here for G2. Suffice to say, Shannon just got some
Well,
information about where
they
Leaf is.
definitely did some research.
Trent trying to get ahead of this now. Big fault line. The spam, though, doesn't really account to much. Aspas dashing deep here. I mean, geez, MIBR adamant about maintaining this A control, and they'll have it, even if they got to fight further. That's a trade. Trent playing his life as he often does. This has slowed MIBR up now as a Nebula blooms in front of them.
Ooh, 2 suppressed there. Has a feeling there might be a 3rd in that corner as well.
Lot,
this is going to force MIBR to
lot of bodies
slow
spotted,
things
and
down.
you
Cortezia,
see
I was waiting for that. He has the
Jorgamo
neural
push
step,
all the way
finally found a
towards
moment
C.
to
All goes in,
jump
but they
and
still need to
activate
get the
that.
spike.
Got every reason to go elsewhere now, but you're still going to get the spike. Oh, they've left Aspas here again, the lurking
Oh,
towards
he's still a
play.
gun.
Or will they decide to stay? It's a pump fake! Cortezia emerges. Valo now realizes exactly what is afoot. But are these things going to work? It's up to Jorg with an op. And he's virtually
They
in it
last
to
saw him
postcode.
C long, so
For
they
the
might
map,
think that he's coming
He has
behind.
got to go wild.
Both of his enemies are pretty weak. If he can actually recover a rifle, should hear that TP, should know it's possible that someone is in heaven. And with that dimensional
What are
dribble,
we gonna
though,
do?
it has
Shotgun
a
up?
guarantee. Shenum spotted out.
Fast and Furious 12, Brokio drift for Jorgamo.
Fake teleport.
Emerges now to see very little. Shenum is on the site. He's made sound. Shenum trying to keep himself scarce here, stay out of line of sight. Jorg has the check. He tries.
I mean, I respect it.
Looking for a bit of magic, but MIBR
They're always my favorite kind of clutches, those
with
ones,
the
man.
dispel. And a great start in this series.
Yeah, dude, this is a good
Hardcore,
map,
but
though.
G2
Come
kind of
on.
go off the ball in that second half.
It felt like G2 were going to make one of their patented comebacks and have the resilience to steal away MIBR's map pick, or at least bring that to OT when they won that eco round, when they were down 11-7 out of thin air. But MIBR, at the very end, they were able to play a pretty straightforward couple rounds, executing into that A site. Verno connecting some seriously impressive shots to bring them over the
What, he was
finish
gonna
line
get
in that
it? Yeah,
second
so
last
did I.
round. And they've been able to take their own map pick, Haven.
The map starts with Artazine kind of popping off, and it remains a theme throughout. Some great timings from Shenum in these post plants, but I've got to say, the IGL really having a great performance from MIBR. Some snappy stuff, walking up onto the A site, just randomly headshotting. Valen through smoke definitely goes a long way, and Shenum's looking excellent. I'd say during this playoff, he's been one of, if not the standout player for MIBR.
Absolutely. His performance yesterday against Sen, he was the one keeping them
Double
in the
pistol?
game,
Nah,
and
double
now
pistol
getting them
really
over the
saved him.
finish
Yeah, I
line
agree.
against one of the best teams in the world on map 1.
Coming up next, Lotus looms large. We're going to head to the desk and then come back with more action after map number 1.
This is a little scary. No one's looking at Reginator.
They barely missed the no scope. It was kind of close, yeah.
What?
Taking a fight up close and personal. Flash up and over towards the top, running them down, body in hand. The knives are out. This is chaos. This is Alligator running out of time. Oh my!
Okay, ciao, I'll be back in a little bit. Usual stuff.
gives you wings.
Tentar o domínio, o Aspas passou muito cedo. O Artezinho consegue tocar, Artezinho, é sempre ele.
Coming through, G2 lead pushed up so far again. The flash comes through over the shoulder.
Welcome back, everyone, to, well, okay, Brennan and Mimi are still tossing the race grenade around. You got G2 getting ready to go. Don't stop. People got to see you tossing the grenade around, right? While the bananas are being consumed by MIBR. Feeling good after that last victory. And the best part about all of this is we forced Mimi and Bren to throw that plushie
doing it for 40
the
minutes.
Entire time.
Yes.
Commercial break,
40
that
minutes.
whole moment. Best thing ever. Welcome back, everyone. MIBR, they're up 1-0 in this series. Oh boy, this is going to be a long one. I have a feeling here, and it really does start off, I think, Brent. We got to talk about the pistols here. You good? You feeling all right?
Mimi's on edge because she doesn't know when I'm next going to throw this. so that's what I'm enjoying
When I
right
least
now.
expect it.
But yes, I mean, continuing this narrative, right, that MIBR are just really excellent on these pistol round wins. They absolutely dominate the opening round for our round one. G2 go for their signature force into the Stinger buys, which they also dismantle, and they keep it even going into the second half. Statistically, one of the best teams we've got in terms of converting these pistol rounds. It is genuinely a core reason as to why MIBR have been so dominant.
And G2 have actually been losing quite a lot of pistols recently. They've been dipping under that 50% mark. You saw Aspas hitting ridiculous ghost shots. I think this is going to be a tough match overall to win if so many of the pistols keep going the way of MIBR, because we're expecting the overall scores to be close.
Yeah.
So it's only small things that make the difference.
Well, I will definitely say that what helped out nicely in that first pistol was Artson hitting right-click a couple of times and getting himself a couple of kills. But also, Mimi, playing really well on top of that, making some damn good calls. A lot of pressure for him.
Yeah, this is only the second BO5 he's had as an IGL. Remember, they started the year with Nosworth taking the role on this roster. Then midway through kickoff, Fraud sits down, talks to Artson, who he's been working with on this team for quite a while, and kind of recognizes that they're really aligned in strategy, the way they see the game, and kind of encouraged Artson to take the risk and take on the primary IGL role for this team, which he never filled before. And by all metrics, it has been great. Top 3 in that first kickoff, now here again, performing and one map up in this lower final, and well leading, also going out there and being the guy putting up numbers.
Yeah, he had a great individual performance, but I think Haven is always the map we look at as like the test of the IGLs and how they're going up against each other. And the fact that he didn't get outclassed by Valen's calling, the fact that he was able to hold his own, find good moments for the team, figure out what was going on during the tech timeouts, the TAC timeouts and the adjustments being made. He's done a really good job today, Artzine, already.
He's so key for this team as well, because he's really good at at English. He sounds fluent when you listen to him speak, and also Portuguese. So he's kind of the go-between sometimes for this roster where they have one American player coming in. He's calling pre-rounds in English. He's also talking to his teammates in Portuguese. He's doing a lot behind the scenes while also, you know, performing and being great with the calls as well.
Talk about the right man for the job. Honestly, that's what it sounds like to me. Like a guy who's got great rapport with his coach, can speak both of the languages necessary, and is an effective communicator. Well, that gives you an awesome map win there on Haven. So MIBR feels pretty good about that. But interesting thing though here, Brent, was what we were seeing from G2. They were still taking those risks, especially on those thrifties.
Glimpses of that tenacity, I think, as well, that gets them to this point as a team overall. And there you go, you get the nade back. So the thrifty wins genuinely were saving them, despite the fact that the G2 were losing the pistol rounds, which is a massive disadvantage in a game like Valorant where it is first to 13 rounds.
Especially with that scoreline.
Yeah, absolutely. But the thrifty rounds themselves are showing that they are still have what it takes, even if it's a rough map beginning for them, to be able to drag it back.
Interestingly, both of these thrifties that we're showcasing, round 7 and round 6, and round 19, they both came immediately after Josh RT had taken a tactical timeout. So I'm not sure whether he's giving them a specific strat for the thrifty or whether he's talking about long-term adaptations, because after round 19 they started playing C retake a lot, and that really worked to get them back into the game. But either way, the combination of the players plus the coach having impact was getting that close. But they still only got 10 rounds, and that's while winning a couple of big thrifties that flipped the economy. So they didn't actually get across the line. It wasn't enough in this map.
The thrifty that always matters the most is G2's attack side forced buy if they lose the pistol. MIBR shut that down, and I think that was really the difference maker to pulling over the win in what ended up being quite a close map.
Yeah, but now we got to get ready for map 2. We're going to Lotus here, and there are some, it's like a pass a grenade and then you could talk. Things to talk about with this in particular because of the record that we have seen from G2, 2-1
Is
in
VLR
their
wrong
last
for the
Lotuses
Pacific
here.
schedule tomorrow?
I
don't think so.
11 Lotus games. So
I looked right when I checked it earlier.
Yes, they did suffer a bit of
11th time, show what you got for me.
It's the first loss of the entire year on Lotus. That is still going to be tough for MIBR to put that kind of the stain on their record.
Dude, I mean, it is a big upset, man.
Really difficult for MIBR to
winner of Masters comes 7th to 8th in their region. Like the groups for
we'll see you in a little bit.
The groups for stage 2 could get kind of wild in Pacific. Especially you got 2 Ascension teams that like have to make playoffs. Dude, Pacific could be fun to watch, man. You could get some stacked groups, or at least one stacked group. Not an upset. I mean, that's what I'm saying, but it's just the storyline, right?
Lotus on deck next in this best of 5 lower final. Winner advances to take on Sentinels for their shot at first seed out of Americas and a huge leg up when we get out to Toronto.
Casters with the problem with casters and like the American stuff is they have to do TikTok stuff, man. I'm not in for that.
Very good for G2, but
I like what I do here.
Pretty booty.
I mean, historically, I would say this is as one-sided as it could get in this map pool, but the loss yesterday to EG from G2,
Nongshim Talon worth a watch.
Has me questioning things.
It wasn't too bad.
Going up against an MIBR, who also struggled on Lotus yesterday and got handily crushed.
It was a pretty close
Sentinels.
game. Like it was fun to watch.
In performance on this map for either side as we're heading into this map, but I'm still gonna roll with G2. That just being one blemish on an otherwise flawless record.
You won't offer the same concession to MIBR?
I'm not going to overreact. I mean, MIBR have been, listen, we're talking about a team that's been very good on Lotus versus a team that own this map. This is their home. It's a different tier for G2.
Yeah, there's layers to this. Aspas was someone who wasn't really able to get active on the map against Sen yesterday. That was the most glaring thing from us.
Guess the rank from viewer clips? Oh boy.
He plays that Neon. And wants to
It's
try
not the
and
worst
hit hard,
idea.
hit fast, but was stopped in his tracks time and time again.
A difference between
okay, we got G2 on defense, we got MIBR on attack, and it looks like we're going kind of fast with this one. Dude, they used this pistol the other day.
That's a great way to start for Ospas.
They're bringing their
Shuts
pistols
down
back.
Valorant instantly as he's caught in an awkward situation.
Dude, they raid boss him again, he gets the, wait.
To get the spike down and maybe try to fight
Oh no, it wasn't
forward, get
regen
some
armor, it's just because of the
space.
Viper stuff, okay.
Same story as what we saw in Haven, right? It's Valen solo
I mean, it is
anchoring
still a
a
raid
site, getting
boss, though.
overrun very quickly, and reinforcements just not being there. G2 trying to get active, of course. There's going to be a bit of a heavy mound fight coming, and Artazine now knows it. Their arrival's been heralded by the flash, by the drone. Artazine has nowhere to go. He's going to stand and fight, and better hope he gets out alive. It's not to be. Headshots for everybody, apparently.
No way.
Cortesia.
Dude, that was a nice little retake. 3-person take of mounds, and they had 3 there.
It seemed like we were barreling towards a 3-0
Okay, G2 get their
for
first
pistol
pistol
rounds
as well.
in this series for MIBR, and G2 were able to absolutely trounce them in that mound fight, just swinging together as a unit, overwhelm the 2 players that were stationed there from the MIBR team. Let's just see this on the replay. This was Ospas. Let's give you that.
They used the same pistol of and the same pistol 3 times in a row.
Doing a hell of a lot of that, playing Neon against Snow Sentinel. Oh. Ultimately, did not matter. Leaf connecting some sick taps.
Yo, I'm insane.
There's nice shots.
And you're going
The
to want to be
hero
on a map like
stinger.
this after a tough grind on Haven. But that's just what G2 are looking for. MIBR down now to 66.6% pistol win rate in this series, folks. A little lower than the average as of late, and there's G2. Already start with Leaf right where he's got to be. He hits him where it hurts. 4 ghost action from him. Verdo is at least able to extract a frag. And that spike's on the wrong side of this dark cover.
I don't know how Leaf was able to get a second one. That is kind of crazy that he was stunned up and still able to get our
Yeah, nicely done as well. Jogomo 1 away from his ult for the bonus as well, so they might go back towards A, try to get that free ult. Let's see how it works out.
Seeing them happen
If I approach you to
pretty
do a
darn fast.
wingman cosplay at Champs and stream the games there, would you do it? I mean, I would stream from Champs. I wouldn't do the wingman cosplay.
Get that, there is a chance for MIBR
We'll do
to
half of
then
this.
scale into the site and maybe get the spike down.
I'd
Probably
bring
not
Mini
gonna
along.
win,
He can
but
dress
they
up
could've
as
gotten some
wingman.
more
How about
cash,
that?
so time to jump. Honestly, does have some decent level of impact that he's able to get that second one while stunned up.
MIBR, we saw this yesterday. They love to fight. They want to fight Rubble or hard hit B fast with the Neon. Already up towards Tree. Chalk has a peek, doesn't like what he sees and decides to wait for a chance to get value out of the Stinger.
Matter of fact, he's just going to teleport away. That is not the kind of location.
Wingman costume would be too tall for Mini. It's crazy.
With an SMG.
Look at all this stall. A lot of time being brought here. And this isn't to say that MIBR are committed to A, but they don't actually have any inserts anywhere else on the map. So G2 now can move up.
It's a nice,
MIBR's
nice reaction from
information
G2.
is now no longer current.
Yeah, no additional pressure over towards A, so they think they might be going back. We got the spot to give Trent info on how he should be playing this. That is nuts timing. That's so unlucky, dude. Wait, what happened? Was Valen considering...
He was holding the line as if that was the plan, though.
Wait, I'm confused.
Maybe just undecided about where to put
Why he
himself.
actually looked away. I don't actually know why he did it.
Crossfired, you know, in that same
Unless they
position
thought there
that
was a
Trent was, I
lock over
guess.
towards C and he wanted to
Now
smoke
MIBR done
C.
some good work. Dragging rotates away from this A side. They got util out of
They had no
Jericho.
vision
Ball
on
line's
C, I
back up
guess.
short, but he
30
is
seconds
positioned
left.
close and he's alone.
SFP, oh, it's tough. The Neon runs past and Artazine dispatches him handily.
ADHD, and it will be for a reason.
Valen will head to pit. Probably happy he's not the first one on the site this time around. Actually gets to play the game. Isn't quite armed as well as he'd otherwise like. Snakebite will force him out of the pit. Artazine studiously looking skyward. Sees everybody drop down in front of him. Which is the clone? He guesses correctly.
Toxin screen down.
Some fair damage from
Pretty
Leaf.
nice.
Into the 1 versus 3.
I feel like Leaf getting 1 extra kill here would
Trying to
be
take that
very
towards the
nice
throw. He's gone
money-wise.
away. They matter a lot more.
Okay, it's still a
than they do
good
for
bonus.
G2 at the
And they got
moment.
Jogomo's ult for
Able to
retake if they
convert.
want it.
I
I
like the
doubt
way
they
that
have
they were
like
able
a
to
set
double
strat with this
back
one off the
on
bat,
that
but you never
round.
know.
Clear out those players, specifically Trent, who had pushed up towards B in this moment.
Yeah, what's the plan there for Valen and Trent?
And then once he's removed, G2 feel like they need to rotate back, cover their bases over towards B and C side. And it's at that moment that MIBR just pivot towards A. Man, this guy's, Josh is really becoming more emotive.
Again, there is pressure in this game. This is, again, these teams are very hungry to win. That top seed means so much. Aspas gets a tickle there from those salvos that come in. Jonah P now has got the big iron.
Oh my god, I thought it was going to get way more for that.
MIBR, again, similar to the last round, are opting to put all of their emphasis on A early and allow anyone from G2 to push up behind them. Obviously, with no Sentinel, they don't have any of the passive info.
Still kind of nice from G2 at the moment, right? Early C info. They had early B info before he threw the smoke. Okay, question mark created over towards A. Let's do this. Kind of 3 question marks.
Getting that aggressive.
Yep. So Jaw saw something that makes him want to pull off that A line as well, alongside with Professor P. Is Leaf at Mound though.
6-2 Leaf.
And it's just him. He is
7-2 Leaf.
However,
wait, nice, nice jump out of there.
The gap, no worries. Again, Valen struggles in this B position.
Could have gotten the hit out from Leaf. I love this from G2. They've stacked up 3 players on B.
Dude,
Enjoy.
3 here.
You're going to come into the stack right now.
Dude, Leaf.
Yeah, either one.
Leaf's ulted and then spammed him through his ult.
It's a little awkward though. Verno punches him. Jorgamo has to try and gate crash out. He gives up that space, but Trentio's in baby door.
Salvos to stop the plant. Doesn't feel comfy getting them out. Oh, that was nice info from them. 4 seconds on this. Ah, dude, what an ult from Jorgamo here. Dude, Leaf is doing a madness though.
That is some beautiful.
Yeah, Leaf did great. Got the kill, got out of there, jump spot, spotted 2, then ults, then here's the door open, spams 1 through his ult.
30-odd something on Viper the other day. Getting this kill against Art Zin and then being able to back off, put up the cloud, and then
wait, he jumped above? Well. Oh, okay.
Getting on the he's so good. He's playing so well today.
Both maps.
Insane. It knows that they're being funneled into B, knows they have to go through the door. All right, get on top of the box. Get another angle to get a kill. He's so cerebral.
Valen wants to be more proactive on this C hold. And he'll have Jorg early doors to help him out here.
Dude, again?
Striking again. It's just a solo player.
Going on, man.
The work is down now
This
over
guy's
an A. This
the
narrows
best.
things down drastically for G2.
He's up to 10 on the board now. The entirety of the map feels like it's under the control of G2. They're pressed up on Mound. Leaf controlling towards A. Double facing with Trent Aspas trying to get forward.
He does get over the rubble, over the mound. So now there's some control of this part of the map.
Still nice from MIBR though. Re-clear over towards A.
Sort of swings
Create
that
the
and then
pressure
pulls
once
off
again.
entirely. The weaker point for G2, just in these like mid-round pushes up for info has been B. This time though,
Yeah, I like this from G2.
Playing a bit more
They
passive.
realize that they need to
Conversion
try
on
and
that
get
A
some
side,
kind of
while
info,
MIBR
so they're
gonna
going to
hit C.
re-clear the question mark with 4.
fast.
They do it pretty early on, so they can get the rotate. You should be seeing Valen play retake.
With dodged by Valen. This is still a 4 versus 5, by the way.
And it's the same thing that happened on the pistol. 3-person push
The
behind.
sun gets employed there.
They know that they go
Yeah,
for
looks
mount
like
plant all
MIBR
the
going
time,
to
so they
end here.
keep pushing
Valen
behind
having to pull
heavy.
off the side entirely. Now, no big util ultimates from G2, but they've got plenty of initiated to work with.
What are they going to do now, MIBR? Do they try to fight for some
Yeah,
space?
MIBR have to take some space once they lose mount here. They're kind of done for.
Yes, they want to fight into Waterfall.
It's closing though. This is getting
It's a good
dangerous.
stun.
Jonah can't push into Waterfall quite yet. There's Verno dealing with Leak. Jorg has to break through here. Numbers are even.
Not the best plant for
MIBR's
them.
last 2 stacked up here at Waterfall, and it's a dangerous proposition for G2 to defuse. Valen steps up, and Cortezia sits down. It's on Aspas now. Fast lane in. Jorg gets it to half, then gets off. Another tap. This is going to keep Aspas honest. Keep him wondering.
Oh,
What
what?
the heck was that? Pops up.
Wait.
Fortunately, Valen's played whack-a-mole before,
He's
apparently.
fine, he's got it.
And has enough time
Dude,
for
what
the
is that jump
defuse.
shot?
But I tell you what, seeing Aspas, you had to believe it was possible.
that should
Kukli.
that should not
Actually
have
was a
been
Kukli.
doable.
That is
by
like
any means of how the game is supposed to operate. That was.
It's like watching Arsenal on a zipline. Try and shoot. The same
It
thing.
really is. Oh my god.
Again, players like Aspas make their own
Oh
rules.
my god.
That was sickening.
All right. Collecting my thoughts there for a moment. Leaf is just out of control right now when you're looking at the scoreboard. He's got G2 in a solid early position.
These are costly rounds though for G2.
Change it from MIBR maybe, just force over towards C early. Yeah, they've been doing good like macro in terms of re-clearing over towards A and creating pressure everywhere, but I mean, just the individuals at G2 are doing good. And obviously they're doing good re-clears and stuff also.
Certainly weary that a G2 player could be on the tight angle here. But
that is Jonah P spraying past Jaw's head there. Okay, he's spotted out. So cat's out the bag. Bucky's back in the pocket. Off we trot.
Verno hoping to catch him with his stun, but it just goes a little short. While all this noise is being made, though, and the Teo is showing presence towards A, it's an MIBR intending on hitting the C site, hoping that initiator pressure will drag rotates, but it hasn't.
Okay, the fast lane gets Aspas in, sprayed! Wayward, he finds one though, and Leaf is perched up, proud as a peacock on these boxes!
Man, look at him. He's untouchable right now.
And Verno and Artazine with 2 stingers, under extreme duress, under covering fire from this Odin, have got to extricate themselves. Oh, buddy!
On the frenzy flank, Jock
They look really in control on this one. I mean, Aspas did pretty good to make this one like kind of close.
Getting into a site
I don't know, man. Leaf
where
just
they
looks
are
insane.
at an advantage, constantly running into multiple players with great setups here. Leaf tucked in the corner on the box. It doesn't even matter that Valen goes down early because he's in that position. Trent rotates in, sets up the crossfire from Waterfall. They have delay utility from main. They're being swarmed from behind. It's so excellent.
And they conditioned that Valen is often the solo player on that side. It's a fast lane thrown up by Aspas that makes it impossible for MIBR to see that box, let alone check it properly. The perfect storm works against MIBR and they're swept away. And yeah, a justified timeout now, of course, they've been able to get the guns back in hand.
They are early on definitely making you believe that their loss on this map the other day certainly was just a one and done, and that will never be happening again because this gameplay on defense so far is really stellar. That being said, though, we still need to get them on attack because yesterday, that is
a lot of players other than Joker by a Bucky and a Friends in those rounds.
Honestly, at this rate, what are they going to need on attack?
I love it, to be honest.
The way that they're playing, they might not need many to get over
I'm not sure I would pair the Bucky with a Frenzy, but
the same individual, it's Aspas on the Neon. Can they really get this guy going? He's fast.
Definitely a Bucky fan.
But G2 are never rattled by this. They've always got a contingency, a protocol to deal with.
Do we see anything different from MIBR? We definitely see something different from G2. They want to fight this early.
Force up from MIBR, who are sitting on a few.
I mean, might get a 7-passing duel over towards Mount here.
Cortesia use that from the shadows to get behind the defensive team on C. G2 are intent on fighting forward.
Oh man.
Wants to get that dimensional.
Can't TP away. Locked in.
Botline comes in, but do they know there's another play here? I'm not sure.
Oh,
Aspas runs past! Jogamo!
No, where was that info?
And it's an unreasonable impact to have at C after being stunned up.
Stunned and suppressed. He can't get Crash away.
He just tunnel vision so heavy.
Shoot, brother. That's all he needs to do. Just squeeze the trigger finger. And MIBR now are cut adrift, lost at sea.
God, that is MIBR getting nightmare flashbacks to what Zekken did to them on Yoru in positions like that yesterday. Succumb to so many multi-kills from their opposition on this map.
And again, it's Aspas who tries to get running literally early and then gets cut down. Late re-explore there for G2. Verno.
Yeah, they're running away with it a little bit.
Better be saving these boys.
60 HP for Artsin. Shenum is pushed up very far towards A.
Yet to frag.
The only chance that he can get his first on the board right now onto Trent, but it's not looking likely. Sprayed down to 58.
Hit by the special delivery, and they didn't hold the spice. He's feeling it.
22 seconds remaining. Do MIBR even try to get into the site at this point, or do they hope that they can just save the guns and move on to the next round?
Look at them being corralled. They are being encircled.
10 seconds left.
You know, G2 don't have the greatest economy at the moment, despite being in a large lead. The rounds have come down to one or two players surviving.
You gonna peek out?
So they don't want to go too crazy hunting. Okay, just some predictive spam, and Shenum goes down.
Okay.
They think they're so secure.
Now again, important kills for MIBR, I guess, but the economy of G2 is really getting rolling now. Let's see this back. Oh.
They are just so locked in on Valen.
Yeah, they just didn't clear it.
Towards the site, that they pay no mind to the potential of Jaw to be staying there.
Got your get back.
Just a demonic chuckle. But this is G2 conditioning. Like now, there's a second player playing off that Omen.
Okay, they're doing it again. 2 players pushing.
3.
Oh, Jaw, oh, but he's shut down. It's the trade by Valen.
Big investment here for
Good
G2.
flash from him though.
Unseen, stuck in that
Dude,
corner.
Jonah P's
Doesn't
are
have a way
so
to
on
get out
this.
except smoking.
Like this
himself
from Valen
up.
as well.
Getting
Doesn't want to give him a
smoked
kill back. Play the advantage.
He's able to get out.
Oh, is he going to get weird?
Shenom through the wall. Trent set to stand up, and always
He said, yeah, they've always got some kind of trade on the go.
Last 2 remaining, swung on
As
by
is, there's
Jonah,
no
but
trade.
he is denied of a kill, and it's down to the 2 versus 2.
Does that count? That would count
Crispy
it.
with it is Valen, but he is cut down. It's Leaf.
Well,
the
they
one
need,
player you do not want to have
they
to
need
clutch
this.
against this up-and-comer.
It's the actual raid boss, though.
Look at the amount of angles that Artson has to be concerned about at the moment. Leaf could be coming from anywhere.
Ooh, nice shot, bro.
What a clutch! MIBR get a much-needed second round on the board.
Desperately. G2 committing a lot to that C fight. This was the round, I thought it would be the one out of the timeout, but the one after, where Cortezia went for the From the Shadows teleport behind enemy team. He immediately goes down off that play. It was read by G2. They win the fight over towards Mound. And Artson brings them a desperately needed clutch. He goes off on map 1 Haven, and he's going off for them on map 2 Lotus.
Yeah, but some of the rounds have been kind of close, though. Look at that money. That money's ready to get broken.
A roster full of players who have the potential to be the star on any given day.
But I think they'd like him all to be firing at the same time.
That Odin spam is pretty
not
strong.
happening, though. Okay, Lee takes his
Fast
chances
tail, there is a
able to
gap
bring
to
him down.
survive. They know they're locked in over towards
Any
there.
chance of reprisal cut off. G2 throwing Armageddon in the
Dude,
way.
look at these HPs for MIBR.
Up in this round, and Valen takes the timing. Okay, it's messy, very messy. Jonah P's the last one standing with the Odin. No armor to speak of. No lifeblood in his
Hey,
veins.
man, and they got the tail out of them as well.
Trying to force the issue there when
It's definitely,
MIBR were just congested
definitely
in
a big
Baby
tempo
Door,
change from
and
MIBR
they
after
were
their
certainly
timeout.
not the favorites to trade that out in their favor, but they did. Osbos tucked in that corner. He gets his first kill on Leaf. Trent wanted to trade it, couldn't do it. G2 just want so desperately to get the kills while they're encircled.
And this is like a fastball B hit that MIBR were mixing in every now and then against Sentinels. It's one of their more successful attack side plays.
Can get a good recovery on this half here.
That timeout call,
Eco goes
MIBR
down.
have rallied
Just
back.
needs to get rid of some of these
Round
ults still.
G2 on an eco. They were looking all out of sorts, but they are straight back into this half. Look, you're not loving getting 3 on Lotus on attack. You're hoping for a lot more. It's an attack favorite map typically, but so they are taking what they can get as G2 are pushing through their own spawn. Shenom on watch.
Not bad from Shenom, and he's done enough there. There was a wrap from G2 pushing out a B. There's always something happening on that part of the map. And MIB also were aware. Trent's got a rifle to hand now.
What's the pistol count?
Cortezia drops down.
2-1.
Paranoia outstays.
MIBR one double pistol first map. G2 won this.
Okay, cheeky little timing. Gets that extra frag.
Now there's a chance for G2 to go for this.
The off-angle
no.
collects onto Verno here.
Yeah. Hand straight to head there,
Okay.
bit of a scratch.
He wanted to trigger
Verno had to
discipline,
flick awfully
try
fast.
get another one, and then he's just
Trent here
swinging
playing with
out.
house money, essentially.
A little bit
The round
unlucky
is
for Leaf on that.
all but lost for G2.
Nice shot though.
He'd like to try and do some damage.
Might as well didn't even come into the round with the
Look
rifle.
to map.
Does
He could have looked at the
collect
map. I'm
a
pretty
third,
sure he's
but
trying
it's
to
shut
trigger
down.
discipline.
MIBR finding a lot of success after the timeout called. Fraud putting them in position to end this half with a respectable minimum 4 at this point.
Oh man, that could have gone ugly.
That could have been disastrous. If Leaf gets that kill,
And he has upper control.
recovers the rifle.
Not even close, baby.
A totally different situation. Look at the amount of ults that G2 have right now. Is Leaf going to try to use this pit straight away just to control
Another
C
round
and
force
the
him
rest
down
of the
to an
team stack
eco.
up
So
towards A?
there's a potential of a 6-6. You can see G2 use a
He's
lot of
actually
ults into
info
this
first,
as
so he
we
doesn't
have a
wanna use it
crunch. Oh boy, I mean this
unnecessarily.
is chaos.
Big fight though for Rubble. We like to see these. Here comes a rolling thunder though. Catches Cortezia out. Aspas though holds
Dude,
his
that's a
own.
good stun back from
Jonah
Aspas
isn't able
here.
to capitalize at all. Trent tucked it out.
Ooh,
Picks it up. Aspas on the
what a
move.
shot, bro.
He
That was
goes
sick.
careening into the door.
That was so
Armageddon
snappy.
up here for Trent now, Jorgamo.
Might even be able to combo that Armageddon with some of this information from the Dimensional Drift if they really want to risk it.
Yep, he's yapping, relaying it. Leaf might even have been looking at this flank opportunity now. He can double up. Verno dropped down. Here's that Armageddon. Played off perfectly by G2.
Oh man, that was a nice round from them. They got a lot better with the Orals, no doubt about it. That second shot from Trent is...
And Jaw gets out on the backside of Rubble, doubles up with Leaf. They fight together. Could have been dangerous for a second because Leaf was on that flank and they were totally unaware, but it all works out according to plan. But you have to give credit to Trent. Bam! That's a sickening shot onto Osbos.
Osbos getting a little more active here, but no more involved. Dropping in these early rounds, and again, you want that Neon sometimes to make that space, so you at least trade them, but...
Yeah, to see Trent talking about his shot.
Again, this is MIBR, all 5 players fighting towards A early.
Into the Omen ult towards back of A. It does get cancelled though.
From the shadows, gets him in position
Yeah,
now.
I think he
Relay
shot
bolts
it.
there. Aspas burns Valin down. And they might want to keep pushing on
It's
this.
a
They check the corner.
good amount of
Trent spot from
space
last round
taken
has
from
been
Leaf in
vacated.
reaction
He's
to
playing
this.
back as Ardazine deals to Jonah.
It's a 3v5, but Leaf is incredibly fast on the flank.
This round. Here's Trento again, stunning. Lines him up. Special delivery catches on the Verno, but he too is stunned. Down to 7.
Wait, how?
Verno will finish the
How
job.
did Verno
That buys
win
enough
this?
time though for Leaf to get in position at least. But there's an attack side. Viper's Pit on A.
Viper for Viper, maybe open the door Viper
He
back,
could try
I
to
don't know.
counter Pit to get into tree if he wants, or
I don't
just
know how he
fight
wants to
close.
play it.
Art's in with the shorty right there, but he's caught.
Even now in numbers, Leaf ready for it. Shorty to hand himself. He dives into the pit. It's a hit, but not enough damage. And
Dude,
Aspas with his own
MIBR
Shorty.
did good
We'll get
to have a little bit of a comeback on this one and get
attack
5,
side
but it was still a
rounds.
very, very
Maybe
strong
not as much
half
as they're
from
looking
G2.
for. G2 choke him out a little bit at the start of that half.
MIBR were looking buried halfway into this so far.
Bro,
And out of
yeah,
a call,
MIBR looked a
timeout
lot
call
better
from
once they
their
had that
coach, Rob. They
timeout
were
and
able to
just
string
had to
several
change the
rounds
tempo.
back.
Like they were just forcing over
Now they can
towards
have a
C,
go at
forcing
this.
over towards A
I'm
fast.
looking forward to seeing what G2
Instead of
can
just
bring
pretty
us on
much
attack
holding back
today.
and
That
trying
is
to
where they
react from
struggled
whatever
against EG yesterday. That is
info
where
they
they
had.
faltered and lost this Lotus map
util they had.
for the first time in 2025. It has been their undefeated home ground.
MIBR to grind in that first half, they get themselves to 5. That's good enough for now. Quick break, we'll be back with the second half and conclusion of our second map, Lotus.
Oh.
Huh, nature sure is full of wonders.
Red Bull gives you wings.
G2? I mean, they struggled against EG, so maybe
wings with monk fruit extract.
it was 8-4 against EG. Yeah, that's right. Well, maybe Frodo will tell them that now. Get their confidence up. Can coaches speak to the players at halftime? Yeah. Jack, that's a good one. What did I think of the Nongshim Ascent comp? Even the... Oh, is this the Harbor one? Not great. We watch EWC? I'm not sure. When even is it?
They fight a lot of close rounds and eventually force G2 onto a couple of ecos and then get themselves a 3-round run to get 5 rounds in that first half. It's decent, it's good enough for now, but you know G2 are going to be bringing the heat as they go on the attack themselves.
Back on Haven, MIBR were able to win both pistol rounds, getting off to a hot start, both halves.
Coaches use the internet during matches.
Lotus, G2 up 1-0.
I mean,
as far as
you
pistols
can't
go, so let's see
you
if
can't do
MIBR
anything like that.
can even that up here with a trap play set up on B.
Okay, they do have a bit of a crossfire here, and there it is before the fault lines come through.
Oh, it's a
They come from everywhere, by the way. It's
solid
just
trap
too
play.
good. Oh, buddy. Another beautifully executed
Oh, it's a lovely
MIBR
trap play.
pistol round.
Nice. It's like a little bit Oxygen-esque when Verno was over there.
And of course, Aspas there to follow up.
That is
Double stun into
exactly how they
Salvos.
drew it up. It's just that simple. Walking right into
Same
the
pistol.
trap.
Yeah, do they keep
Ball
repeating
line,
the pistols, right?
Salvos, Aspas, immediate first tap on the jaw as well is just so sick.
And the G2 fault line is not great. It's actually very easily sidestepped by
A
Aspas.
0-4 now, 3-1.
I mean, if you can guarantee 3 out of 4 times you're winning those pistol rounds, it puts you in such a good spot in the series, and it puts MIBR 1 round from evening up the game.
Okay, wait, here again. This time we didn't get the plant for G2, but they'd still do it anyway.
G2, even though they don't get the spike down on attack, they
Yeah,
still
it just
want
kind of means that
to
they're not
push.
going to have
They
any heavy
stingers,
armors.
light armors, they're
Like
ready to
it's
go.
like the only real
One thing we
difference
saw from MIBR when
from
they were
it.
on defense against Zen was that they did want
Normally
to fight
when
Rubble
they
a
get
lot.
the
They've got
plant
this
down, you
Neon.
can have like 2,
They
3,
wanna get
depending on
value
you
from
till it
Aspas,
gets heavy
obviously,
armors.
gotta
So
come from
I
odd
guess it's
positions.
like something that coaches could maybe know if they don't get the plant, they
wants to
might
be in. He's
want to lean into like an outlaw
Taking
here.
a longer range look at this main door when G2 come out, wants to be able to spray at range.
Paranoia in the hands of Cortesia. We forced off here, TPing away from those salvos. Only takes a small amount of damage. Ends up TPing right behind Jorgamo.
Just
Tap
next
on the
to him.
shoulder and a headshot with the stinger. Keeps it even in this round.
There's a chance maybe Aspas can throw that Vandal over to Shenum trade for the Stinger, so a guy with full armor can get the best weapon available in the server right now. Stealth drone going to get some information towards B for Trent and allow G2 an opportunity to slowly creep towards this A site.
All things considered, you're holding a bunch of stingers in your G2. You're pretty happy to get so much space taken there on A rubble already. Now you're within striking distance of a site, you use one more wave of that initiator util, and Bob's your uncle.
Slowly walking in, they're not even going to rip that fault line. Verno could be in trouble. They're closing the distance right now. He wants to back up. He's going to have to try and stun himself. Shut him on the swing to protect him, however.
Had the right weapon for it too. Snakebite doesn't really hit.
Keeps Verno alive, so now they can salvo
to stop
to help them retake. They still got
So
wall.
they get in the site for free, almost.
Couple of low HPs though.
That'll be the last piece of util they have left. Salvos as well. Now it's
Okay,
just
where
going
does
to come
Verno
down
put his
to
salvos?
guns like an MIBR trade out for each other effectively.
Dude, Aspas is really buying his time.
For G2, these thingers, I've got to sing. Aspas for 1. Trent those able to get in
Both
the game
low.
now. 1 versus 2, but look how low they are. A bit away with spray and he'd have it. Classic out. Aspas
Ooh,
catches him
nicely
through
done.
the corner
Got the
of the
time on that as
masonry.
well.
And we have ourselves an even
Close though, man.
Barely.
6 and 22 HP.
Barely getting away with that, scraping by. G2 had such an explosive entry into rubble. When we saw Cortesia put in that high pressure situation early on, he goes 1 for 1. That's the absolute best you can ask from this guy. Look at what's happening, man. It's
Still scary. Nah, I mean,
position
G2
to
are
play
insane on
yourself out of.
these runs.
Shenum does great work protecting Verno there. And then legit, it actually comes down to them having better weapons.
They get it so close to win every single
Better
time. It's
spray,
insane with like
penetration
trading
through the wall.
and where that you take the drones.
Now, something that's fun to
Like
look
it's
for
very
from
hard
MIBR
to
is
get
they'll take their
more than one
rubble fight on A. They'll do it
on
on C as well.
defense
They'll
when they
fight
play
for
like
rounds.
that.
They'll do it round after round, but they're going to be set up for it again this time. And it's Aspas meets Valen head to head.
Okay, this is MIBR's chance to try and get a lot of money here. Jonah B takes him down with damage.
By an aftershock in the end.
So I was about to say they want to keep this one clean, but Jonah P
Having these
picks
bad
up a
weapons,
gun
the
and now
fact
they're
that they
just
pick up
focusing
2
on winning the
players
rounds.
from MIBR is a testament
which you do anyway,
to
but
how explosive this G2 entry is into rubble. It is fantastic stuff. Leaf has inserted himself now into the location of the map where the defenders spawn. So we'll see if he can find the timing to just backstab someone.
If Jonah P doesn't turn this corner, I will be insanely impressed.
G2 have been spending more.
They know that this would be the reaction that happens, and then they're just gonna let Leaf play. Damn, dudes.
Sheriff does just as well.
Impressive.
Shenum there plucked out of that position.
They know what their reaction would be, and they know that they're a similar
spike
level team, so they know that
for the gun, Leaf is going
a push is very likely to happen.
Another unexpected position to just get a free backstab kill. Or at that, I mean, hell, Jonah could leave this site if he really wants to.
And he might.
Yeah, that's going to be the decision.
Push over
a lot of
towards
this
B.
initiator util, of course, it's only Taeho and Breach that are left, so I've got to be wary of that. He got
Not
a
a
bit for free.
chance that they clear this. He got here early.
Tucked in the
Dude,
corner.
this
This guy's
round
been
from
magic
G2,
today.
even if they lose it,
Verno with
it's
a
an
special
absolute
delivery.
masterclass.
He's just so scared that Jonah is going to swing off of Leaf's contact.
And Jonah's gone elsewhere, bro. He's gone to A. Verno now has to extricate himself. Right for the hand for Jonah. Armor, he's in a decent spot.
He knows where Verno's coming from.
He's in the perfect spot too. Biding his time. Patient killer, but the barrel will be strong.
Oh,
He turns away!
Dude, what a round, man. Jonah P, good, patience, Leaf, solid brain. Whoever called that is, yeah, whoever called that smart.
That's just what they do.
I feel like Leaf mid-rounds a lot with what I'm seeing.
On his flank efforts,
And I feel like his mid-rounding's really good.
In that 2 versus 3. He played that situation so well. He's at 22 and 11 right now on the Viper.
These kids are getting cooked. That was
Leaf is willing them into this grand final. I mean, hell, he willed them into this lower final yesterday. He's gotten them over the finish line. He's gotten them into Toronto, and now he wants to get them another trophy. Well, Artson says, nah, never mind. I'm just going to spend me down with that shot.
And you kind of know when you see a Viper trying to time a smoke out here, that most likely they're going to C-force this. Because they don't have any map controls where, and you know they're going to go pick up that gun. It's a great Viper molly. They're really going to try force this. They've at least got to open this door and cancel, no? I think it's a mistake.
Oh, what a relay bolt though! Not able to capitalize on it.
They go through the choke point.
Here with the Sheriff on the
They
corner.
did the hard work.
Shot coming in through the boxes as G2 want to overwhelm, and they do. They are hungry to get this lead extended.
Just so many little things that G2 do right. Jaw waiting for Jonah to be the one who actually swings out. A guy with more HP so he doesn't go down, lose his rifle. Now they're into the 4 on 3, and what a timing to catch it to Artson.
And he had the Rolling Thunder. He was lining up someone at util. Completely smacked back down, and now MIBR have got to consider just how much they want to commit.
Oh my god.
Okay, that's
What's
nice
going on?
Peek from Cortesia. Go to teleport into the dark cover.
Cortesia's going for it quiet so far
Yeah,
today, and
he had to try and make a play. They can buy next round anyway, it didn't really matter on this one. Okay, nicely done from G2. I honestly, I'm not sure the call was right, but they forced through the smoke well.
Lead up once more. MIBR at least have a chance to buy in here.
Great flash.
Great threes. Jaw finds the entry, but then he's so weak, and look at this. He lets Jonah be the first one to round the corner against that Sheriff, so he doesn't go down to one single
One of
body
those
shot.
where it's like, as long as there is a call and everyone's together,
Clean up, dude.
majority of the time you can win the round.
At that point, you're improvising. As MIBR, you're TPing onto a side as Cortesia when there's a fast lane up. Now, though, more to work with, and still that breach ultimate kept by Artson.
Aspas going to play off of the standard one-way dark cover that's thrown over towards Mound.
4 people can't buy next for MIBR.
Contact is taken.
You'll probably get a drop from G2.
Door toggled by Aspas. Enough to see the drone. Verno also checking with his own over towards the A side to see if there's more than just the token lurk. Aspas down to 5. Magic number for him though. Off we run.
And in the meantime, Leaf had been slowly trying to get his way up towards A, but was caught by Verno's stealth nerve. And now caught himself as he tries to find his timing window through the wall.
It's the 4v5 where
for the hubris
you
there.
lose your entry, so you're pretty much allowed to do whatever you want. He's trying to take a timing through the wall.
3 versus 5, where now it's who's trying to explore, trying to find an opening, but everything is being covered by MIBR.
I mean, you have no info. No way of gaining it. Play at disadvantage. The upshot is that he can still keep putting pressure next round with some of these weapons. But now Verno and Artson both develop those ultimates. Jonah P has a look. VALORANT 2100 might fancy trying to keep a lid on this money for MIBR. A win against Artson here would be big.
Yeah, some damage.
Yeah, I like this from him. No ego on that. No taking of the 1v1. Just hold the space. Oh, that's nice, dude. My IGL right there. Oh, okay, well. he didn't know he was there in fairness.
Got the moves. Nice slide outward.
The play up until then was good, though.
Game now, keeping it competitive. MIBR on this defense side are getting a lot more done than they could against Ascent.
It was great up until that moment.
Yeah, they've done a nice job on that round there of just applying that early C-mount pressure. It was this fight with Aspas, able to isolate onto Jaw, slide away, and then Leaf feels like it's time for him to go. Because he had already gotten spotted out by that drone.
Goes in the compilation. Yeah, it's a freebie for Flow, that one.
Does try to push forward, so
lean back here a bit.
Do both of them.
All right,
big bro.
I'm giving Verno like it. I'm giving Verno like an 8 out of 10. Aspas, of course, perfect marks.
He's the
always.
OG. He's still learning.
There's
from
like a
his
little
big bro.
hitch. There's like a little hitch halfway down. You know, can't allow
It wasn't
that.
smooth the entire. Yeah, there was a
Exactly.
little stutter. Look at there though. Keep working. Still his rookie year.
I mean, again, those two are.
He's learning from the best.
They're very cute. Little Verno Zine.
They are cute little guys.
Yeah.
with him changing his
Instagram
IG
tag,
handle
yeah.
to match Osmos. Aw.
It's cool, man. It's just,
guys.
it's cool
G2
to
working
see
on
something
protocol for
that
Valorant to
really
become
works out.
entry when Jorg
You know,
dies.
and what I mean is like a
I
foreign
mean,
player
they
coming
would
in,
have that
you know,
if they wanted to just
a
like
team that
force a
previously
site hit.
speaking
Like you would
Portuguese,
see him
but
do a TP, but
I mean, we know
in
everyone
the
in MIBR, we talk to
4v5
them all the
anyway,
time.
when
Like,
they
doing
kind of
this
got a
awesome.
little bit
They
of
welcome
space,
Verno with open arms,
you just get
and
a
it
lot
seems like
more
it's a match
freedom
made in
with the
heaven.
4 that. Like Leaf's
Did enough
play
to get him over
isn't
the line on
really
Blodgett.
wrong there, especially with how he's
They were
playing.
able to save 4 of those rifles.
Like someone has to make some kind of hero play.
They'll be able to buy here and buy the next at least. And they might
I
need
get
to
what
buy
you're
the
saying
next
though,
because G2 have
and like you are
a
right
whole
to
lot
an
of
extent.
ultimates. As do they, to be
But like
fair,
that's,
this should be
in my
an
opinion, that's not like
explosive
the
round.
wrong
Again,
play what he
the
did.
cover is being
You just have so
thrown
much freedom
immediately,
that you have
but
to do
it's
something crazy anyway.
draw with a dimensional drift, going to run through B, send the great gate crash, towards the door, getting a lot of info towards Waterfall. What does the C setup look like for MIBR?
Doesn't have much time on this.
Oh, the corner of it. Aspas not ready for that at all.
At least they had the stun on top of it. That was nice timing of the stun. Okay, he at least gets the info. He would have got another kill there, but he at least gets the info, gets out of there.
Wave of util from G2 on
How
corners
is
at least deals with Lee.
How is he still getting that kill?
But Hardazine holds his ground.
How does
G2 are out of there.
How does he go 1 for 1 and now Jaw is caught by Shadow?
How did they end up on top here?
Jaw had put them in such an excellent position, saw the Cortesia, he had made that teleport forward. That's why the Rolling Thunder was sent out, and he still goes 1 for 1 while stunned, and then Artzin, instantaneous follow-up. Beautiful trade from him. He is so on point today. This might be the best game we've seen from Artzin since the first game, actually, of this stage, where he dropped some unreal numbers on the breach.
And he's doing it without a judge. It's been real nice. But that Cortesia kill might have been the pivotal one. Again, the money's just teetering here for G2. It's not in a
Dude,
good place
Jonah
at all.
P, they
Trent down
might.
at
I mean, they are
entirely.
looking for it, but
Drone spots
okay,
it.
nicely
There's
done.
Jonah. It had to be a solo mission. Trent will try and drag himself out of these salvos. He can. 1 versus 3.
Chasing.
It's dicey. Already Artazine's down. He'll fall back. Trent, can he? So hard to catch, but
Very
Verno
nice.
will sink his teeth in. Once more, we're tied up.
G2 had all of the
they forced him down
information.
to
They made the right plays there,
Nico,
but
right?
the gunplay from MIBR, they are just shooters, top to bottom, this entire roster. Late into stage 1, when you were looking at the stats comparison of their players to the entire field of VCT, they had the tightest distribution of stats. All of their players were putting on star performances on any given day. And right now, in a round like that, you have Shannon picking up a huge kill over towards the A side. Artzin with that rapid trade. Cortesia somehow finding his in the stun. There's just no one on the squad you can go up against and not feel like you're in danger.
This Lotus map is building now to a pretty explosive climax. Round 19 coming up, and our teams are 9 apiece.
Carnosaur, thanks so much for the primate.
We mentioned
Thanks
that
for the
previous
3
round.
months.
Money troubles for G2.
Let's go, Fnatic. Okay.
Just a Guardian at best for them.
Wow. Past several rounds, Leaf has met his match over towards that A side. Again,
Jules
back
coming up.
straight, Ospas hungry for
Can
more.
he get out?
And he
Dude,
knows
just
he's got
all
the
get out.
advantage. He knows he's got the better weapon.
All get out.
One of the sharpest individuals we have
Hold
here
on.
in Americas. But he still
Balls
respects
took-
the numbers from G2 and backs away.
I guess he wanted that to
But
go
implies with that
further.
fast lane that he might have gone
But
in the
he's
waterfall
going out
direction.
of
So we'll see if
sight.
they check this. Weird angle. Pulls the trigger a little too
How?
early.
One
Still gets
bullet
away.
hit.
Plot armor at least for Aspas as well, it seems.
Nice shot.
Here's Trent.
Damn, nice
Sheriff,
shot back.
Just the Sheriff out there on mound.
Bro, how's he allowed to...
The human tornado will
how's he allowed to
sweep him
get away with that?
We're not in Kansas anymore, Trent.
Eventually,
That's some nice
just
movement.
surrounded by MIBR, closing in on them. I just want to draw attention to the first kill. This is Shenum again, over towards this A side. It's been him a couple times. Bruno on a prior round where Leaf has stopped getting value. They are disrespecting his efforts to get space on A alone as the Viper. They are having none of it. And what is the response from G2? Well, they're going to send their entire team over towards A and fight for this hard. They are so good at this explosive entry. But actually, they're going to take it slow this time. juxtaposed to the way earlier in this half they were trying to get into rubble.
But they're preserving that util maybe for this
Yeah,
second wave.
MIBR go for some kind of punish. Is this Teo or
Cortesia.
punish? I think.
Paranoia in position.
Left to right, lock him in.
Right now, though.
Dude, as we can see, it's going to be pretty incredible if they do go for it. Yep.
There,
and now two are locked in. How do they open flash to get through? Ooh, they dealt with it pretty well. Ooh, they dealt with it really well.
G2 brimming with confidence. Tony Artesian, he wants to get forward. He wants to get
Valorant
ahead of
did
this.
so nice. The Omen flash to make sure that the person over towards door can't kill them.
And they dismantle the defenders. They're trying to find kills off the Armageddon.
That did not work. Valorant reacted insanely well.
Required
The best kind of util he could have had.
to deal with.
And where's the trade opportunity? There just is none.
There might have been an early flash from Cortesia. I'm not sure.
Shannon
Okay,
again in a
that's
really
why it
important
went down
position.
as well.
Last round was the opener. Now it's a second wave. Heads go rolling. They do. But eventually Trent can shut him down and still puts G2 at a player advantage. And now MIBR have to come together. Once more, though, it's both their initiators flashed with util.
This round is of the utmost importance for G2 to win, and despite having the man advantage, you know they're going to want to use ultimates to get this over the finish line.
Oh, Leaf. Damn, he thought there was a corner that he could survive. Goes down to 11.
Sitting on the Armageddon.
Artesian's been a bit slow
Oh,
on this,
mate,
maybe
he dead.
checking his back line.
You gotta go through, mate.
Armageddon comes on through. Verno knows
No
he's got
way, he
a
got
set
one
forward.
as
He finds
well.
himself the one. Eventually falling
And
to
he did
Trent's
so much
ultimate,
damage to
though.
Leaf that he can calm with his
Artesian
low
with one
HP.
flashpoint, 70 points of health, and 2 players to bowl over now. Has to step up to the plate. Nothing to see. Decay down to 1. Time working against him. He'll spray. He'll speculate. He'll hope.
Okay.
The hope won't get you there. G2
close,
even it
though.
up again.
And everyone reacted
very
insane
least
from the
for
table,
MIBR,
so
they
they
can
can
walk
use
away
them.
feeling
What if we get the
moderately
Valorant
content with getting the ultimates out at the end of that
I
round,
think
forcing G2 to have to
Cortesia's
expend
flash
both of
comes
them
in
to get the
early,
win.
right? Ah, dude.
Well, they're going to be frustrated that
The
this
replay
trap
was
play they
like...
set up was
Okay, honestly, from that replay, I can tell that the
It was
overflash
the
too
right
early, to be fair.
idea. They were playing back rubble. They did walk out. But they could not capitalize off of the G2 positioning being thrown into disarray by all of their utility. They just
weren't
straight
pressed.
up lost duels.
They weren't pressed, G2, by that Armageddon coming in or any of the salvos. They just stepped out of the way and stuck to the plan.
They looked so disinterested and unimpressed with everything that had been thrown at them. It's kind of funny, but all right, MIBR, they are in a pretty tricky economic spot. They've got a few rifles into this, and the 2 players with absolutely nothing.
Shenham has a pit to
Nada.
funnel, potentially to B. So that's an option. After he sees the drone come in now, obviously wants to avoid suppression. He does.
Bit of a late re-clear, makes sure to break it with the classic as well. Just no, I don't have the rifle over here.
Leaf unfortunately can't hide the fact. Aspas steps out, just takes a raw fight. Eventually,
surely
help comes, but the
surely
timing was
his
bizarre.
teammate swings
Is
it
cooling
for him.
off. Trent at least comes in for the trade. and
Nicely done
a
from
little
Trent.
bit more shuts down Verno as well and allows the team to pivot here towards this A side.
Mr. Consistent is Trent. Cortesia, man on a mission. Like Solid Snake with only
Heading
a
over
paper clip
towards
and
C.
maybe a rubber band to work with. Just the classic.
Shenham holds strong. Ooh.
What can he cobble together?
Okay.
That's stunning for Shenham though. All of a sudden,
Did he get his
things
smoke
look a
up
bit
in
more
time?
doubtful for G2. This is an important round. It's so pivotal. And Shenham though is just
close,
stunned up.
man.
Great
Close,
special
close,
delivery.
He is stuck in a one-and-done position that G2 are able to take advantage of. Trent, like on the line there. Oh my god, if I didn't pick that, it looked like he was going to.
It would have been perfect too.
It would have
The
been
timing
insane.
works against him.
He had no idea.
Cortesia. TPs. It's a fake one. And he's standing right on top of these salvos. It's looking dire. It's looking grim. The upshot is that he can buy in the next round. So let's see what he can rustle up out here. Some vittles, some grub. No. An early grave. Another 3-piece for Jonah
What's
P
this a
and
low
G2.
by, though?
One giant step forward for this team.
You said it. If there's ever a player that's going to step up that they can rely on, it's going to be Trent. Especially in 2025. He has just always been there for G2 when they need him. Finds the trade for Leaf and then gets the advantage on top of it by winning a second duel towards B main. And from there, G2 have their choice of where they want to finish, which site they want to hit. MIBR forced into the timeout. Earlier on this map, back in the first half, when their first timeout was used by Coach Fraud, he put them on a run. They got 3 rounds in a row to make their attack half decent enough to stay in this game. To hang
Odds in.
around,
I mean, he
and
had
that's
no
where they're
idea he
at.
was planning in
Let's see if he can do it
the
again and get them over the
corner.
finish line.
He
Steal away
maybe could have
G2's
stunned
home
on
map, which
top
they've
and it
only
would have got
lost
him.
one time on this year.
I'm not even sure if it would have got
That
him
was
a kill, but it
recent.
might have.
Proper recent.
There, it was yesterday. Matter of fact, it actually just happened. It's the last time they played it is yesterday, and they're still having nightmares about Ye clutching on them with a Sheriff, winning 1v3s.
MIBR, and they springboard into this second half after a bit of a slow start to Lotus with a big pistol round win. And since then, they managed
Yoshi's.
to gather some crucial rounds together.
Who's better, Trent 2022 or 2025? I mean, this
They still
Trent's
are behind the 8 ball to a degree, and their opponents
this Trent's
in
doing
G2
it against harder
after the
opponents, but he's on a broken
got a
agent.
dimensional drift for Jorgamo here as well.
So I don't know. Take your pick.
Ospas just the stinger, but of course that's because he has the overdrive, going to try and get some serious value with that ult, and it looks like aggression is the idea from MIBR. All 5 players right at the barrier drop for B and C.
Oh, we're sending. What an absolute shot that is. Does everyone just keep going? Yeah, they do. Dude, that was nice as well. The spam from the minimap from Trent. Jorgamo, dude, he's back to his old ways.
This is bad news for MIBR. The money's in shambles. They take a huge risk, a gambit off Aspas that doesn't pay off.
Completely falls flat in the face of G2's awareness that a play like that could be coming. That is a pretty standard play in the playbook for everyone on Lotus defense, especially when you have the Neon running that early BC pinch.
Well, they might as
straight
well.
running at the attacking side.
Even a
They were
death as
stacked
well
up,
for
ready
Trent
for
here.
it. It looked like Jorgamo hit a stunner shot onto Ospas to really just shut that effort down in its entirety. Verno relegated to a slow, sad save. G2 can afford to hunt a little bit.
We saw the stats coming into the game. Verno with a higher KD than Aspas, even though has a lower ACS, is because we have a lot of rounds like this. Verno is the Teo player, needs to be hanging around late in the round, so often survives, has less deaths than his contemporaries. That's a nice little pick on Leaf, but doesn't really furrow the brow of G2, who now stand on map points. Doing pretty well weapon-wise, and it's up to MIBR to cobble something together.
God, that is...
Man, that is nice, isn't it?
Jaw. And then Trent just spamming through the dark cover, which I still also just love that that's being placed again, just displaying how aware G2 are of the situation that's headed their way. One away from tying up this series 1-1. RG2 on their home map of Lotus, intentions of getting out into rubble early. Going to be slowed down by that initial
No way,
fall
the
on it.
Guardian
Now taking
spam?
a ton of damage.
Yeah, the Guardian spam absolutely owned
through
him.
the wall.
Yeah, Odyssey
Aggro A
playing
with the hope that
early
they'd
in the
force
round.
you into the
So Viper's
Viper
been
roll.
already set up on C.
Valorant takes a lot of space over
Sometimes
towards
teams
B.
pivot into this pit, and you can clear it, of course, with, I don't know, a Rolling Thunder. Jonapi has one of those. Drone comes out on the B side, he sees the gate
Yeah, I
crash.
like that
comes
from
in.
Shannon.
Shannon's
Doesn't
not
want to mess
sure
around with any
that
games.
G2 have been put off this idea of going C.
MIBR have rotated over towards B right now, as they have some fair information close A with Cortesia playing up close. Wow, they are just going
doing it.
Rolling Thunder Shenum right out of this.
He's likely to be caught by this unless he can tuck in that
Yeah,
bottom
and
corner.
Shannon's just going to have a good
Unlikely
molly
to
here,
get
so I'm
there
not
in
sure they're
time.
going to be able
Trent
to
opens the
force their
drone.
way through, though.
Here's a lot of util to flush the pit out. They know where the Viper is, and here comes the Rolling Thunder now. Shenum got to be forced back.
Wow,
Can't do
man,
much there.
Jorgamo.
Jaws running
Jorgamo's
over. The
doing
pit will
incredible,
dissipate
though.
now
Fair
as the
play.
defenders try and get set up here in Waterfall. But
All came down
he's
to that
already
one
so
Jaw.
far forward. Jaw on the site itself. Just lazily steps out of the way of that incoming util.
Trent is about to have the Armageddon when he gets the spike down too.
Two players up though for G2. Straight for Cortesia.
Double
Finally
through
gets to
smoke.
the game. And what a savior!
Double through smoke.
Just as it looked like it was all done, Cortesia steps up and keeps MIBR in the game.
I don't know where he came from. It looked like they had no hope whatsoever. Down a man after Shenum is just routed out of that pit, has no hopes in that
Oh,
situation.
first one push through.
Just the spam through. Oh my god, he didn't even
Here's
get
a
that
headshot.
out with the classic.
Nice work, this.
You gotta win those. G2 have a timeout left over coming into this round 24. What better time to make use of it? God forbid, in their opinion, that things go far enough that we get into OT.
G2 money? I'm not sure. I didn't look at it.
Where everything's made up and the points don't matter, and MIBR could steal the map away. You mentioned the Armageddon being developed by Trent in that fight. Never had an opportunity to use it in that round.
MIBR were just so, they hit the gas. They were in there way too quickly for Trent to even have an opportunity to let it go off, which is a testament to a good decision from MIBR to not ease up while the spike was being planted. They did not give G2 an opportunity to position themselves. You just have to give credit to Cortezia for manifesting that round win out of thin air. He's been slow to start in this series, but maybe this is the turning point for him individually to really wake up. He has been one of the easy Rookie of the Year candidates.
Yeah, the money's decent.
Come to a fork in the road.
I got everything, every bit of U2, and
G2 would be at risk of dropping a consecutive
one
map.
away from breach ult, so you know they're gonna probably go aggro over towards A, try to get the breach ult. U2 don't want him to have it, so you might even see Trent pop his ult into
around the corner. It looks like we're set for a good old rubble fight. Off we go.
Instant fault line going to come through from Artzin, and now G2 trying to scale out.
Joel gets deep, but there's not an enemy in him. Aspas apparently found him.
The team flashed, right?
He was pushed forward. G2 sent Jorg so deep and weren't really there to back him up.
The team flash, or was it his own flash?
Now you can see Trent having to run
Either
back
way.
to his spawn. They're worried that someone from MIBR
he
is
tanked
pushed
it.
up out of C, pushing up out of B.
Oh, they look nervous. They look extremely nervous. Paranoia for Jonah.
Just used by Cortezia to maintain control of this A side of the map.
You think it was Artsin's flash, really?
G2, they have to re-clear
Might have been.
everything. They have no control of Mountain. The dark cover just expired. They're just going to have to pure contact that on the opposite side of the map.
Okay, here comes that aforementioned clear. Aspas is too clean! Too clean!
Okay, the two chances.
To get going. He gets it done. Valen disoriented, surrounded inside the poison orb. And
The two chances have gone.
Extra innings.
G2 just try to work both sides of the map, divided 50-50, and either side completely crushed by the MIBR defensive setup. We demanded that Aspas show up today after such an uncharacteristic underperformance against Sentinels yesterday that's gotten them into this lower bracket spot. And he is making
might have been his flash.
On that bomb as he is stepping up 24 for 17. Sick 2K on that final round.
Haphazard rubble fight though for G2. They send the vanguard of Jorg forward first and he doesn't
Nothing
check
crazy
the
with the guns.
Just gives up the kill
Always
for free.
working for
And they can't
MIBR,
recover from
fast
there.
tempo.
I gotta mention, at one point, Leaf had 10 more kills than the next highest player on G2 and was at 22 and 11. He has cooled off. MIBR have his number.
He's been a 00 agent so far. After that, here's Trent
do they insta-react?
down. He looks to probe on B, but
Yeah, they
G2
do. They
are very
take over
proactive
towards
this
C.
round.
It's a free C
And
site.
quickly,
I
Leaf
do
starts
like
to
this
move
from
into a
Vano.
backstab position.
Every
This is gonna
single
draw
time when they
Verno
took over towards C,
from Mount.
they had some
It
kind of
seems
push
very lightly held
behind.
for G2. They
So,
want the retake.
what is the timing like on this? Dude, Leaf is so ready for that. It's a good swing from him.
Keep him in his place with that. Molly doesn't want to
Yeah,
take
they
a bunch
know
of
that.
Artzin in some serious
Less-
danger from
at
that
least one
spam,
less
and he
over
does go
towards
down to
site.
Trent.
Spike is down though. MIBR down to 3. But if Aspas is alive, anything is possible. Here's Leaf on the other side of the door. Verno, Buddy on the
Leaf
move
played
as
this
well.
really
Cortezio
well.
finds one, and here we go once more. MIBR
2v5 at its
disadvantaged,
peak.
but in a position to punish a defuse attempt. Oh, there it is. The slide is in. And Aspas has arrived once more. Jonah
Dude,
goes
look at
low
his
from that one,
damage.
walks into a crossfire.
Has his ult as well.
Valen now
Oh, he's dead.
has to salvage the
Dude,
round.
2v5? 2v5 after plant.
And that is why Aspas is
What
the
a
goat of
beast.
Valorant. Unbelievable 4K. Uses everything he's got in his arsenal. Rifle, shorty, enough kills to get the overdrive.
Away with elbow, a sharp word. Flick of the wrist and it's job done. Oh man, that gives me chills.
Trent looks stunned at what just happened. That was a 5 versus 3 advantage for G2.
Oh, buddy. Gotta be a tense timeout for G2.
Timeout.
Even around 24, they looked a little bit shaken, especially after the Jorgamo 4-8 didn't
That was
work.
a crazy 2v5 though. They hit some lovely shots.
You think some of the narrative coming into this game was that the stress was off them a little bit. They've made Toronto.
But, dude, it must be so nice though. Just dying and watching that.
Is one they are so hungry to win, but they have let
Everyone on your team's a beast.
Brick by brick, MIBR build back into this game. And now, they're 1 round away from taking it and going 2-0.
G2 taking a moment to just calm themselves down a bit, let the frustrations ease out of their minds from that last round, knowing you were in position to have that 13-12 lead, to be 1 round away from getting to that 3rd map, tying up the series 1-1.
Hey, nothing crazy on the buy again.
On the precipice of being 1 map away
3% shut down towards C.
MIBR could get this series up to a 2-0 lead if they can convert this 1 defensive round.
Oh, they want to try force this.
I
mean, normally the Teo breach is insane at forcing this. So.
And man, the correction is stunning. He'll slide forward, completely unhinged. But Arzine, the
He nearly did get around that corner. It's a good trade.
He made a correction. I don't think he could see a thing. He just knows he is locked in. Verno is controlling all of A. Leaf in these situations had been so aggressive, but he's been getting shut down this time. Is Verno the one getting too aggro? Yes, he is.
Wonder if Leaf saw him before
his
that.
time, finds the kill. And now 2 rounds in OT in a row. It's G2 with a man advantage heading into the post plant. They have to get this done. They have to convert here.
And this time, MIBR are without their star player. Aspas fell after that kerfuffle on Mound. So Shannon and Arzine have got to bring the heat.
Those guys are looking like number 2 and 3 right now on the team, though, if we're being real. That is still a potent duo to go up against, no matter what your advantages are.
Crucially,
so the way that I view this is that's not the bit of map control that you want to take with this plant.
In that first fight, not in a position
So as soon as they lose this, it gets a little bit scary. Because what, you're going to tuck in towards here and it's not a good plant for here? I think they messed up. They have an Omen flash, so like that's why they feel like they can do this, but
Snakebite here could be
the molly tap of the spike is so deadly.
Paranoia comes, oh, body is 2 on the line, that's tough. And it's Shenham, 1 versus 3. Leaf to step up first. The spacing's got to be perfect here for G2, but they've got the numbers, and Shenham doesn't feel confident for a defuse. That's 1 down, but there's more where that came from. That's 2, and still no time to work with Valorant.
No time on this one. Ah, man, it's scary though. It's really, really scary.
Somehow survived the round.
That just ends up being a 3K for the stat sheet only.
I mean, he doesn't know there's no one Heaven though. It's hard to. In my mind, the other person should be watching Heaven as he sticks with the molly down, at least get half. But
OT continues.
It's so hard in that situation.
That unbelievable round from Aspas going up in smoke.
Yeah, just a memory now. Just 1 for the highlight reel. We have reset things. Now, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but Aspas in overtimes on Lotus. Well, we had a record-breaking performance from him last year.
That duel's just so hard to win, right? Where you're here and like, sorry, you're here and you're aiming on someone that's could be on the floor at any angle.
Jonah flattened. There's only so far
Dude, Trent has to get another.
Apparently, but it's still a player advantage.
Dude, Trent got another.
Player advantage dissipates very quickly. Young Verno always finds himself in this position.
That's just the clone running forward. Has to clear out Heaven, face towards Baby Door. Needs to get the spike down against an enemy Tejo. Currently, Trent doesn't have those missiles, but they will be cycling back up soon.
Yeah, he's got so much time. The longer he waits, the more pressure that he could have done anything around the map.
Verno was going to have this round is back on deck. Really, what are you supposed to do? The economic side of saving, not a factor here in overtime, and it's something Verno normally opts for. In these situations, he just holds the weapon.
Jaw is all the way wrapping.
I mean, Verno's
through spawning.
He's allowed for a lot of time.
Just don't think he's gonna consider Jorgamo pushing.
The spike's been known and noted
because it's
by
like
G2, so no
doesn't
risk
have
of
to
them
happen.
just drifting off to other parts of the map.
He is really hoping that someone on G2 would overplay this situation and show themselves it's not going to happen, and it's resulted in time just dwindling so low for him.
Yeah, no time here at all, really. He'll have to push into this fight and is taken down.
Had to try to do something.
Foregone conclusion. Takes us another minute to realize it, though. And now G2 get themselves ahead. Win that defense side round to convert now for the map.
Osbos was going crazy on this entry. That first kill onto Jonah was so sick. But then, just in the blink of an eye,
Nice
you're
shot.
talking about them having man advantage, and suddenly G2 just peek from 3 different angles and get 3 different kills, and all of a sudden it's over. I mean, even Fraud, you see his face there. That's the exact moment where he realized everybody died in an instant. It's like, what just happened? And that was my reaction.
The repeat of the same round that happened earlier?
away from tying up the series.
No, G2 don't want to force it this time.
3-player mound fight setup. This time G2 don't want to test. The stakes, perhaps a little too high. They'll counter smoke out the one way. And head for pastures greener. That's the A side, which looks like Stardew Valley by comparison. It's just Verno.
Gets the stun onto Trent, but ultimately very irrelevant. He is going to be under a lot of pressure and knows he just needs to get out of here.
Neon Upper sees those salvos come in. Leap will surely follow them up, and Verno on the move, still clear. Oh, buddy! Rips them apart. Cortesia does drop Spike. Out there on the A side, though, loose as Verno gets it dropped. And now Artisan's here to back him up. Valon is tucked. Now the waiting game is MIBR want to flood back in. It hurts them. It works against them.
No way, he has to do more.
Has to be 4. The Spike's headed away. It's been recovered, and again Verno has to clutch this time to save the map.
The whole team showed up to support Verno, but then they just did too much. They already had the advantage. Forced G2 to make the move. They wanted to end that round right in that moment, but it's left Verno, who was the hero at the beginning of this, finding that 2K in a nearly impossible situation against Trent, who has missiles and the Armageddon at his disposal.
Yeah, and I mean, Trent's won now.
Surely that is too much to ask for. Surely that is too much.
I think someone either just commented he has ult, or he just realized he has ult and has to tap this early.
Once again, has to go looking. Gives it a tap, and the Armageddon is expected.
Nice, uses ult fast, so I have no idea where he is. They've done it from anywhere.
There's no way that's happening.
Here comes Salvos. Now knows where he is.
Foregone conclusion. A deterministic round, and map win here for G2. Verno can only await.
It's gonna be nice when this agent's done for a little bit. That was still nice from Trent there. Trent had a lovely round at the end here.
So huge in that last round to get them 3 kills, bring them over the finish line. MIBR were in prime position to keep that OT going, but they overplayed the situation, and the Tejo from G2 punished them for it. He ends up with 28 kills on the map out of nowhere. Trent tops the board for their team. Osbos with a sick,
it's kind of lame. It just
sick performance, even for his
you're not wrong.
standards,
It just kind of sucks all the excitement out of it
G2
when you just know, like with 15 seconds left, that it's impossible. Not
this
great.
Still looks like it is just their go-to.
It's not here for much longer.
The way they play defense is phenomenal.
And it all starts with that slick pistol. This jump shot from Asbos was pretty absurd. But by and large, it was a first half where G2 were able to punish, were able to exploit. Jorgamer with stopping power like this made it really hard for Asbos to be successful as an attacker. Drawn out that first half. It was really difficult. But of course, MIBR, they break back. That second half comes in and they win the pistol. And we've seen this before. They start to run away with these rounds. Ridiculous clutch moments now. A really competitive map. This is going to be a great series from here on out.
Yeah, it looks like we're on for a 5-map banger, if I'm being honest. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but these first 2 maps have been incredible.
Let me get this map
and you
up.
still just have to respect MIBR for even pushing G2 to their absolute limit on Lotus.
Stay locked to this channel, folks. If you bonkers go anywhere else, we're headed over to the desk to break down this map number 2 and then map 3 in a best of 5 for that spot in the finals will be coming up.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. What do you think is worse, Chamber Meta or Teo Meta? I mean, Chamber Meta was still pretty fun to watch in my opinion. It was still like individual skill was needed to a high level. Okay, be right back.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tentar o domínio, Aspas passou muito cedo. O Artis consegue a toca. Artizinho, é sempre ele.
Coming through, G2 lead pushed up so far again. The flash comes through over the shoulder.
I am here with Josh RT before the next map. We got only nail biters coming into today, so I got to ask you first, what do you think the team was missing on map 1 of Haven, and what do you think they brought back so you could pull map 2 into your favor?
I think we were missing some proactivity on defense. I think our attack, we were just kind of reading them really well. Like we knew how they were playing, but on defense, like we just didn't know enough. Before you know it, we're down in a hole, and it comes down to these like tight rounds where obviously every team can win like a C post plan or whatever, right? So I just want it back into our control, and that was my message going to map 2. It still was a little shaky. I wanted more decisiveness from my players, but they're stepping up. It's good.
Are you ready for more rounds, more overtimes, more maps?
At this point, it's expected. I'm so exhausted, man. I'm so exhausted.
Well, all right, best of luck in next map. Thanks as always.
Josh RT gonna start looking like me after a little while there. My guy's gonna be losing his hair. But hey, Josh RT will go kind of hard with a beard. In any case, though, I mean, look, G2 picks up a nail biter of a win. It goes to OT, 15-13, of course. And well, I want to talk. There was one round in particular you guys wanted to talk about, right? That there was that round 11 in particular. Mimi, you already.
It wasn't on camera, you didn't have to
night.
show it.
Come on, man.
It wasn't shown on camera.
It wasn't shown.
But now
what do you want to talk about here with this round 11?
Yeah, so I think the last time that G2 played this map, when they had their first loss of the year, what they really struggled with was being a little off-kilter in some of the chaotic team fights, especially their C retakes. And this round, I was really impressed with the way that they navigated the chaos. They're down in a 3v5 after they lose Jonah P here, and because they're one of the teams that is super committed to this Yoru, they get a ton of value out of the ultimate whenever they have that online. Here they have a round where a fast flank is coming in from Leaf. They're ready to go with an ultimate through from Jojimo. And despite how crazy the start of the round is, G2 is really good at recognizing the ults they have, taking that moment to slow down and set up a play like this. It's all perfectly coordinated.
Yeah.
Out of the ult goes Jaw, Leaf steps up on the flank, the ult, it's just all put together. And this is missing the last last time we saw G2 on Lotus.
It's little elements like that where they just temper it, they wait it out for a moment, waiting for Leaf to get time on the flank too, to just add that extra piece. Like, they don't rush into it with the Armageddon. They could have spotted 2 players there, isolated at Rubble, tried to make a play. Could have tried to do it. A lot of teams would do that, but they wait for the right moments. That patience, I think, is a key reason as to why G2 are a scary team, why we call them such a disciplined team, I think, as well in Americas.
Yeah, and, you know, I mean, let's not also ignore the fact that, speaking of discipline, you also had Leaf that was really thriving in that game because of those plays, right? They were setting him up nicely in some of those, but also some of his lurks as well, Brent.
He was dominating, I think, in a lot of the aspects here. The opening pistol round, which MIBR have been so good with, this gets lost, honestly, if Leaf isn't able to pull off these 2 kills here. And he was an absolute menace, honestly, for the first half of this game and a little bit beyond that. He slowed down towards the tail end. Don't get me wrong, he did slow down, but part of the reason, honestly, is just Leaf taking over on Lotus in general. He's been such a big performer when it comes to these playoff games for them. That extra element that the team needs in crucial moments.
And when they play this composition with no hard sentinel, like the Vise that a lot of other teams play, he's very often put in positions where he's solo defending C, or on attack side, he's solo lurking up B, and he has to do a ton alone. This is his stats from 2025 just on Lotus. And I want to sell you on this guy being the best individual Lotus player of this year thus far. Every time he plays this map, he is put in tough positions and he performs. And if you look at their series yesterday, that losing would have meant not making Toronto. He was the one that was stepping up on that Lotus loss there. He was stepping up that whole series. Leaf is a true big game player, and his performance, in a lot of ways, won them this map and tied this series.
By far the most reliable hand in all of VCT. I think that very few will argue with that. The stats kind of back it up as well. Guys, incredible here. Lots for Coach Fraud to have to deal with as we get ready for map 3. I know we got Rivington standing by to get his thoughts.
I am here with Fraud ahead of map 3. Night and day performance from the last match and close matches in this series. What was the focus for MIBR coming in to make sure you could really bring the match to G2?
Getting strong starts. I mean, we didn't get a strong start on Lotus there. We were down 6-1. We were able to bring it back, but I think on Haven that really helped us out, like starting our halves really good. So that was a big focus of ours, to really start out like guns a-blazing. And also we spent like 2-3 hours last night going over a lot of different stuff, talking about our game plan, some of the mistakes that we were making. So, you know, it's helping us a lot, but we still got to tidy up some stuff, and hopefully we take this series.
Anything you gave them imparting that wisdom at the beginning of the day, you let them know before they headed up against G2 in the lower finals here?
Just to put faith in the practice and the game plans and stuff like that. If they're not working or we have to make adaptations, I'll pause and I'll make some changes. But overall, just really put full faith in what we talked about in our setups, our new game plans, our new stuff, and just, you know, go at it.
All right, best of luck in the series. Thank you.
I think looking ahead over towards Split as well, Valen, that player on our screens right now, is going to be under a tremendous amount of pressure with the way that MIBR play. They often are trying to set up Aspas himself with stuns, drones, everything being thrown at a solo smokes player anchoring on Split defense. MIBR are starting on attack here on Split. We know their game plans. I've been watching them do it all stage long, where they are exploiting the defensive setups of these teams. Valen is the one who has to stand up to it.
Well, we've got a lot on our hands here, and Split is on the docket. Don't go anywhere after this short break.
Yeah, what do MIBR play on Fracture? Or do they actually just not play it?
Pay attention and see if we can find something that reinforces that.
A very tight series between G2 and MIBR. An explosive ending as well there to Lotus.
Where's this hot mic?
Very easily could have also slipped through G2's fingers. See that relief on Josh's face that they've managed to secure that.
Could have been a lot worse.
Turn this into virtually a best of 3 from here on out. Now a split on the docket next.
Listen, we were looking for Aspas to come to life today. He absolutely did that and more on Lotus. That was an all-star performance from the greatest of all time. His Neon was fantastic. Can he carry that over to the Jet now on Split, where very different tales for either of these teams on Split. Yesterday, it was G2 coming back into the series against EG, beating them on Split. For MIBR, it was them losing their series to Sentinels. And yeah, they almost made a comeback happen at the end. It did end.
I wonder if they like
so not all woes for
if they
them.
actually have something
they
for
feel
it.
good about the map to the extent that they picked it. So
a big problem for MIBR yesterday on their attack side split was they fast hit these well-anchored sites by Bang and were just slammed by the double initiator utility. Aspas was getting caught, stunned up, taken down by salvos.
They probably have to have something.
He was subjected to it. So coming into this comp, we expect MIBR to be on a pretty similar look. Like Aspas on the Jet. It's another of the more classic.
No, G2's Fracture's not great.
Comps here, and
what
we got it right there.
MIBR blending the comfort of having
G2 on defense, MIBR on attack.
With still integrating the necessary meta components of the breach. Tejo, Aspas is in so quick off that fault line.
Dodges that Omen Flash as well, got that regen armor.
He's gone down instantly.
Aspas, though, has to linger, caught inside some of that util. Now the activity comes from B main. Jorg wanted the long-range fight, but Aspas on the ghost a little too crispy.
I like that from Aspas, though. That was really nice. He knew no matter what he was going to get traded here, and then they should be able to win this one out.
Follow it up, get an easy kill. Jonah pressured by the drone, forced back as the spike is going down. Verno with the trade again.
Yeah, Trent, unexpected, I think, there for the attackers.
Same pistols yesterday, MIBR. Yeah, they're just rerunning all of their pistols every map. At one point, you would imagine it would get
clutch. All right, Shannon posted up in hell.
One point, you imagine it get anti,
but he does just that. No awareness.
Infamous, of course.
Up position in hell.
I'll do it
too
after.
Easy for him to pick up that kill and get MIBR.
Pitchtober, thanks so much for the 12 months, mate. Thank you for the prime.
Is that 4-1 on pistols?
Do you think he's the best team in the world right now? I don't think there is one, to be honest, at the moment. Everyone's insanely close.
Here's that play. Aspas quickly into heaven. The numbers really favouring MIBR towards the end. Shenham just lying in wait. Perfect beginning on this attack side already. Phantoms for Aspas and Verno, they are going for it. G2, don't fancy yourself.
Chat, we 5-1 in pistols? Wait. Getting ahead of myself. 4-1.
Couple shorties, one sheriff for Jonah. Aspas happy to wait out anyone pushing down mid, and he may just get his wish. Valen has pressed up into that corner. Surely MIBR re-clear that.
Leaf is spotting for him. So now, how does Valen go about it? Off angle! There's the flick. Aspas always seems to have it.
They're allowed to dance.
Snappy as you like.
He knows
got pressure over towards A the whole time with the smoke wall as well. They feel like they need to get a little bit of info so they can try stack the right site. Should be nice and simple, and this one should be Verno just droning out here.
In a moment, unless Leaf does the unthinkable with that shorty, but the thinkable
drone out.
would be that he goes 1
Oh,
for 1.
risky.
Extremely thinkable that. Okay, there it is, 1 for 1. You called it.
I don't know if there was any info over towards A that Shannon saw to make this an easier call.
Come back in
You
now.
normally think you'd have to try to get some kind of info, so I guess there was something.
Now MIBR would just love for either Cortezio or Shannon to go ahead and pick up that one stray weapon, as those are the two guys with the pistol. MIBR want to be able to buy as many rifles as possible for that round 3. But they're not out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, can definitely go for this as G2. You've got a bit of time. Fault line there, they're definitely committing. G2 now will try and unravel the whole
weakest region at the moment. I mean, it's China, then EMEA, and then it's like up for discussion, to be honest.
Classy stuff from Trent, but now the odds really feel like they're working against him. Cortezio low. Don't do it to him. Okay, buddy.
That was sick.
Sometimes it's good just to,
that was sick.
Sit and think and not react straight away.
Oh, Cortezio was just a moment away from being able to carry that rifle over, but he can't. So G2 will be more than happy.
Kind of get away with murder there.
Absolutely. They'll be happy with all that economic damage that they were able to.
Oh, that was close.
The deal.
We did get that from Jorgamo yesterday. Ridiculous snipe.
Caught.
That was sick.
Oh my god. That's too funny. All right. MIBR, what are they cobbling together here? They've got a couple rifles on account of the players who bought nothing. They literally have just recreated last round's buy into this one. Oh my god, Jaw. That's family perfectly placed.
Yep. Not hard to see no sheriff player, so not something you're probably writing home about if you're MIBR. I think still proceeding apace. You just haven't had any good progress through the middle part of the map. Smoked up by both sides. Aspas might still look to operate around that dark cover as he peeks into the corner. Jaw, of course, has to respect this Teo util. He'll have some to play off
Insta
himself.
re-clear back. Wait, that's kind of
Still a
nice.
clear mid as far as he's concerned.
Smoke goes up. Salvo,
right, fair
deep.
enough.
Re-clear that.
He is happy to
Oh,
just
dude,
keep
that's
taking
a...
these
Honestly,
fights,
I
play
like
around
that a
the
lot.
smokes that are being cycled top mid.
That
Once they
rifle gets targeted
take...
over to Arzine now as well.
Once they take the vents with their salvos, you salvo back with a stun behind
Manning
it.
the big lunges across the map. They're still
Well, this
trying
gets
to
weird.
work on mid. Trying to construct this G2 hole, but Jaw is
Almost.
everywhere.
Didn't see the
He's
second, so
credited
they
with both
don't
kills in the round.
really know there's another one there.
G2 have allowed MIBR to get this space in B Heaven. League playing on that common off angle. It's just such a strong one, however. Inferno is shot down. Now without being traded by Cortesia.
Oh, yeah, TP just a little too far forward. It was on the corner.
Whoops.
That
Okay,
little
clean,
mechanical
though.
misstep is easily
Nice from
punished by
G2.
Valorant.
Just one loss, one
There's
on the
G2
rebound.
walking out with 4 rifles from their first buy.
Now we'll get to MIBR's full buy. Rifles for all 5, not just 3. Jaw was ruthless with his willingness to fight in mid there. Just spraying through the smoke constantly. Holds that little gapped angle on the left. You can kind of leave open with the dark cover if you want.
Yeah, he sort of
have someone post up.
He reposted back into that room after the salvos came through, and Aspas didn't have a timing to punish it.
This is all of MIBR gathered up outside of A. You can see that Artzin has the lineup ready for the standard fault line here into Heaven for Aspas to play off of. Doesn't connect onto anyone, but they've gotten this space.
Duo has updraft dash.
Okay, Aspas should be able to get to Rafter here. Should he choose? No.
Yeah, I mean, this is a free side on this one.
Followed up by
See the reaction from G2 and to push down towards middle, so it looks like they can be pushing one fast behind.
5-on-5 retake situation now. No ultimates on the board just yet. Cortesia has opted to play very far forward in this dark cover. He's about to be revealed, and Aspas wants the help from the other side, but
he shot the decoy.
Knives out, but this is getting a little awkward even for Aspas' liking.
And you gotta feel like
he's gotta
Leaf's
concede the position. Verno knows now they're getting chased.
Leaf's luck on this one's pretty nice.
Here on ramp, and it's getting ugly for the attackers. Verno gets his, but Leaf's got an off angle. And Arzine towers alone.
Okay, very, very nice from G2. I felt like it all really came down to Cortesia in the smoke, shooting the
The
clone
Brazilian
here.
side, they were just unable to
We might get the
fight for
replay.
any space of significance. It was really only Cortesia up in Heaven there. And then you could see, yeah, Aspas is trying to fight up ramp at the same time, but it just doesn't work out. G2 overwhelmed them with numbers. The flash onto Cortesia was perfect. Fraud feeling some early frustrations here.
It feels a little uninspired for MIBR. Like, as soon as rifles have been a factor, they milled around mid a bunch that previous round. Aspas down early. They mill around A main, and G2 just take a pretty
Force him down to the
aggressive
eco,
timing
got hero gun on
overload ramp with
Aspas,
2 players.
and it is G2's time
So the
to
message
suck
might
in some
be
money.
MIBR needs to be more proactive.
Get a stun
We've
for
played at a
Heaven, try and
higher
enable
pace.
Aspas to get a
Aspas
kill.
tried, but there was nothing to find.
All gathered up outside of A again, or MIBR.
Yeah, we can stun off of this drone if anyone was
A lot of
close.
straight up 5-man A play against Ascent from them yesterday.
Does Jonah get spotted on that shoulder peak? It's likely. Gate crash set up by Jorg. There's a pretty heavy mid focus for G2. Just Jonah at A. Just one token defender in Heaven, which means the push through A main is technically open.
G2 were so convinced of something happening.
Yeah, it
in
gets
mid.
quiet and
Jonas
G2
was
want to
ready
get
for
some
a
map
fault line, but
control
now
because
that jump spot
they
sees
can
Artzin,
obviously see the
that
A's
is
weak
going
at
to
the
give
moment.
game
They
away.
could have
The
been a
breach is
walkover
over on
towards A.
ramp. G2 are
Right, someone
pushing
could literally
behind
be
already.
like here
Jonah has ball in about
already.
7 seconds.
They double
Yeah,
push over,
absolutely.
well,
Look at
triple
the
push
position
over
of these
towards
players
mid to
in
get some
sewer.
kind of
They're
map
getting
control.
close. Yeah, there's a teleport in the
Omen all
side.
goes
Okay,
onto
Valorant
site. Get
Val
info.
will still get there on a decent timing though.
Dude, Shadam's not ready for this.
MIBR, I think they're trying to set up at Rafters, but here comes Jaw. Shenham, the loose end, now down. All of MIBR trying to group up here in Heaven and the site respectively. In Lee, he's off the
The
boil.
great tail.
Wait, this Armageddon is so good. It's forcing all of G2 out, but Jaw's collecting the kills backside.
Jaw, I mean, G2 will fight in the sun or inside. Doesn't seem to bother them. Aspas and Cortesia here now have to go for
One
it.
bullet,
Aspas,
one bullet.
just a wayward bullet would take the man down.
Oh, and he
Now
hide
he's
him
up
and he
to
gets
Trent.
his
All of a
dash.
sudden, this is falling apart.
Dude, he refaces
Aspas knows
the way.
approximately Trent is
7
Heaven's
bullets.
side. 7 bullets left. 7 kills for Aspas in the game. One opponent to
Oh,
take down.
lovely little swing on top of that.
Taken to the
The
right.
lovely little swing.
Converts for the Red Bull clutch.
Stays
And a pretty
calm on that
important one at that.
situation and just
Now
swings
MIBR
like to the side. That
can
was
start to build
sick.
that bank a
Little
little bit
side
more.
step. Yampy, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate it, dude. 41 months, Yampy.
Today.
Thank you for the tier 1, mate.
That first kill, and then from heaven, eventually just needed one bullet to
dude, I'd
connect on
stake
Jaw
today,
while he
Yampy.
was sticking it.
Was it like a crouch into step?
Okay, big 1v3 though. To be fair though, Jogama made that a lot closer than it should have been, I feel like.
G2 still have enough cash to
Jordan
buy.
is insane. I think it's his double kill, but
and now that sort of mid-play that we're conditioned to expect that last round is
the
actually
K-barbecue,
happening.
dude, that's banging.
Spice gets that high ground. Boing, boing. I like this though, getting
It's a
active
very
on the A side,
proactive defense
G2.
from G2 at the
Shannon
moment.
gives it up. No insert left here for G2, but they're happy enough.
Because all of that pressure came there, MIBR, they are ready to take space elsewhere on the map. And they've worked up mid, they've worked into male. Leaf has been a nuisance on this exact off angle on a prior round. He's hoping to get that one, fall down, reposition.
Standard aftershock there. Trent already off that line. Armageddon coming through. MIBR got to be quick about it. Lee just picks him off. Says, have you learned to
Didn't
eat your greens?
Didn't he get stunned as well?
Forced back by the sun temporarily, but only 40 seconds on the clock. The rest of G2 all running over to this B site, just denying anyone even being able to pick the spike up.
The crossbow fault line is nasty work. Set up by Jonah. Jonah again. Well,
Man,
we've seen this one.
Leaf is
many
doing
times before.
insane in this final, brother.
Trent had such an excellent
He's had
usage of the
so
Armageddon
many
into the
rounds
salvos
where he
there,
just
it forced the MIBR
makes
players
the
forward,
biggest
and Leaf had
play.
already repositioned into hell. He just had the perfect setup
10 seconds left.
to get those kills as they were forced out into the open.
I mean, both Armageddons were nasty. Previous round it was Verno forcing the two G2 players out of screens. This time it forces MIBR to get running.
And you know, there might have been a timing window there for MIBR to just accelerate through male, get into B, but there were maybe 5-6 seconds of wait time after Shenum had absorbed
Yeah,
that
at least
aggression
dodged the
on
stun.
A that allowed for
See, that was a great
Trent to
stun
get
back
close
from
with
Trent
his
as well.
repositions to occur. And by the time they actually
The
went
great ult from
in,
Trent,
they
great
were
stun back.
forced in, and then G2 were set up in some good positions to deny them.
Reasonable time to take a timeout here. MIBR probably with enough money to force Guardians if they would like to. Or just like half armor a lot of the time. The Rolling Thunder here for Artazine is on deck. He and Shenum not quite able to get into the game as they would have liked ever since the
We need a fifth
round
map.
1 and 2
Dude,
after
I want a
another
fifth map
classic
just because I'm
standard
curious about what
MIBR
they
pistol
want to
win.
play on
It's been a
Fracture.
little quiet on the attackers front.
This is going to be MIBR now putting their economy on the line when we get back into this. Fraud has already had some very successful timeouts for the team in this series. He was back on Lotus, actually at the beginning of their attack half. And he called his first timeout for them, that they were able to win a string of rounds after that. See if he can have a similar effect here early days on Split. Though MIBR not nearly in as dire as a situation as it was early on Lotus.
And it might be time to start to see some of that mid-rounding come to the fore. Artazine's in a hell of a matchup. He's played, what, 1 BO5 as IGL on this team? And VALORANT, of course, more recently, was a global final in a 5-mapper, calling that
I mean,
one
every
XT1.
single G2 game recently has been unbelievable.
Many of G2's games go the distance. That's been a theme for them last year as well.
It was all dominance, it felt like, to start off with, and now they have been getting tested by every single team, every series. And aside from that loss to Ascent in the upper bracket, they have met those challenges, beaten them. That's why they're making it to Toronto. That's why they're still in this tournament. No one has made it easy on them, though.
This time, that characteristic mid-push from MIBR is going to be a little stifled with a Viper's Pit set up.
I got no idea this is in play yet.
He's picked up the operator out of this timeout.
Cortesia, though, much more well-behaved than he was on that Haven map.
That
and still it's
crouch.
not enough. The discipline was there, but Valen steps up and forces him to fight.
We saw Sentinels yesterday exploit Cortesia being on his lonesome in B main frequently. He needs to not succumb to that same fate against G2.
He's the one to try and get active a lot in these early rounds.
Really good stun again from Trent. Back to back, incredible
This is definitely
stuns
shades
from
of
Trent.
yesterday's game for MIBR. Losing that loose player on B, their fast hits getting stuffed by Util. It's like a nightmare that repeats itself.
I love this from G2 out of the timeout. Cool. We're going to buy the AWP. We're going to push up into B main, take control, do something different. And whatever plans MIBR had heading into that.
Trent had good stun here once he did his ult, and then here on Aspas.
Percentage of an extent. I mean, they were just immediately dismantled.
So that first push. Potentially they're just losing out to Piggy's advantage, perhaps.
Aspas looks like he was stunned up there by Trent. Valen just gets the spam. It's just, it was as good as done when Aspas is isolated in the site and picked off.
Yeah. Sometimes you just got to give a bit of a yeah. So we have to wait, I guess, a couple of rounds until we see what Frog was really calling for. If they try and run it again.
Dude, it was almost going to be a back-to-back-to-back with the stuns.
MIBR.
He nearly did it.
Like a kicked anthill on this A side of the map.
Jonah's caught close right now. Yes, he has this wall to tuck into, but it's going to go down. They're surely going to clear this.
Oh.
Yeah, Verno.
Okay.
Oh, out of nowhere. Verno just
It took so much space. How's he here?
And here's Aspas getting deep, getting amongst it.
He's gotten into the back lines, and Artsin
Hey,
cleans
well,
up
dude,
the last
4
lead
people
on the
survive
flank
as well.
shutdown.
1, 2, 3.
Cool. Thrifty there for MIBR.
Not the 4th.
So
3
sarcasm,
upgrades.
It was 4 stingers brought in to start
And
the round.
that's lovely for the money, though.
Yeah, they picked the right side, and finally someone from G2 to MIBR's liking has actually moved up on ramp early. They were in the range of that fault line to get caught. Aspas finds the
Back to
initial
playing
kill
retake on
and
A,
then
yeah, it
just
might be after
sprints
this.
into the back line.
It's like you come home at 3 a.m. and Aspas just turns the light on and is sitting in the armchair. I've been waiting for you. Set up in this board.
Couple of ace spams at the moment here.
Now from G2 in main.
Jesus.
All of the players stacked up with that util.
Again, it's been so nice. The combo of Trent's util is there.
Oh boy. There's no idea that he crossed there.
Cut them down to size and even up the odds. Jorg can't post up on that rafters angle. Artazine slaps him down instantly.
He just didn't expect him to be in the site that rapidly. Valen
Oh,
weak.
he won that.
For more.
Well, he can at least come the damage.
He bought a Vandal. It's down into the 2 versus 2.
Spike though is down. MIBR
we
trying to play off this together.
Surely.
2 flashes as well. In hand for Artazine. And Leaf has finally arrived on the scene. The cavalry's here. He's very healthy.
Yeah, I mean, if we
didn't
didn't Viper 10 seconds ago, we're not using it now. They know they're both low HP.
Wants to try and take this fight without backup, by the way. Valen is not there. Until now.
51 and 10.
So much damage done to Leaf. Both G2 players weak.
Time is ticking. Valen slammed, and now G2 have only Leaf to account for.
Oh, and he just barely gets into the range of the stun.
No time at all. Leaf at 11. Artazine artfully dodging the corner.
Just staring at him.
Just trolling the guy. Shorty puts it to bed, and that's 2 in a row for MIBR.
These hits on A are
this
starting
is,
to look real
this is the
nice,
buy round
but
for
I love
G2,
the
and if they
response
lose it,
early
they
from
got
G2.
eco.
You said it, they overstayed their welcome. They find 2, and they've committed here close.
Dude, they had
and
no
as soon as that
idea.
wall drops, wide swing from Verno. The players that got G2 the advantage fall themselves. And just little things over and over cascading to their defeat in that round, because then you had Jaw trying to post up on main, but didn't realize it was too late, that Artzin already beat him to the punch, was in the site, was on the angle. He goes down. Then we're suddenly into a 3v2. And it just keeps crumbling from there. MIBR have taken the lead now.
I mean,
on
a team Stinger and Shorty only.
We heard from Josh RT.
I mean, Desper, you playing Sage or not? That's the real question there. You're doing that.
Proactive. A little bit more adamant about getting forward, or a little bit more confident. And that's something that Leaf was trying to call for during the games yesterday, as Ender had the cans on, was listening to their comms. They definitely feel like their mortality has been kind of exposed to them over the last few weeks. Just how close these games have been. Now maybe that same level of confidence isn't there. Or maybe it's too much in that kind of round. They've got to find a balance.
This was the map as well. Yesterday, that Leaf dropped 28 and 12 on playing the Viper. An obscene stat line.
He started so well in this series, but the second half of Lotus, he started to fade back in the periphery, Wyatt.
So far, solid here. Nothing, you know, unbelievable, nothing bad. He's playing just a solid game at the moment. But when someone is
4 people that can't buy next.
playing at a level
I mean,
that
you could argue that
astronomical
this
high, you have to
can be
keep
a
your
buy,
eye
but
on them and
we'll include it.
just tally where their performance is going.
Yeah, is that more obvious if he goes off the boil, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Surely we don't walk through. Oh my goodness, that Omen flash. How is that a thing? And then off of the stun, they get salvo kill. That's insane.
Getting
It was one of the
there,
maddest.
lingering, I think, the
It's
last
one of the
side got taken
maddest
down by a
entries.
salvo. Here we go. all over
Sometimes the
big
game is
side.
just like that.
This round is just as good as done unless G2 are able to catch someone from MIBR unaware.
Good timing on this one as well. Might even find the other
Was he
two.
confident enough that Jordan crossing? Yep. Well, giving him all he needs to know. In comes Verno. Knife in the back.
Okay, they
and
forced
two
him down
bruisers.
to an eco of 6.
Don Jonah.
Most likely 7.
And already it was looking like it'd be unlikely they'd try with 3 guns. Even less so with 1. I think Jonah's seen enough.
They went forward just hoping that someone on MIBR would overextend, that they could maybe find a kill, find a way back into the round, but the odds were always going to be stacked against them.
Well, it looked like he was going through the motions, but Jonas crispy with it. Oh, okay. Put that away.
Sorry.
That timing is so crazy, and he's shot down by Cortezia.
No gun saved as well. Only really Trent can buy, Valen can buy something okay. Maybe a Baki or something. Leaf likes a Baki. He did see him, I guess, but how's it a headshot? Oh god. It looks disgusting from that POV.
Find the kill onto Leaf.
And that's what it's like to coach Aspas, I guess. Some of those random moments just tend to fall in your favor.
Yeah, they don't feel so random.
Yeah, not with the amount
After
we've
you've seen them hundreds of times over the years, do they? But they should be random. That's not how the game should be played. G2 have got a half buy into this, just making sure they have enough to afford. Maxed out on the last round of this half.
Aspas spotted egg, gets ahead of it.
Josh looks tired. Dude, they've had close games, and then every single time they're pretty much playing the next day. Good on Flash.
Artisan on the line, it's going to be traded with an overload of players now, Jorg. Without him with a ghost, there's no way, brother Pooley.
I mean, everybody is just blinded up by the paranoia.
Okay, let's just settle down. Leaf here gives his position up, and Verno is able to convert. Not too shabby for MIBR, despite G2.
He said post-map interview that he's tired. Oh, really? I mean, yeah,
I think that paranoia
it's one of those when you're prepping as well, and you only have like 24 hours, not even. That sleep is getting sacrificed.
So Shenham, of course, who was able to just, cool things down a bit. Things got a bit hectic. Round ender there from
Can they get a...
Verno. Here's the last round of the half.
The attack op.
Ultimates of note, plenty for G2.
Full arsenal for G2 to try and get a 5th round on
Attack
the board.
op, I guess he's not going to be making some kind of attack on play.
But split, you need more than 4 on defense when you're going to attack. It is miserable to start down at a deficit like that.
Wait, he didn't clear the corner. Well, this gets weird.
This has been the case in many of these rounds. Aspas, there it is. Leaf returning to that heaven position after giving it up because of the util. Aspas not ready for it this time.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice change up from G2. They realized they're getting absolutely wrecked over towards heaven with that stun, double salvo,
Yeah, that's making it
dash.
seem like there's going to be a hit towards A, but it's all
They
of
decide to
MIBR
actually
gathered
insert
up
one
running
over
through
towards
B
her.
main. Not an area of the map that they've been heavy-handed with. Prior to this final round, Valen repositioning in male. It looks like he's going to be able to catch Shenham. The spray is wild, but it pays off.
Still 3 up now for MIBR. Have to find a
one
big
of those
turnaround
jaws.
here. As that Armageddon comes in, Jorgamo dances amongst
Yeah, I mean, what is Verno even meant to do there?
And here's Trent doubling down. It's on Artisan.
Yeah, I mean, this is a nice retake from them. It was a nice change up from them as well, putting one over towards male.
Jorgamo with the credit.
Just to try
punish
this aggro heaven take.
They'll be happy to leave the half with
Dude, 7 on
that
attack
final
though, gotta
one,
be
but
happy
they
with
won't
that.
be thrilled about it just getting them to 5.
It's going to be a lot about setting
down.
setting
MIBR on their map
Aspas
pick.
up on the sides here.
Looking much better than they did yesterday, earlier on against Sentinels.
Such a brazen post up there by Leaf as he hits back up the zip line to take the fight.
I'm just jumping up and down while he's full stunned.
That is correct. Yeah, Aspas definitely gets affected by like a fault line as he gets on in there. Well capitalized on it, I've got to say, and in keeping with the previous 2 maps, it's been a competitive first half. But like Wyatt said, G2 would have liked a little more than 5. A pistol, though, in the second half would fix that right and good. So stick around, let's see if that's the case for the second half of Split.
I don't really like.
Do you think we'll see the trend server on Ascent?
But when
Are you
Verizon
talking
announced that I
when
can lock in a low
Teo
price for
goes
3
out?
years,
Honestly, I
yeah,
think G2 like
that's what I'm
fast fix
talking
might
about.
just put server in most maps.
Can you hear me now?
Depends how much time they get. And it depends where they place here, really. Split and power will be interesting, as in to see what teams will play. Dude, teams will start using deadlock on split, I'm pretty sure. Paul? I think, see, Paul I don't know. Start going Sova Vice Chamber, Sova Vice something. You have to get YouTube to start talking about food. Dude, why is the YouTube chat always arguing, man? There's always 2 people going at it. I don't know what it is, man. Don't know what it is. KO? KO's kind of strong. Oh no, not this again.
Of course, are headed to Masters Toronto, and tickets are on sale now. We've got a QR code there to scan to secure your spot at the 2nd global event of the year. It's on the North American continent. The best, surely, being set here from Americas. And honestly, it's interesting because a lot of those top teams from other regions.
Chat, I thought all the tickets got bought up.
Not gonna be
Am I
there.
missing
It's gonna be
something?
a wild time.
We do have the lone Canadian, Jonah P, on stage right now. Feels at home on the rink with the Zamboni smoothing out the ice. The one single Canadian player that will be at Masters Toronto.
Yeah, hopefully he gets a bit of a hero's reception as G2 have had to fight pretty hard. Does that look a bit labored at some points? Get there, bro.
Only for playoffs.
Maybe there's some bumps and mounds on the ice, no worries. That QR code, folks, get you those tickets are on sale now, or AXS.com for those. Hopefully we see you there. It's going to be a great time.
In the
Great
Tail is
games.
overkill for sure, yeah.
It's about the pinnacle of Valorant.
That is a stacked tournament. Stacked. I mean, look at the game we're watching right now. We could get this as a nice little repeat there at some point.
Jeez, that would be wild. And again, remember,
we'll get MIBR against the best teams in the world from all the
$900
other
Canadian
regions that we
dollars
haven't
for
been able to see
finals or
that happen
semi-finals.
yet.
Wait, what?
So excited to see all of those potential matchups.
Is Canadian
come to
dollars just
fruition.
cooked, or is that?
back in an international. Feels like a breath
I
of
don't,
fresh air.
I don't think that cooked.
Okay, so G2 on the attack
Resale?
side.
Oh.
No early smoke here. AMA, but the Viper
Okay.
balls, of course, will come up. Gate crash cleared.
Wait, that
Faked by
sucks,
Jaw.
dude.
Bear in mind, right now, MIBR, they are up 4-1 when it comes to pistol rounds in this series. Dominating at that aspect of the game.
That's
Getting those
resale,
early
but
advantages.
that is kind of cooked.
Looks like he wants to get tucked here. And maybe just
I mean,
stay.
honestly, yeah, I feel like
He's the
everything's
insert
cooked at the
player
moment.
on ramp side. But this has kind of been read by Shenum. MIBR have been so good at these pistols, but Jonah P doubles back.
Yeah, Shannon
Catches
tried
the
to
player
get
that
that
was
push down
hoping
towards
to be
mid.
the thorn in the side of G2.
There are still 50 seconds to play with for this G2 team. They are spread across the map. You have a Leaf inserted over an A ramp. Osbos keeping his eye on mid right now. G2 could quite literally be anywhere. They've decided to pivot back to Leaf, who has been uncontested in this area of the map. There's going to be so much pressure on Artzin.
How's the trigger discipline looking? He's about to get a lot of
Yeah,
options.
love that though from
Jorgen was able to
Jonah.
switch around, very quickly dispatch him.
Jonah's
And
just
Lee's done a
jumping
good
around,
spot to
making
play
sure
off
they
of
can
now.
get trades.
Pick
I
the
mean,
boxes left, go down to 30,
there's
and
a
back
pistol
away.
from
He's done his
G2.
job. This will confer heaven over to MIBR to make use of, and I think Berno wants to try and clear ramp. Lest there comes a late re-hit from Leaf.
Oh, does he clear this?
There's no way.
Osbos. Oh,
There's no way he's clearing this.
It
No,
looks
no,
like
no,
he
no, no.
wants to,
No,
man.
no,
It
no,
looks
no,
like
no.
he does. Oh, but the right click, close range.
God, he just knows.
That should end the round.
Nothing to work with now.
Okay, so
Cortez
it's
basically
4-2 on the
sat forward
pistols, though
still
1-1 on this map.
with no real options and no definitive way into the round. G2, crucial, absolutely crucial pistol round after a little bit of an anemic first half. Making a one-round game with a flawless on the pistol.
Beautifully done. Very simple. I like that in the mid-round they just have a lot of options to play with. It leaves MIBR seeking information, Shannon pushing down mid, caught, and then from there, okay, well, no one's actually bothered to re-clear ramp. We have Leaf sitting there. Let's just go all the way back. Get a free A site execute going.
Again, look for more of that mid-rounding from Valen. Something that really has put G2 on the map. Literally.
Yeah, they're allowed the 2
The
deaths.
entirety of them are gathered up. B-main early outside of Leaf, who's just
But that...
playing to
Dude,
information.
Altin can't help himself, man. Gets the shorty out.
If the MIBR defense just hurls all their util fast A and start running at Leaf, then he could just tell the rest of the team, okay, they're legitimately every single player is here, just go into B. Yep. That isn't the case, but that's one of the ideas with that kind of setup.
He trends back over towards mid. There was a gate crash set on the A side of the map for Jaw in case there was a good reason to trend in that direction. Pretty fundamental now. Take that mid control. Verno's pushed up the inside that smoke with Artazine, excuse me, with a shorty. Drone comes past. Yeah, it's just too much to look at. Cover going out.
And you have Leaf just taking point as the entry Viper because he's got to go. So just down to go hunt for kills.
Yeah, I mean, he's deployed all of his util over on the A side of the map anyway, so...
If anyone should go hunting, though, for real, it is Jaw. He's got the Stinger. He's the player on G2
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
closest to
they'll
their
just
ultimate.
throw...
And I don't
They'll
think
just
I
trade
need to
guns.
inform the viewing audience as to the
You would
importance
imagine.
of the
I mean, he
dimensional
could hunt with a
and
Stinger.
how much that ult has shaped the meta in 2025. So
And look, on this map, it's wild being able to get into a site. And sometimes, like, you know, we even see like Omen Ultimate expended to that effect to join them. So
Yeah, there's the trade of the guns. We're going hunting.
Here, just to play off the util.
Salvos to force them back a little
Here it is,
bit.
Jaw. Go run at them. Well, it doesn't look like it's going to work out too well, but hey, he gets one orb.
Dude, Vano just got a free assist.
That is one way to get an orb. So, G2, as expected, convert this round fairly comfortably. And MIBR will make sure they get cleared off the map. Buy up now and get serious as we head into the attack side bonus.
Looking to see what G2 are going to opt to invest here. Pretty fair buy. They've got a couple legitimate rifles going against an MIBR team that is, of course, investing it all. Looks like they may want to put some emphasis on A main for this first defensive round. You can see that fault line lineup being set up right now
Repass
from
and
RC
start over
Osmos.
towards A. Insta-stun? No, stun for this.
The contact info.
Oh.
Valen gets across, but does get pinged out by the stealth drone. Just the timing of the activation, managed to clip him. And that setup looks similar
Once
to
they
pistol
realize
round,
that the
like fault line
Omen's
rev.
going aggro over
Maybe
towards
you get a
A,
player up there inserted.
they take B main control. I say take B main control, he just starts fighting behind his smoke.
Question they'd like to levy.
Oh, Shenum is in serious trouble. Yeah, needs to get out of the way after being scanned. But because they have routed him from male, G2 are
It's
happy
a lot
to
of map
just
control at the moment for
contact slow
G2.
walk
3-person
to
stack
get
from
the map set
MIBR,
up
but
for a B split.
The pace difference is so massive between these two in terms of how they hit B through heaven.
the
Aspas would have been there 10 seconds
incredibly
ago already,
well-timed molly.
diving in on that jet.
Oh my god, Trent is
and then Trent
just...
decided the time for patience was done.
Dude, look at Trent go, man.
And this gun round for MIBR has fallen flat so far. Verno's in no position to have any impact, and Aspas, there's no way he could be asked.
Okay, Jogamo's going to get that ult for next round as well, especially if he wants to hunt this a little bit.
And see if someone can find a kill, and then hey, maybe we try to. No, we're just saving.
Did that
no other
molly
options.
falls at Trent's feet,
I do
and
like
he
how G2
just
played that round. They absorb all that aggression on
absolutely
A, and just hit
sends it.
so quickly.
It was
into
his
that
own
male
stun
take.
as
The
well,
second
right?
They
I guess.
realize that Shenum ran away, that they hear his footsteps going back towards stairs. They just get into that space to the extent that Trent realizes, I'm going to close the entire distance just running with the Stinger right now. And in the meantime, they're coming out B main. The other two players divided in that split. It's so well done.
Yeah, they're playing off the stealth drone in the mail room very often.
Oh my god.
little bit of food action there from your boy Jaw. Valen cut down, but Venom is low. No one else really there to go for him.
there it is. There's the
away from him.
He's up Ivy.
Oh,
there's the upgrade and the Oriole.
That is a dank reference. Importantly, the rifles that MIBR were hoping to hold on to, they just could not carry out of the round.
We see a bit more raise after the turn-off. A little bit, not like crazy amounts.
It's just the tempo is very different to what we
It'll be
saw
like
from the
5%
jet
more or
comp on the
something.
MIBR side, but it's just as effective.
All of G2 are gathered up for an A hit, it seems.
Let's have some fun.
Maybe if people start,
Jonah on
experimenting a little bit with deadlock.
MIBR on the full eco round. At this point, damage doesn't even feel particularly relevant. Look at the G2 cash.
Little TP on out there, sheepish from Valen, but he lands on the spot that Verno had targeted.
TP back onto the
with the
salvo.
salvo.
It's funny.
Oh, that's an ugly one still. It's fairly lowly armed and arm in
But
MIBR
they
squad.
got the same reaction that G2 was doing earlier, though. Oh, what is that shot? Nice shot.
But Verno still finds lead.
He's
doing so much damage on this. We've got double push behind as well. Now they need to commit more over towards site, so this double push behind can get a lot.
Lose a 1v1.
Okay, but hear me out.
Does he take the TP at one point? They haven't heard it.
There are a plethora of defenders set up that are trying to
No,
fight for
okay.
this. And oh, it's going
Damn,
horribly
dude.
wrong.
Everyone?
And I shouldn't have. It is fallen to pieces.
Don't let reality get in the way.
Everyone gets an upgrade as well. That's insane
Not
for the
only do
money.
they win the eco, they recover 5 rifles from it. They call that a swing round.
Dude, everyone's money's really good. Because G2 had all the upgrades last rounds, and now MIBR 5. I think it was 4 upgrades here into 5 upgrades. It's like the most money we've seen this early on in the
running
game.
in because Jaw is in there in the dimensional drift, which was used to lose an eco round. But then the rest of the team can't even swing in to help Leaf. They're all cut off by a molly.
Let's go. In fairness, G2 take a fight where they're pretty unfavored against like a Stinger posted up on that corner. Maybe with better spacing, they come out with something there, but big risk to take, and it blows up in their face in the worst way possible.
Fortunately for them, their economy was out of control. If it had been in a tighter situation, MIBR would be in crazy control of this game all of a sudden. But it just resulted in a situation where both teams have multiple full buys ahead of them. Valen is just the first death again. We're minute 30 into the round. These guys have to execute with no smokes.
Where are we?
I mean, that's Jaw. He'll always take that fight. He just runs in you. Cortez here. No chance to see a barrel shown there. Artazine deals with Jaw.
Dude, look at this luck over towards A, though. He's going to call his team.
Pretty tentative about stepping out on
Does
that is a situation where you're in B site and
Verno consider
okay, well, they could be
this?
facing me from spawn, they could be facing me from heaven. We can't close any of these views off. We have no smokes. That was a
Looking
window
like
for them
no.
to try to get in.
Oh, dude, this is getting
Second
interesting because Verno might have just owned it by
his way
exploring over towards here, so there was a whole timing anyway. Yeah, the call came in to just re-clear middle. They need to get some space. They're probably going to push this as well, double push.
This is about as in the cookie jar as is
It was a nice call. It saved him.
MIBR just really respect the base.
Dude, Leaf must just be like, what the hell's going on,
over there
man?
is no longer current. Little split.
30 seconds left.
30 in the round. Eventually, they're going to happen on the right guess. But G2 don't quite know the status of the A side itself, if there's an anchoring presence or not. We're about to find out. Here comes that heaven fight. It's definitely on its way. Verno also has a bit of a rewrap
Dude,
of his own.
look at how far away Shannon is. We got ult for ult.
On the run through the attacker spawn.
Yeah, and Trent's just ready with this ult. Big omen TP. Oh, bro, he tanked one a bit. We had no TP. Oh my god, I got
The worst
close.
of the Armageddon still alive to be a factor in this retake now. Trent down. Leaf has the tight little angle, but Artazine's able to trade it out. Jonah P. The
No
Professor.
smoke to cover this.
Sticking Cerebro on his noggin is able to see through the wall and no Artazine is waiting. Now it's a 1v2. Time is short, but his shots aren't hitting at all.
Dude.
He's flushed it entirely.
That was nuts, man. Dude, imagine being Shannon just like, please hit this shot.
In the lead.
Economy.
Dude, Artson did insane with the running gun there as well to get that kill over towards heaven. One person has to take the hit, I think, for G2. I do like the little anti here, right? This has been like the default that they commonly use. Normally they don't Omen TP and they normally Yoru TP, but this was nice for Aspas to punish this.
Great shots on Jonah.
I say Aspas, it was probably anti from Frauds.
Not able to connect the one shot he needs. Kills the diffuser. That's it.
You actually saw both teams have one kind of round where they punished the default of the others. Right? You saw the Valen tuck into Mail, see this one. Sit in the smoke, dodge the damage.
Coming to play as Cortez was the top rated player at MIBR.
Definitely something that's spoken about. He tried to go for it again as well. Different player this time.
Here for him. The pressure's definitely been felt. And the start of the series wasn't the beginning he was looking for, but now starting to purr along.
All right, G2 have gained some mid control. They're letting Leaf
that walk up.
Continue to just contain over towards A. They're making all of this sound pressure
Okay,
towards
B fake
heaven.
keeps the
Well,
3
intentions to
here.
work into this A split.
Cross map smoke, they're over towards heaven side.
Cortezia arts in, just have to try and get the ones.
MIBR, both players, they're being forced into the backside. They have to double up.
Smoke here might be tricky though for the defenders to come back and fight into heaven through. Shenem experiencing that right now. Oh, he's too low. Vulnerable from the snake bite and taken down by the salvos. Cortezia
no
just
ones on
slammed.
that.
Insta dink. Leak finishes him off through the screen. And Aspas is too far away to do anything about this right now.
The util, yeah, the util that was solid Felbo.
The only hope for MIBR here is if one of those G2 players offers themselves up to a fight, but it's just not going to happen. You rarely ever see that from G2. They're just too disciplined.
Crisp. Far too crisp. Verno's been issued the challenge. He'll take it. Win it out. But really at this point, you're trying to salvage some currency out of the round. Aspas says, I'm keeping this
It
shiny
looks
boomstick.
so hard to hold sights against Teo, man. I can't wait for that
Just a
now.
nice mid-round pivot from G2. The plan of getting up mid, taking all of that control, and then they send the clone, smoke towards B, paranoia into B heaven, make all of that noise. Leaf is controlling A main, work into the A split. It's a nice round top to bottom from G2 to tie things up 9-9.
Yeah, really just clean walk up. They kind of knew they'd forced those two defenders to anchor into the site. And they made it hard to retake heaven. Pretty standard smoke there. Just
Eco's are more
kept
common with
MIBR
Teo.
out of it. All right.
Yeah, probably.
Now we're starting to get into the back and forth part of this half, apparently. 18
Would make
rounds
sense.
in, we are tied. And Aspas kept that operator from the previous round.
This time it looks like he wants to post up towards the middle of the map. G2 opt for some early B main control.
Op in mid. Might see some
Change of the op towards middle,
now,
gets
as Aspas, I think,
smoked
is
off.
positioned
What's
ahead
his
of that
play?
mailroom smoke and
Pop of the
post back
dash
up on
go
it.
through.
Inside
Wait
of
for the stun. Pop of the dash
he's
go
gonna get
through.
flattened by all this util,
I
brother.
know he's popping this dash at one point.
Flash though, saw the gate crash into ropes, and this forces Aspas to back up now as well. He's in a really uncomfortable spot with his op.
He dealt with it pretty well. I think he's just left his teammate to Cortezia's so dead. Big TP from him. Yeah, it's still a hard retake though. It's definitely going to have to be breach short. Need to make sure no one goes down before they use this one. Keep an eye on the... dude, this kill in middle is everything. Because that's the retake ult.
About to see Cortezia on his left.
It's nicely done from
no
Trent.
longer with him. He circled back around through mid to
Dude,
heaven.
Trent wins the round though,
Cortezia
right?
patience
I think.
almost paid off. It ends up being a trade at best. And MIBR are all grouped in heaven. Trent has a timing. He has an opportunity now to tear it all down. The flick and no scope is there for Aspas. And now it's just him.
Enemy remaining.
The human tornado versus the professor. Time not on Aspas' side, but there's a moment, an opportunity to open
He's
this
like,
up.
where the hell is he?
Oh, he just thinks that he's wrapping around, but Jonah has been patient at pillar the entire time.
Unmoving, stoic, and now he's heard it all. Jonah knows exactly how to play for time right here. Here's another tap, still falls, because he's going up against a raid boss, but he's played the time to perfection.
Oh, that was nice though. Trent did
It's a pyrrhic
good.
victory, a round take for G2.
All about the
Trent did
smokes
good,
in
and
that
honestly still
situation to
G2
clutch
did
up
really good to make sure that they
Jonah.
took some space, so when the breach
G2
ult
back into
did
the
hit
lead.
them,
Oh, the third just
they,
close.
they could
Banger
at least
back.
tuck in and
What
create the
hell is
pressure
this?
of the
He's just kinda
crossfire. Dude, look
gliding
at that,
down.
man.
No scopes, Trent, close range.
It's casual. Very, very casual. Nicely done from Valorant. That is
Lovely
very
shots,
tight.
bro.
Sick.
Jeez. Yeah, I know.
He's so excited
That's what
for
I would have said
holy
if I
dude.
wasn't being paid to not say that.
What did he say?
Ah, just, you know, what the heck?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
MIBR taking the time out.
One round in it. G2 able to string 2 attack side rounds consecutively. The dimensional drift 1 orb away. For MIBR, it's a bit more of a complicated problem because Verno's kind of out of money. They can probably distribute enough weapons. No huge ultimates on the horizon either. G2 have been mixing it up a lot.
That one round win from MIBR on the eco where they recover the rifles has given them the infinite money glitch. they are still able to buy. And these have not been, they've been round losses. There was a win that was not particularly clean, and they are still
Ubercasting, that he has some good lines as well.
Tough as possible for G2 to
He's been a good addition.
this game.
Money's finally getting low.
Jaws one away from the dimensional drift, so you have to imagine they're going to be trying to play to getting him that orb in B main where he's posted up right now.
Nothing better than having that on a full gun round. Gives you such a distinct
Only the
edge.
Omen ults.
Information is currency
Definitely some conversation about your ult here as well, for sure. You can see MIBR kind of on top of this. They've at least got the two. They're gonna, dude, I thought they were gonna try and do some kind of punish over towards B main with the ult tap here, but looking like they might have it for free. Salvos into the spot where you're gonna get spammed, pick up the ult, get it for free.
Much slower here from G2.
Yeah, it's nicely done from G2.
Then you would expect from the
I was expecting some kind of punish from MIBR here.
Enough to drag a third player onto the site proper. So little do they know, it definitely opens up this like mid to heaven push now, makes that way more viable.
Right, and now later in the round, the fault line is being used by Artzin, so
yeah, at least take the space back.
But
Valorant might take Spike and potentially TP over if A gets opened up. No, we're just going to go the old-fashioned way.
And you still just have Aspas, who's been posted up over on A ramp the entirety of this round. Now actually trying to push forward. There's that teleport that you mentioned. It's going back B. The dimensional drift is going to spot out Aspas, who now needs to get the hell out
go back over towards site because he thought it was over towards A in terms of the Omen ult. Big Omen ult. Cortesius stacks it over towards site. Dude, he's just in the salvos. He did so much damage. Wait, what? Ow.
How did he get two?
Dude, it didn't look like his aim was on him.
On the site in an elbow, Verno is extracted.
Dude, chaotic rounds, man. Absolutely chaotic. Dude, the salvos again just owned it so much. TP committed over towards side, flush him out to the open.
IGL has hit some stunning shots in these last couple rounds.
Sneakily topping the scoreboard. And that's an easy one, a big 4K
nice
for Valen.
Round from Valen as well. Omen ult was pretty good as well. The Omen ult over towards B created a lot of pressure, so Aspas couldn't take safety on the site itself.
They finally got, I mean, I say that, they're still probably going to force into this. Valen gets that initial kill. How on earth did Cortez find two?
The close of space is so nice from him as well. The TP player is great.
Lovely off angle. 18 and 13 for Valen. Top in the server. Another game here where MIBR have Aspas. He's in it. He's definitely performing. But there's a lot on his hands right now.
Interestingly enough, in the
if MIBR don't win this, then smap them.
Aspas has had is when he's got the AWP, when he has the Blade Storm, he seems to find it every time.
Speak of the devil. And he shall appear.
He's just so fast with it. He's just so hard to hit when he's just non-stop moving.
What a great start to get MIBR with like a really, like I said, teetering econ.
Shot.
Half armor for a lot of them.
Such a fast thing.
Artesian says, you know what, I'm good actually.
He takes the space with it as well, and there was no hesitation from him. Oh my goodness, here's the jump down. Yeah, dude, this was so nice from Leaf.
Leaf, just like he drew it up, it's a Viper's pit deployed.
Dude, his impact is
crazy.
crazy.
Much more awkward. That covers screens, gets into elbow. It's everywhere.
That initiator duo so unaware that they had missed a timing that Leaf caught. And now Trent positioned in main alone, playing passively, biding his time. Doesn't need to make any move just yet.
You just unclear this if you're the defenders. You don't have the bandwidth for it. You've got such a big problem to try and solve here. And here comes Trent into the backside. Aspas might have saved them. It's just Trent. The Viper's pit is now down. Viper dealt with. Trent, so cerebral, so consistent. Reliable player here for G2 is playing it safe, as only he knows how. Salvo comes in, Cortesia falls, and this complicates it for Aspas now. It does get to half, but it's going to take more than that. And Trent's got to find the timing. The spray is not there!
Dude, the smoke was still up.
Leaves a smoke in his wake! And Aspas uses it to convert.
My God, this was
it lasted
close,
just
man.
long enough for him to be able to fully defuse that second half as well. Aspas opens the round with this phenomenal 2K.
I mean, he has the smoke there, otherwise it's never happening, but...
That swing from Valen was...
Dude, Leaf did insane to make this close.
By an insta one-tap.
So I feel like Leaf is someone's like the best instant decision-making we've seen. It's just constant. It's just no hesitation. It's always a good idea.
And
what he
Aspas
does.
is not grazed by the bullet. One round game. Both teams now kind of on the edge. This is G2 with a pseudo force. All things considered, pretty good buy.
I was gonna say he hasn't had the judge yet.
That's an iconic.
I've been waiting for it. Nice
oh my
shot.
God, Jaws just
It's a great double push over towards here. They haven't done this one yet. Double push over towards B once they lose middle. Dude, Altin is in an insane amount of trouble.
You're in trouble, buddy.
I don't even know what to do here, mate. You ain't
Look
winning that, Joel. You ain't winning that.
Like a
Get in
pimple on
that
the tip of
smoke.
your nose. Artesine, oh, impotently tries to shoot in the direction of Rafters.
Yeah. I mean,
it's a mismatch, and he knows
maybe
it.
just thought they were in it. I'm not sure.
And now a full strength G2. And a pivotal round in the game.
And it's wraps for this one. MIBR are going to have to sadly retreat and play this for OT.
Yeah, they got to save these guns as well.
Kicking and screaming. G2 have dragged themselves through this game and now put themselves on match point. 2-round lead. MIBR with a weird force coming, I'm sure of it. Nothing huge outside of the Armageddon potentially to work with in the next round. Shenum here just needs to hope, pray he's allowed to keep the rifle. G2 don't want to take any risks of their own here. League didn't think he was anyway, but Aspas will wrest that gun from his grip. Jonah's in position though to recover it at least.
Could have been awkward for Aspas, but he's going to get away with his life. And MIBR won't have the worst buy for this final round. And as you mentioned, Verno just one away from getting the Armageddon. Shenum one away from getting the Viper's Pit.
Has every map so far been a 12-10?
That can certainly get them
at 1 point.
This round win, continue the game, despite the fact that they're not going to have the ideal buy here.
This round certainly now represents a tipping point in this series. MIBR have not won Ascent this stage. And G2, of course, it took Sentinels to unravel them on that map. To take Split away
I mean,
would
they
put them at a massive
don't get ults for it. They got to do it without
ults. Fracture
ults.
has been the permaban for MIBR, so God knows what happens there.
Slow from G2 to open this round up. Waiting to see if any aggression is going to come from MIBR. It's not going to be the case. The majority of the MIBR players are just postured towards A, keeping their eyes on main, ready to play off of anything that might come Aspas's way, but nothing will. To G2 slowly clearing out every corner of mid. We saw Elite find success on this exact
In
same
reaction
off
to
angle
the
that
mid
Shenum's trying to
control,
play now.
Brown goes all the way over towards Ace. They can set the one up, have the double rotate, but they lost middle, so you can have one over towards Heaven.
We may never know.
Aspas is going hunting.
Aspas, he's pushed very deep through that A side of the map. That's a potential issue. Or is this just a fake sell?
Oh, the TP in the corner for the potential Bucky. Oh my goodness, look at us go.
Do not dare impersonate me. Verno trades it though. That Guardian rings
Oh my God, that Armageddon
They kind of got their number in the low buys. That was cool play.
Let's force them into the corners at least. That could have been extremely dangerous.
It does throw things a little haywire for G2. But they're better armed.
MIBR, they don't know where to rotate. They were scared about someone being up through spawn, and Shenum on site has been dealt with.
No current mid-info to work with.
Yeah,
now they're going to try and test this from Heaven.
I mean, I don't even
And
know how they
Aspas has
win
been
this one.
everywhere this
SPNS,
round, but where
Aspas
the action
Masterclass.
is star player conspicuously absent. And now he's going to try
You
and
would
drag
imagine
them
that Leaf,
back
no matter
from
what,
the
does play so smart here that it's impossible.
Split hangs in the balance. Verno's going to be forced off by the fault line. And Aspas goes looking, dive into the Cloudburst, expecting someone in Mal, but Leaf is too canny to give this one up easily. Not for free, or not at all, he says. Now we're in for a penny, in for a pound, but Aspas is out of the game.
Dude, it's so it's so nice to watch Leaf at the moment in this game. He's having such a good final. I mean, well, lower
They
final.
steal away MIBR's
Breakdown.
pick, and now back-to-back have dealt with some of the top America's teams on this very map. And back-to-back, MIBR, they have faltered here, unable to close out a tight game against Sen yesterday, and unable to close out another close game against G2 today. So as you mentioned, we are going over to Ascent next, the pick of G2, where MIBR have found no success so far in 2025. This is the best shot that G2 has to close out this series. They're now up 2-1.
And I think MIBR are being reminded of just what it takes to stand at the top in this region. Aspas was firing. He was leading from the front on this map. But G2 had Valen going huge. Jorg with some ridiculous
Ascent.
rounds. Jonah with crucial clutches.
I guess they're still going to use the Waylay comp. There's no way they had time to change it. So they can probably just handpick some of the anti that Sentinels gave them in that game.
For what could be a wild map 4.
Like sometimes teams have just done the hard work for you. Waylay. I mean, their defense is nice though, we know that. Change it for the Jet, it doesn't change too much. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Well, let's find out. I don't know if they'll do it, but... Okay, I'll be back in a little bit, everyone.
Tentar o domínio, Aspas passou muito cedo. O Artezinho consegue tocar, Artezinho, é sempre ele.
Coming through, G2 lead pushed up so far again. The flash comes through over the shoulder.
Welcome back, everyone, and we got ourselves a 2-1 lead in favor of G2 Esports after that pickup on Split. And there you can see G2 as they get ready for their next challenge. Up ahead, it's going to be Ascent, and we'll, of course, see how MIBR chooses to respond here. Golden Boy alongside Sideshow, Mimi, and Bren. Lots to talk about because, I mean, I think, like, really, well, the thing that we were focusing on going into this one was how does Valen handle the aggression from Aspas, all that stuff. We saw some mix-ups, we saw some changes, but overall, Sideshow, I would definitely say, like, Valen put up the numbers he wanted.
I mean, actually, it was a great map from both of these players.
Very true.
Valen had great individual performances. He was up at the top of the scoreboard for his team a bunch, and you saw so many big moments from Aspas. He was all over the map, and they still couldn't quite squeeze it out towards the end. But I think it did play out much how G2 would have expected it to. MIBR got a lot of nice moments, things that they wanted, early picks, but they weren't able to close it out in the final, like, the ridiculous clutches of the last, like, 5-6 rounds.
You were the sole member of Talent, Bren, who predicted MIBR to win this series. And one of the big points you were making was that they were going to have a prep gap because they had time, they played the first series. But what I was really impressed with was G2, I think, changing a lot of their defensive setups and protocols to counter out the way MIBR played last time, which was super successful in that first half.
I mean, they definitely were doing that, actually. That tenacity, I think, is what makes G2 such a fantastic team, is despite the fact that MIBR got openings with, you know, I think Fred was talking about in one of the interviews that we had with him that he wants to get off to strong starts in their maps. A lot of it comes down to these preset ideas where they try and hard target an individual player with a defensive setup, and they usually do preparation to try and find these players ahead of time, and they took it in a different direction with the opening pistol, but it's the same kind of strategy, I suppose. It's just a fast exec, really empowering Aspas, ensuring that he is the tip of the spear, and he's always going to be well supported to get those openings for them, with a little bit of luck involved here and there, of course. But listen, the point still stands that despite this, despite MIBR getting off to these strong beginnings, G2 still have that extra element that makes them so damn dangerous. It doesn't matter that they go down in rounds. Every map is still winnable to them. They don't play like they're down rounds. They don't play like they're scared at any point. They were able to claw it back in every single essence, despite the fact that MIBR always open up strong in these maps.
And it was clear to me watching that G2 put a priority on like knowing that the attack side protocol for MIBR was these stun dash plays that they're doing all the time. They got caught off a couple in early rounds like you showed, but towards the end of that half, they started changing setups, playing further back, and putting a big prio on baiting that stuff out.
Exactly, Jorgamo in the spot where those smokes players would normally be playing, so we can TP out just in case they do those trap plays.
Well, I wanted to take us to round 4 actually as well, really dial things back to the early part of the map, because one of the things that you'll notice they're doing all the time, G2, is getting heavy flanks off on these defensive retakes. Look at Leaf right now going all the way through sewers. We've been treated to a bunch of maps now where neither team's really playing a hard sentinel role. Yeah, we'll just come off the back of Lotus, for example, where Leaf is pushing out on defense constantly. Cortezia was trying to do that on Haven, right? And he was getting shut down a little bit. Both teams were trying to do it on Lotus. And then in this half, on the defense, G2 were getting a lot of value out of playing those retakes where you have the defense flanking and taking a ton of space. Now, I think that's really important as we move on to Ascent, too.
Yeah.
Because if you get people getting active and you have these big, like, mid-pressure rounds where you then get a wraparound towards, you know, an A retake or something, for example, then that's going to be another area where the Sentinel players are going to get super tested.
We're heading to Ascent now, and the back 2 maps of this series are the weirdest place for MIBR. They've only played this map twice, and both times they were playing this old default comp with the Cypher instead of the Killjar, in a world where everyone else is innovating. You look at a team like G2, who's playing the Waylay, who's playing the Vice, who has been really creative on this map. I'm super interested to see if it's going to be the same comp and the same ideas from MIBR, because thus far, I've been disappointed with their Ascent, but it's been a while since we've seen it.
Okay, but on the flip side of that, are we going to see the same thing from G2?
Yeah, because they did get countered by Sen.
They got hard countered by Sentinels. The Waylay has to dash out through choke points, and the Waylay can't have the gun out at the same time. It's not like playing Jet, where you have the gun, you prime the dash, and then you go in. Instead, it's much more like you're like holding your hands as you dash out into the site.
Doing some theory crafting or some thought process. Could maybe you bring back the Yoru into the fold if you're like Jogamo?
Yeah,
maybe
they
just
totally could.
Yeah, what are the options here that you
could
could
literally
potentially see?
1-for-1 sub the Yoru or the Jet in instead of that Waylay.
Yeah, I think I would hard agree with that. And to be honest, we're already seeing, I think, signs of G2 getting shut down when they try and opt into these Waylay comps. We saw it when they tried to play Fracture most recently as well, when they had to play Fracture as that map on Ascent most recently as well, with Jorgamo being that kind of the first player in for them. I think the play style of G2 as well really relies on Jorgamo kind of being not self-sufficient, I would say, but he doesn't get as many resources as other Duelist players when he's getting set up.
That's true.
The way G2 plays, they want to send Jorgamo in. Maybe he gets a kill, maybe he doesn't, being an exceptional player without too much resources, and then comes the follow-up util. Then comes Trent following up off that space and being able to be that star player for them. They play in a very particular way, I would say,
when you think about
teams.
It makes sense, though, right? You got a guy like Jogamo, high-impact, explosive player, and yes, you could throw a lot of resources behind him, but you also have all these other layers behind, and this guy could go and get you one every single time. So I think it just speaks to the absolute talent that we see on G2's side. But of course, MIBR nowhere near out of this one yet. Ascent coming up next. Is Aspas just going to get all over everyone? We'll find out after this.
What is this, Mannix?
We're here live still at the Riot Games Arena. 3 maps down in this series, and G2 a crucial win on Split. Now sends us into kind of unknown territory if you're looking at MIBR.
Don't want to be seeing
we haven't
Wingman,
seen
man.
a ton of an Ascent, and last time I think they were on the classic, the
Didn't
old
Aspas
style
Waylay?
comp.
Nah, he'll play,
What have they brought
he'll
to the
play
table?
Jet.
What has changed since that match?
Yeah, last time they played this, okay, and they are changing God, because they lost to Furia running the old comp, and I honestly thought because they had already locked up playoffs that they were saving their real comp for the playoffs. Maybe that was the case, or maybe that was just the you know, kick that they needed to figure out that we should leave 2021 behind and live in 2025.
Okay, we're
doing
it.
G2 keep the Waylay.
G2, they're sticking to the Waylay. The desk were theorizing about the potential for Jaw to just switch over to Yoru, maybe go to all-reliable Jet. This is her map, but sticking to his guns with Waylay.
So perhaps what happened against Sentinels is something
Shay,
that
thanks so
G2
much
felt
for
they
the
could
100
fix
bits,
on their
dude.
own.
Appreciate that.
It wasn't just them getting exploited, the Waylay getting exploited, not having the gun
you so
up
much.
speed that, you know, Jet boasts. So
All
they're
right.
stuck to their guns. They're going to bust them out here as we head into Ascent. It's 2-1 in the series so far. The back half of the series, as Mimi pointed out, it's odd. Don't know what to expect for MIBR. Surely, Wyatt, surely they've been cooking up on this map now as they've tweaked their comp.
This is one of the maps that these two teams
Okay,
faced
MIBR
each
on
other
defense,
on earlier in the
G2.
season.
One
G2
away
won
on
that
attack.
affair 13-8.
No raid
If G2
boss.
win here,
Dude,
it'll be
MIBR love a raid
back-to-back
boss. No raid
America's
boss on
Grand
this one.
Finals for them.
I mean,
Another
Aspas
shot
is just drooling over towards
at a
middle.
trophy.
And that crucial top seed heading into Toronto. Aspas meet drone. G2 though very heavily concentrated on the
That
outside of the
was
map.
Wide swing
insanely
from Shenum, and
committed.
he's punished for it.
Yeah, it was an
Looking for that
insanely
info again.
committed
It's
swing.
like Haven all over again.
I thought it was going to be just like a little jiggle
Jaw
here,
comes
but
down. That is going to cut Artesine out of the action. And you better believe Jaw's already got into a commanding position. Pounced here by Hell. Now reposition over towards Jen.
Couple connections from that 0 point, but Jonas still just has that full kit array. Initial pop flash thrown into
Death
heaven.
start of the
Awesome.
game.
Bit of further
Currently
delay. Valorant
tied in
send out the
fast
paranoia.
bloods,
Even
37
more
to
delay.
37.
Vice util at door.
Hey,
Already
nice,
delaying
Death.
on top of that. Artesine can't
Yeah,
move
you're
through
doing
that.
the maths.
Arcrow's triggered yet again. Artesine low, has to peek out. Needs to try and extract something out of the round. And Aspas is set up on Heaven. Burner's gotten deep over towards Jen now. Jaw has a lot to look at.
They
Goes
ain't
down,
getting,
but
they
some
ain't getting
good
this
damage.
defused.
Time is a big problem, and of course, ever reliable Trent delivers a death blow. Verno's got nowhere to be.
Didn't mind giving an extra orb on this as well.
Give them another orb by swinging out.
4-3 on the
Even
pistols.
round,
4-3, 1-0.
You can just see the dense amount of util that G2 are able to throw around the map to keep retakers stifled. It's too overwhelming.
Jeez, I mean, Shannon just walks that.
Yeah, that was a curious moment. He really took a wide swing on that. That was not a jiggle peek.
All right, we're feeling chipper. Spirit high in the G2 camp. No hand to forehead this time for your boy Josh
That
either.
was the happiest I think we've seen Josh when we on
Yeah,
his
he
cam,
looks, by
honestly.
comparison, he looks
Yeah,
elated.
pistol's always nice. Like the most
we'll
important
take it.
rounds, really.
Aspas on the catwalk with Sheriff. Dash available, wants to take
Ah,
advantage
he
of it.
dinked him, though.
That was
waiting
a
for it.
dink through the wall.
Yes.
G2 are waiting for that.
It's a little unlucky.
Now, mid-control. Should be elementary. Shannon
Oh,
also
that's a
step
dink
up.
through the
Gets knocked
wall
back
also.
down. He is low. And
Oh.
here comes Jaw to finish what he started. Easy cleanups.
They're just going to keep going with it.
Might be
No intentions of going
Yeah,
back.
lovely
They're just
little
going
jump
to
on
run
this one as well.
through tree.
Okay, some free damage for Trent there as he
Yeah,
sprays
I'm
it on
worried
down.
they
Verno
might
feels the
just
pitch.
run away with this a little bit.
Two Bulldogs, Sheriff.
Because it
goes
feels like
to
on
go to
defense,
work with.
MIBR need to get
G2 have it locked
Aspas's
down
off.
pretty early.
They haven't saved enough for it.
A
So
lot of pressure
you at least
on
don't see it
MIBR
fast
to
by rounds.
perform in this lower final. This is where they got knocked out of the kickoff tournament. Against Sentinels, they lose the BO5 3-1. They do not want to exit this tournament in the exact same fashion. They know they've gotten better since then. We've seen that they've improved so much since then, but the competition has remained so stiff. I mean, G2, they've really
It should have been EG. They
not
just
skipped
messed
a
up
beat,
a
I
little
feel,
bit.
while Sentinels have ascended to a
That
totally
11-11
different
for
level
V2
in this
is
last week or
hard
two.
to forget that one.
And MIBR definitely felt the onus on them to step up to that challenge. They don't want to exit this stage with another third-place finish.
Is the EMEA
heard
playoffs next
Cortez
week?
say, we're not
Yeah,
just
some of
thinking
them.
about Masters. We want to dominate this region and then the world.
Oh, that's a great shot.
This team is the hope of Brazil.
The best they've looked in a long time.
Getting onto their first bye round.
If you're asking for the EMEA
Against
finals, you got to wait
G2
2 weeks for
bonus.
that. think he finishes on the 18th, maybe.
Okay.
Hands of Leaf. Classic Leaf Vice on attack activity.
And a lot of opportunities to put it to best use.
What's it? 4th?
Big pings down mid.
Finishes on the 4th, finishes on the 18th.
Interesting spot for it.
Peeks onto that angle. Goes Osmos. Dare swing! Oh my god!
Oh god, the timing is insane.
Then Aspas, again, just doesn't look back at explosions.
That's
Apparently,
a nice
off to a different
shot.
part of the map.
He's
This time
fast,
resurfacing in mid.
instant rotate as well. Does not need to peek on this one.
That
He was kind of
carnage.
tempted, but he doesn't need to.
I am stunned at that. We'll need a replay on that in point.
Dude, the internal clock to pop his dash here was pretty nice.
Could have gotten more, but
Nice
Frono
shots
just
as well.
picks it
Everyone's
off for a
in.
switch.
Hey, that's a convincing round, man. The shots that were on this round is disgusting.
His Aspas kills 2 birds with 1 stone early.
I saw their undoing before my eyes. I was having a vision of the future where Ospas is swinging out into 5 players, dies, and then they get bonus rounded and they get flattened on this map.
They were lined up.
Instead, that happened. And Leaf, I think, got the shot off with the Outlaw, but it didn't connect.
Spike down.
Oh my word, man.
In the words of Esports Doug, the moon was in, or Mercury was in Gatorade, and the planets aligned.
What?
Had to give him credit for that one. You've never had Mercury in Gatorade? Good for you. Pop-off king.
G2 are trying to get into B main, but they're being slowed down by missiles from Frono. That's a great flash over the top. It's going to force him back to switch. He's isolated.
Frono waiting for the next wave. It comes in soon enough. Then they've got to play around this Vice wall. That may have been triggered just now. It's going to be an element you have to deal with. Razorvine also starting to clear, and now they check this. Should be 1 ping off the 0 point. And I think seeing Leaf there is probably the least surprising.
The Waylay, yeah, the Waylay was kind of nice, their info. Again, they used the Waylay, probably some of the best we've seen.
Smoked off.
Just admit they kind of got antied pretty heavy in that Sentinels game.
Damn near in the defender's spawn.
Mid control for G2 opens up a multitude of options. And Cortezio is playing accordingly. And the shield wall is still there somehow. In we go. Light speed for Jaw. And up on that short, you're going to be looking for Cortezio. Arcro's out there.
They kind of got to get
on Cortezio. This allows
between
Jaw
them.
and Co to get in. Now MIBR's 2 anchors have
There's
to go
one.
ham. Not a bad start. Here's Valen digging them out of position.
Just overwhelmed by the numbers
So
of G2.
they should just try damage
Scale
lock him
together
in.
effectively down lane and stairs at the same time, putting those players mid-sight in a
Yeah,
vice.
should just be holding this forever.
Early round joy for Aspas this time around. And I'm thinking he's running
See,
short
I think they're thinking about their own econ
barely
too
even
much
considered
here.
drifting over to assist. So MIBR without a too much care economically, able to build up a lot after a pretty ridiculous flawless. Can sit back on this, bide their time, but bear in mind this is G2 that are
The
getting
save here
really
might mean they can get double up though, I
early
guess,
attack
back-to-back
side rounds.
rounds.
This Waylay-led strategy. Not a position you want the attackers to get into.
Ospas would have been happy to take some fights there, honestly, to try and deal some additional damage. Despite being down 3-1 there.
TMV told me Waylay was dead. Yeah, he likes
Like I said, yeah,
he
they're trying
likes
to
to
dig in
spread
for
the
the long game, but
misinformation.
3 rounds handed over to the attackers.
Sheriffs aren't good in pistol rounds. Clove's not an impactful agent. We saw Ye win multiple rounds.
Jumping in and dying,
What
so
else
the
we
rest of your
got?
players can scale on either
Paper X
side
aren't going to go on a run.
find the kills on the defenders.
We
Just
saw that on Lotus,
non-stop.
right? Especially with the Neon. Jet obviously you have a
Hit off the
contingency
hit.
way to get out.
All right, Ospas has picked up the operator. I am really looking for him to get some more value with this gun. They've been putting it in his hands constantly. He's flashed off that angle, forced to retreat back to Gen. Triple stack up here for MIBR.
Much more than just a one-way to play with there. G2 really spent util making sure no one could capitalize.
Now, in the meantime, there's a stealth drone sent all the way up mid from G2. And you can see
Euphoria,
him
thank you
insert
so
himself
much.
Over towards the market door pizza area.
Maybe. Maybe.
Shield wall
Thank
drawn
you,
out.
bro.
A little bit of a nervous moment there. Convergent pass coming into play, and here comes Jaw. Moving fast as heck, but Werner's able to stop him in his track. Shenum though stunned up in that corner.
Oh my god, dude, the aim here is nuts.
Exactly what you needed, but
Are we on for a 1v5? Oi, chill.
Aspas cut down, and Leaf finds yet another one. Round is
Little
still
jump
alive for
spot
G2,
to get
but
info as well.
Leaf somehow has to go absolutely bonkers.
Okay, hold up.
Oh my god. had a chance
Whoa.
with Shenum.
Oh, boy.
Okay, Leaf. On 3. Trying to show up the youngster Verno.
This would end the game right here.
Time started to become a concern. 33 seconds to play with. And these MIBR players are hoping to play together, but Leaf might have a timing to slip past. Radazin checks
God.
this for info. Little shoulder out now from behind. Leaf knows he's going to get pushed. Not to be.
My goodness.
And the pure stopping power of Verno on A allows MIBR to scrape
1v5
another
starting with a knife would have been incredible, though.
After those convergent paths were used, Jaw was able to get in, but no one else could. I suppose there was that special delivery
Incredible
there.
shots, though.
Precision with the Vandal, lethal from Verno.
I mean, this is kind of the issue with Waylay. It was discussed on the desk, right? She can't always fight for herself straight away after getting in. Needs pretty tight spacing from the rest of the team.
And also, there's no cloud burst for that Waylay to
exactly.
Okay, now it gets interesting. Aspas gets that up out. Again, they saved in that earlier round, so he can actually do this multiple rounds in a row, even if he loses this one. 1, 2, 3, 4 people can't buy next for G2.
They have to know. The 0 point tagging a Jet on catwalk. G2 definitely going to play carefully around that. Steel Guard on use over a beat. Is an Armageddon coming in, and there's Aspas. An unlikely scenario to extract the kill, but that's what he does!
Spike.
Somehow Jonah's not ready. Who could be? Fallon with a stinger. Gets his. And finds another one. He actually upgraded to the rifle all of a sudden. G2, they thrust down the middle of MIBR setup.
Oh, that's a nice throw of the spike.
This
Throw the
position's
spike.
no longer relevant. It's no longer
They handled this
terrifying.
well, though.
Shenum has to
It's
fight
a
for
big
himself,
kill,
and
though.
Jaw
Super
goes
doable.
by the wayside.
Aspas changes
Turning into a
gun, but
mental
gonna get
situation.
info as soon as this
Leaf
wall
has
gets
worked his way
triggered.
into market. Shenum, far more HP, but if he doesn't clear the corner, it's going to be a free kill for Leaf. But he's ready for it.
Okay.
Headshot
He's
dispatches
aware.
him. 2 versus 1. Valen backside.
Valen gets
Both players
smoked.
from MIBR running down lane.
Cerebral cortex swollen like a beach ball. Valen's got to figure
Nice
this out,
shots,
but
man.
Shenum just
My
deals with him
goodness.
handily, in fact. And now the defenders
Dude, some of the
start to
shots
build
in
up a
this
bank,
map so far are
start to string
insane.
these rounds together.
Impressive work from Shenum.
Really clean.
Aspas with the operator there, not to be
People are
denied.
getting way
that.
too good at this game.
Initial shot onto Trent was fantastic. And then Jonah just focused on pressure that was coming from the spawn. Surely he won't be jumping down and flanking me with the op. But he does just that.
Like you note, they spot him out really early with that 0 point. But I guess they just assumed that he's holding a passive line and they've already
Yeah,
started
they just
past it.
assume, yeah, that he's like back in tree basically. That he didn't.
Desp, I don't know how you can
He
talk
actually
off just
pushed
Sage
in
performance,
front
man.
of the thorns on the ground, but they assumed
Sometimes
he
you gotta
was
look
behind
inwards,
them.
man.
It's certainly more likely he would have been. But
Assuming makes an ass pass out of you.
Spending too long looking outside.
Come on, bro. I get one.
I chuckled. I chuckled.
Jaw hit pretty deep towards that CT side. Now that Util getting concentrated towards the boathouse. Jaw steps up, knocked down straight away. It's the stinger buy for G2. Quintessential. At this point, MIBR are conditioned to it.
No real opportunity to get a shot off with the op. Cloudburst to safety, wants to get back on the angle. Cortez on the swing, but it doesn't matter.
5 health, yeah, not much to work with. Valen, a little stranded
It's
without
a
an
good,
upgraded weapon either.
spam from Verno there.
Is the plan?
I have the spike.
He got
Spike
2
recovered,
with the classic.
55 on the clock. And he's headed in a direction with no weapons to recover.
He's got a lot of time to play with.
Do tell, Valen, what the game plan is here. We're circling back through mid.
Just wants to go through Cat. Get the spike down over on A.
There's a caution ping there over towards grass.
Could try to get himself into a closer position.
Shenum is flush with Util here, Wyatt.
Where does he want to go? Play hell, force them to swing onto
So
him.
it's going to be so long until they start going over towards site.
A lot of
He can
scenarios you're
be
going to be going
anywhere.
up against a Tejo that's going to
So they
opt to
definitely got to
use the
smoke
missiles in
off
hell.
A main.
And
You
Valen
would imagine.
doesn't even have the ability to TP out of it. Paranoia for Jen. That's cleared. And I use air quotes.
Verno, evidently.
It's actually he actually has a really good chance.
Valen waiting, biding his time. Sting. Oh, they line up! Are you kidding me? Valen!
Dude, how has
like
Leaf
Mojo
even made this
Jojo out
possible
there.
to begin with, though?
Punches
Is
his
this a
ticket
2v5?
to another winning round. A winning round that should not have been.
What a disastrous retake in that 2 versus 1. Positioning completely scrambled. I mean, he gets there in the first place because Leaf goes crazy with the classic over on the B side.
What is that?
I knew it! You like that play, Cortez?
To put in context, that was off the back of what Leaf did early in the round. The classic. Doesn't make any sense.
Feels like absolutely
that's such a
none of
good
that should
clip.
have happened. Not one bit. MIBR still have enough money to buy up here, but their economy is fully on the line. Aspas with that operator.
Still low money check right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2,
For a bit
3.
of info. Jordan. Yep, we're getting out of there.
4 as well.
Quick refract.
It drew the crosshair away from Shenum, and now Verno can't even trade
Yeah, there's a
because
big
he's obscured by
distraction
the
with this
smoke.
one. Valen gets the kill as well.
Down so
Well,
early in
that
the
might
piece.
be a
Now,
save right
yeah,
here.
A is open.
Oh,
Come right on in, they say. Cortez able to find Trent towards the middle part of the map, so that post-plant util drastically limited.
Leaf is ready for this. If Cortezia can win this fight, there's a chance at this retake. It's really the only opportunity.
Good steps. Still guarded. Leaf says,
It's forced into the sight line.
Aspas gets there. That is wild. Just a pixel of it, might suggest. Valorant again in hell. Surely not twice.
Round 2.
Not again.
he might actually do it again from here.
Razor
I think A main needs to just chill the whole time.
Here comes Verno now, hunting. Blood in the water. He can taste it, and there it is. Valen dealt with. Jonah P on the site, riddled with holes. This time Verno's able to clean up.
I think that
Man,
Valorant
this
needs to
Ascent
let
game
the 2 on
is back and forth
site play, but I understand
Cortezia
trying to
came
bail his
off huge,
teammate out.
finding that initial kill on Trent.
Was it Valorant or was it
But then from
Jorgamo?
there,
I can't remember. No, it was
So
Jorgamo,
heads
right?
up for him to just take that jiggle peek onto Leaf. This was a cool way for G2 to get in.
Yeah, this is a nice little
Shenum
distraction.
just forced to look to the left. And then Aspas in this moment, because of the steel guarded, Leaf had to force the issue and run a Cortezia, so he exposes himself to the sight line. That was a really
I actually
cool
think
play.
Leaf was trying to counter Steel Garden. I think he was trying to use one of his own. From the animation, he didn't pull a weapon out. It's unclear.
Okay, set round. We got a knife that goes
way.
back a sight.
Aspas was waiting for him. He was cornered.
Double flash combo from G2 to get into B main, a paranoia.
Wow.
And from the KO, Aspas just
Too many of them got hit by this knife.
on that shot. Jaw to get away.
Defenders still in strong positions though. Jaw and a stinger. Stingers for everybody. Steel Garden now for Leaf. Held onto it the previous round. Artazine trying to back away. Caught up. Snarled in the liquid metal roots. And Jaw gets 2. Pushing out towards CT, but wrong weapon in hand apparently.
That is haphazard to say the least. Throws his life away.
Oy.
2 players with stingers remaining for G2. Leaf is trying to close the distance, get on an angle that he can play nice and close. Both G2 players are just completely separated from each other right now. It looks like they want to try and get into a position where they can swing off
I wonder
each
if
other.
Verno's got to use ult here.
Aspas into main. This is awkward for Leaf. It's not a good spot. Look at him adjusting. He knows.
Oh,
Someone
that's
could
nice.
backstab.
They'll push
He
them
had
out
the
into
info.
this.
It's just too many angles to account for.
Valen's picked up a judge now.
Getting ahead of that Verno util. Paranoia doesn't seem to matter. Bam! He mows him down. Aspas though, low health. Valen has got himself an
Super low
upgrade.
health.
Looking for the clutch. It gets to half.
No
Valen
way.
biding his time, not respecting
No
the
way.
fact that Aspas might be on this stick. It doesn't matter.
Oh, dude. Aspas nearly owned him with the full
Valen
stick.
runs it back again. All faith put in him by G2 and he delivers.
The 1v2, if that wasn't enough for you.
1v3 with a judge
how
as
about a
well.
little 1v3 as
The
well.
classic.
Just within a 3-round span, picks up the judge that was dropped, gets in the dark cover. That is so cheeky.
He times it out perfectly.
Happiness.
It's a great
He's
It's a
laughing
great
at them
angle.
coming that
Display
he's
by
sticking
Games
it.
as well.
That's
I mean,
funny.
Josh knows what he's doing. I see you, bro. You ain't fooling me, brother. Didn't like heat. Pull them sleeves up a little bit. Pause here because, yeah, sleeves up all across MIBR. Frog now in their ears. It's important to take stock at this point and note that G2 has just scored their 5th attack side round. On a map like Ascent, that is such a huge boon. And MIBR now have a round where they have an L command to work with. It could be pretty important to stunt those fast hits that G2 might look to play off. Again, the pace is definitely more up-tempo than the Yoru comp on split.
It certainly has been. The Waylay.
You too? Yeah,
factor in
they're...
that.
Just their stingers are so good, so their low buys are always a nightmare.
So that was a round. Should
I also
be
feel
on
like every
board.
time they have a low buy and they have a Vice ult. Don't know for sure, but they definitely always use it in the low buy. I swear like their win rate is insane with it. It's at least over half, which is obviously very good for like low buy ecos.
So far, might just rip that right now. See if they can't turn the tides on this eco round with a couple kills, and he will.
Up to the races, straight past the one, mate. Disrespected as G2 know. Got a real gun advantage here. Artisan suppressed 4. Caught by that.
I honestly think it might be too many rounds as well, and that is an incredible tail. Oh my goodness. Tail was perfect.
I mean, what is this disrespect to MIBR? They've done nothing to deserve it. And this one blows up in G2's
Bold,
face.
man. Bold to use on that eco really worked well.
MIBR to just let all of these ults
the comms
loose.
were pretty good, I imagine, from
Shannon
to just let him know how many numbers there were. Or maybe there was a knife that hit that I missed. Either way, they got like hard info on them.
Oh, there goes
remaining G2 player.
3-person gun pickup as well.
Reality hits G2. They're in a
Knife
best
hit
of 5.
4. Okay, knife hit 4
They're
on
only one round
tail.
ahead to long series. And it's still in the balance.
Inferno gets a
Dude, with the salvos
I mean,
either side as well to force them out is a great
your
ult.
abilities on that round. Armageddon used.
Nice!
And the missiles were put in the corners that it would have forced players into.
Yeah, a timeout here for sure.
Now Josh,
it was like, boys, what was that?
His happiness, his smiles, a distant memory. It's time to pause after getting eco.
Again, like let's
not against the
dial it
tail.
back a little bit. They're obviously on a gun round. MIBR sheriffs. They walk past the one, mate, disrespected. Okay, fair enough. They want pace, but they walk straight into the Teo trap. Verno is always playing that off angle on the A side. He's there somewhere.
This tail, I mean, it's really strong, man. There's a couple of maps. Well, I say a couple of maps. Pretty much feels like every map you got some insane ults.
I just love the guts to go for that on this eco round and not saving it for the buy in some standard situation when you're on a retake. They went for it and they come up huge because they took that risk. So I'm trying to remember when he got the other kills, to be honest. I mean, he's been looking good, but damn, when did he get 15 and 5? That's
I mean, he did drop that 4K on the round that Leaf got the knife kill.
With a deadlock wall, yeah, you throw it over the top, lock him in.
There.
It's the Saint special, that one.
He's been in the mix this whole game. Right, so G2 chastised duly, I'm sure.
And going for the force. Josh has advised them to go for the force on this round.
I mean, they go for the force. They always,
Shocking.
they always win them.
Sheriff. Trent just has the
Trent has his own ult. I mean, they got great ults on this.
Are they going to go for some kind of convergent paths Armageddon play?
Well,
no, it's just an Armageddon straight up on A.
Tail, clear space. They own an ult behind it as well. Dude, I mean, in reaction, I say in reaction, they kind of just instantly wanted to push over towards B main.
Scatter to the wins.
Arjun is trying to make some sense of this round, if not for MIBR, at least do it for me. What the hell am I saying, man?
Aspas is going to meet one in spawn.
Aware that Trent is in spawn, it seems. Should be able to collect that kill. Does. Artson caught by the convergent pass. Straw going to try to capitalize on this push forward.
The hint is pretty brutal.
No, they just can't. They were kept at bay by that molly.
All right, so that sheer wall was just triggered, so they know Aspas is amongst it. It might be been able to stabilize the round, but still have to fight this retake. Saturate. Pajor headed over towards that speedway, but he does get pinged out by a 0 point. They know he's here.
Incredible flash, but that Omen flashback was pretty sick as well. Lovely little transfer from Shannon.
Rather the paranoia.
I don't know if I want to see the replays of this round. I might just want to move on.
Yeah, I mean, Aspas did good, Shannon did good.
Across the board.
We are going to see the replay because we must.
Yeah, I suppose we must. Okay, I changed my mind.
Shannon, he's looking like that. He's looking like the guy in this map.
This fight against Cortez, he's forced out with the sheriff, but then, I mean, he just leaps out there. I mean, they are thanking Artzin for actually playing
Leaf overstepped a little bit here.
And just spraying for some kills.
He really kept a lid on it there in CT.
All right, G2. They've cobbled together what they can after forcing that round.
Okay, just a pretty standard fast hit here. This time, Jaw's going to have that back up if they try and go in. He does dash over towards Market. Enough time to get the gun up. It is a stinger, though.
It's not going to refract. He's staying committed to that logs position.
Oh, that's a mid-push.
He finds an opening. That's the off removed.
And that looked like a nice shot, though. Maybe Vano has to kill 3.
Here at B.
Yeah,
There's the
that's
last
around
layer
that.
of defense
But they got
cleared
6
from
on
that side.
attack. Considering what we saw
Bizarre
against
rounds.
Sentinels, you would
Hard to
imagine
predict,
that's
hard to call, but
enough,
bloody
but
exciting. And that's Shannon after a high-octane sequence of plays.
I guess they're up against a Jet though, so it's like
low-octane
Yes, I would
death
say
awaiting him.
will be laboured. A flawless round for G2 to end the half. We're keeping it close here. Absolute bloody haymakers being thrown by both sides.
Some bizarre final few rounds. What is that kill?
oh dude, I missed it.
He's quick with it, isn't he?
And then Cortezia was caught with the flash. His position on lane was just way too open for players that were going to be swinging out from main.
E2 was single-handedly enough this gun,
Eyes towards
yeah.
the future. MIBR must win this map. G2 get 6 attack side rounds.
You're not wrong.
So much rests on the pistol, which we'll be seeing when we come back after this short break.
Must watch clip. You guys trolling me? Let's see. Cortezia Collat on split. Let me mute this. What we got? Waylay comp. There's no way they had time to change it. Ah, yeah, it's just lucky though, right? Time to. I gotta mute this guy. That's so lucky. Lucky. Cortezia's got to be a headshot. That's true though. It's always a headshot. Do they do full scrims with stingers? No, but they, I mean they probably DM it a little bit as well. Like they've all just got it down.
Now, it might be 6 attack side rounds from G2 from the first half of Ascent, but it took them a pistol round win, a conversion in the anti-eco, and 2 magnificent clutches from VALORANT to get there. That's a lot of work.
Even that final round was a bizarre half by. I mean, it was a full force rather, with some bad guns that they win. A strange half of VALORANT has left us
Get
at
a lot of
6-6.
hate in the chat for
MIBR's hopes
playing
of making it
DM
to
with
the
a
grand
stinger.
finals, hanging in the
Yeah, I feel like
balance
everyone
of
in
whether or
DM.
not they
Dude,
can
everyone in
win
DM
this
is
map.
annoying, man. DM in
G2
this game
trying to make
sucks, dude.
another
Holy.
grand final. It would be their 3rd in a row.
Like
All
honestly,
tournaments that they
I
played
would
this
probably
year would have them in the
suggest,
grand
like if you're
finals
like
if they could
new
just
to
close out
FPSs,
on
I would
Ascent.
actually suggest
This
just
point in the
getting
series, you're
CS just
fatigued,
purely for the DM.
strung out. Sometimes all that remains
You're gonna
is that
get
hunger to
way
win.
more
And there's
jewels
definitely
within
an experience
a
difference
smaller
between
amount of
these two teams
time.
when it comes to best of 5. G2
Is the
have played
fastest
a
way to get
number
used
of
to like your
them with
sense
this
and
core
just
team over
aiming.
the years, whereas MIBR
Double
just
raid
have
boss,
gone
one
to
for
their
each
main.
team on this one. We've got a
Lost
free
the
side over
Sentinels in the
towards here. We're
lower
gonna see a
finals to kick off.
5v5 retake and
much
they
is that
might even
gonna matter?
flood. Valorant has
MIBR.
flash.
Some pretty complex pistol rounds in the past. This one is very straightforward. Let's go to A. Let's set up. Let's get a plant. Let's hold.
Got those thorns to delay any players coming back in heaven too early from G2. Aspas is weak. Dash across from Jaw.
Unharmed so far. Jaw. Aspas very low though. Just a paltry 10 health to his name. But MIBR being very careful about this. Not overcommitting on the retake, but Artazine steps out
There's
and
no
is
util
shut
left. It's
down.
just jewels on jewels.
Underneath the check hell, Aspas is there, still gets a kill with 10 HP as only he can. But now Verdo and
for the
Cortezia have to
HPs.
spam on in. They want to push it. Oh, he's caught with util in his hand. Leaf, dodging, ducking, dipping, diving, dodging.
I
There's
see
Trent to finish the
from
job.
Trent. Did they
G2 with both
finish
pistols
the
on
map
set.
and they managed to get
That's
a
gonna be
double
weight off the
pistol here?
shoulders.
If they can't do it with 2 pistols, a 1v2 and
Yeah,
a
they even it up to
1v3,
4-4.
man, I don't know if they deserve the map win. If MIBR can run it all the way back, that would be pretty sick.
Zach,
Not
appreciate
even
you.
run it back. I mean, the fact
Thank
that
you
saying
for
this
that, Zach.
game is ridiculous
Yeah,
to
you're not
begin
wrong.
with.
It's a
They
banger.
really wanted to play off of the arc rows that Cortezia flashed.
Dude, Zach, you've been doing
Get
a lot
the
recently, man. Thanks so
sound
much,
cue,
dude.
obviously, and that's the moment where Artson jumped out.
Nice! Oh, he's hitting this. He's hitting this, Trent. Look.
But it was Jaw who got that free kill because of their willingness to aggress. And unlike G2, MIBR, not a fan of the second round force after getting the spike down.
Get to the side though, Valen there to meet them. Spectre rings out. Leaf gets a hand on it as well. 3 quick ones. Cortezia's reeling.
He's
Forced to look
so
on,
far
paranoid,
away.
And very dead.
He's so far
just
away of a stinger.
Leaves 2 very fast rounds of Valorant. one orb away from getting that Steel Garden already, and that could have some massive value on a bonus round versus the full buy. If he can get one orb and get that off in a
That's
retake.
insanity. I know they're eco, I know they have no armor.
I'm literally trick-shotting on them. Good.
How do you have the levity in a game like this to play that way? Only Leaf, man. Again, shot back up to the top of the scoreboard. Yeah.
20-9. This stretch of games from him has been
Leaf, I mean, Leaf's just had an insane series.
the star player in my eyes of the G2 kickoff run, and I think
He's
he might be putting up
easily
crazier
the
numbers than he was
MVP.
during that kickoff run.
It's not just nonchalance. He's giggling like a schoolchild.
He's having fun.
Yep.
Can you blame him?
I mean, I don't know if that's a long series. I'll be stressed, but I'm glad he has the room to enjoy himself a bit. I don't know if I could say the same for his coach or his fans, but here we are.
So, if MIBR had watched a lot of the demos, which I know they would have, they should know that this wall is over towards mid every single round. So they drone, they take the space, and they're gonna trigger the wall. This is something that Sentinel struggled at a little bit, mostly because they got punished early on their bonus. But
won't get instantly traded, but
a great nade on that.
No chance to get out of there.
Good reaction from loser middle as well. The push over towards the air didn't mind it too much.
Yep, gets himself the Vandal. Here's Trent lining it up now. This is going to slow things up a little bit. And still Jonah is claimed. That's another kill through mid. Jonah hung around, insisted
with that kill as well. Easy call for them to go up shot.
Push for MIBR, quite viable. They got across mid, but VALORANT isn't attending it.
Time is dwindling a bit, but it doesn't look like G2 should be in position to stop this plant unless they really heavily accelerate. Trent doesn't even have missiles right now. VALORANT trying to hold down this cross, but he just can't do it. Walks into the stun.
Oh, there it is. Trent caught. VALORANT trades it. Now there's rifles.
They're so good with these guns, man. Doesn't matter what the gun is, they just end up using that. Like, even if we nerf the Stinger, it's going to be incredible with Spectres, man.
The ability to get
no escaping it.
We just need the backup. This could be hard-hitting, fast play from G2. They're geared for it.
VALORANT upgrades.
What's he going to do, yeah?
We go! Jorgamo says Geronimo, and it's VALORANT to trade on.
He got the ding. Ah, bro, that's so unlucky. 21 HP, they give it a really good go. It's an insane bonus for G2.
Through the box as well on Shenum. So finally, someone figured out how to stop VALORANT in a clutch situation. Needed to happen eventually.
God, he and Leaf again are just running rings around it though.
It's insane. Him and Leaf have a combined.
We used to play scrims only with Guardian. Yeah, we did.
So the rest of his team's 14.
We did Guardian only for Scream and Soulcast. We did Judge only for Raze on Split a couple of maps.
Absolutely absurd. MIBR
we did Yampi Marshall only because Marshall could have been a lot better.
A lot of light armor.
That was mostly DM though.
And Leaf keenly aware of the economic situation.
We do a Baki only game. I can't remember.
Have on that buy. He's got the Outlaw.
Yampa Cypher only.
So
we did Yampi on Cypher, never again. 13 first
make
deaths.
some of these concessions and still
We did a
have
lot of testing.
impact in the round. That is to say, the Outlaw is online for almost everybody on MIBR. Nothing in market, says Verno. Sheer Wall, though, is lying in wait.
13? No, it was impressive, chat. It really was.
As long as the wall remains in the position.
What was he doing for 13 deaths? Mate, honestly, more aggressive than he was on a duelist somehow.
Oh, the double up here in tree is going to be tough.
He spent like a whole week begging me to play Cypher. Sure, he can have one game. Saw it. Not a chance ever again. I would let him play it.
Oh, just Jingle peeking at B main, catches the lurk. Cortesi as well.
Aspas is just unhinged, unchained, unshackled from earthly delights. He's brought down.
Spike down.
Flash gave him the confidence on this one, forced him down to an eco, and I think this is the end.
The only option. The economy
I'm pretty sure.
Thoroughly crushed for MIBR.
10 seconds
Something
left.
on the exit would be nice for him, but there'll be someone to play off of this. Another rifle strip from him. Aspas, the only player with enough to buy, so this is a grim-looking round for MIBR and a chance for G2 to derive one of the biggest leads we've seen in the last couple of maps.
Jonah on that tight angle, and then the jiggle peek from Jaw. I mean, that's just a miserable way to lose two players. It's
might be
giving
a win
G2
then.
so much info across
Nah,
the
man,
map
I'm telling you,
that
this
they
one's
are
gonna be hard
taking
for
those
them.
peaks consistently, and they have the sheer wall in mid that is never actually being procced until
Yeah, he
there
knows
is
it.
serious presence in
Got
mid
that
from
confident
MIBR
nod
that
going
would
on.
Imply a B hit is coming, or B split rather.
Now this might look
How many
like
times did he die with his
timeout,
camera
but
open?
This round
Mate,
17,
he was
round
using his
18
camera as like a
especially,
decoy, mate.
probably the most important in this map.
Dude, I feel
G2
like the
threatening
VOD's
now to
somewhere.
start
I
and
feel
run
like
away with
Baker
it.
maybe
They're
still has
easing
the
in,
VOD.
Getting comfortable on
I wonder if
this
one
defense
day
side.
we can
League's
release it.
cooking.
It was
Asset
insanity.
Outlaw still to hand, a weapon that's going to be just as relevant likely in this round than it was in the prior one.
Gotta find
Still
the VOD.
guarded,
It has to be
available
somewhere.
should they be pushed. Valorant's been electric as well, 19 and 10. And it might be what do they have to hang their hat on? Verno's been the standout, but outside of that, not a lot of bright spots for the hope of Brazil.
What map was it?
When we
Ascent.
get back into this, MIBR, they are
Burned
going
into my
to be
memory.
on a half-buy round. So assuming that G2 win this, which, you know, they should statistically, they're going to be at 10-7. And then on that next round, both teams are going to have almost all of their ultimates ready to go. And that will determine, or should determine, typically, if G2 are going to close out this map, get the win in this series, or if MIBR can actually make a little run at a comeback here and get back into this. Try and get us to Fracture, try and get to map 5.
We got
And
more
G2
more A
disrespectful on that
spam.
attack
Omen
side.
ult goes in.
I don't know if they're going to run that back again.
Ooh,
Trent deals with
imagine
Shenop,
it.
does take a face full of damage. Cutting the attackers down by
The
one.
knife
Aspas is also
blow, the
very low
knife
as he
stopped
tries to
the
get on
initial
in.
hit so they
One
could
shot
deal
will
with
be
the
enough.
Omen.
Can't
I
take
don't know
it
how he's
away with
winning
that.
that on 21
How is he
HP though.
alive? Not one shot hit there from Valen, that's rough. Jonah though still tucked here, Steel Garden now comes into play. Aspas has the primary jammed. Right click though will do pretty well here. And he's in trouble. Guardian now back online. Up against it though, now hindered out by that Saturate. Leaf brings him down, it's a 2-on-1 for Verno.
Yeah, right for the
Lightning
artist.
doesn't strike twice for him today. And there it is, that's a 3-round gap, well and truly opened up.
G2 are playing with serious confidence. I love the way that they're flooding back into the site there together, taking the fights together. They are not easing up. Was seriously concerned for a second when somehow Aspas managed to get that kill at door onto Valen. 20 HP, nothing connected onto him. That was a bizarre little situation, but G2 did not ease up. Leaf is still playing with the Outlaw right now.
And still relevant.
It's still relevant. 4 MIBR players, and they're going towards him.
Yep. They're like light armor locked. Okay, Steel Garden to start things
It's an
with.
empty site though.
Gets him IBR in. Aspas with an uncontested
It is an
rifle.
empty site.
He's on that B side. G2 playing off it for the most part though, so no early casualties for the defenders. And the Razorvine snarl Verno up. He opts to stand in place.
There's that null command. Paranoia now coming through. Cortezia trying to fight close, but he's blinded up.
Got one that's going to have to be enough. Genum recovers and brings Jorgamo down. Low though, he is. Stunned up. Pinged out. Now cleared from the corner. He's got no choice but to face the music.
Yeah,
Now it's
but
an
I
even
might
game.
have to ult this, mate.
Null command was active. Here comes
Oh.
that Armageddon straight down Speedway. Verno knows it's coming. Puts it to good use now. Artazine has to
Dude,
take this
Vito's
one.
nice,
Verno
though. You
finds
gotta
Valor
give
with
it
some
to him.
kill. And it's the Teo battle. Trent v. Valen.
Ah, that is it.
That is all reliable
That
again.
is it. Right
Clocks
there as well.
a crucial
100%
round.
secured now.
Gets G2 to 11.
This G2 team are too clutch. All of those
Teo
situations have
diff, another
drifted their
clutch to
way
add.
this map. Whether it be Valen, Trent, it just doesn't matter. I loved how Verno was playing that. After the Armageddon, then getting the salvos down onto stairs, the 2 remaining players for MIBR fight together.
He motions the number 6 with his hands, because that is his kill total right now. But it's not about the raw number of them. Valen and Leaf have that taken care of. That kill, those 2, worth way more.
And now G2 are in prime position to close out this map. MIBR are forcing into this because they got the spike down, but that's resulted in Artsin just having the stinger. He has not been able to get things rolling on Ascent. He's had a great
They've just
series up
resorted
until
to,
now.
I say resorted
So
to just
really
side
looking
hits.
at
It's been
Aspas with
just
this Blade
non-stop
Storm.
side hits the whole time.
Barely survives the cross. He has been fantastic with this ultimate. He's gotten so many crucial kills.
Here's that attack side null command. It looks like Leaf might have been affected, so that shield wall, yep, it's been nullified for now.
Roman ult and reaction over towards spawn. I mean, this should actually be a pretty hard retake.
Jumped by MIBR. They're in the site, but Artesian is down. He didn't have a good weapon for it. He was looking for something. Aspas goes low.
That was scary. Engagement against Valen. Can he actually win this out? No, Valen. Headshot connects. 4-on-3. Advantage retake for G2 to get to match point.
So much pinned on this for
where
MIBR.
are we
They
going
don't have
this?
the money to run this kind of round back anymore. And there's an Armageddon for Trent. Potentially clear the bleachers off the side. It's going to force MIBR in the speedway direction. Cut down their options to
Force
fall
them into
back.
salvos and
There's able to avoid
flash.
damage that comes in, but here comes a speedway push.
Nice
Verno
shots
stopping
though.
power. It's
Not
going to Trent
again. Not again, bro. This guy doesn't lose clutches.
Brilliance from Trent. And that's match point. Now secured.
They won't ease up. This G2 team, they are not slowing down. They are way too clutch. MIBR did so much right, and it just did not matter. This kill from Valen is huge to open up B main, get them into that 4-on-3 situation, and it looked like MIBR playing around some of that Vice utility they still had would have been enough.
What a round. What a crucial one.
Hey, 5 chances,
MIBR.
biggest number so far today.
Last chance saloon for the hope of Brazil to get into our stage finals.
They've got another buy, they got the spike down, they're getting the loss bonus.
And they've got to do it without the final boss himself. 4-player squad of MIBR. Now, is it a snake you cut the head off or a hydra? Does another one grow back? It's time to find out.
Every single time retake
Onto that
over
B-side,
towards
Shannon
B.
handles Valen.
Nice
Jonah falls
though.
quickly, traded out. Now numbers even. G2 with a respectful distance to the site. They're playing off of it. There is a sheer wall in B main by the looks of things, and if this isn't read into, Trent will be on the wrong side of it for a time.
Snappy from
Nice
Jaw,
shots.
so fast, has the convergent paths now, let those loose on the site so the players from B main can get out, and that should seal it up. That should get G2 into another grand finals.
Here we go, time to get in now. Wait a minute, Artesian stops him in their tracks. Jaw has to go for it now, dash forward, 2 dashes, and it's not enough.
Okay, slow
Lucky
countdown.
IGL
4.
Artesian will keep them at bay for
Dude,
now.
the problem is at
He
one
has not
point,
been able
and
to
we
make his
might see the
mark on
time
this
out here, I'm not
Ascent
sure.
map until
They're just going to
that
stack
moment
sites
to
heavy
keep
and
his
just forget
team
about
in
middle.
the game.
Doubles his frags.
And because these rounds have gotten so close, insane shot from Jaw, as was this follow-up that he hit later in market. But because these have just been coming down to the one-on-one clutches, G2 are actually on an eco
We're out of
now.
money.
They're already out of cash. MIBR have an opportunity here to get to 9, but G2, they
of
are
money,
the
but what is
experts
this one?
of the Stinger.
And it's a huge lead for defenders to have on Ascent. Just make that very clear.
Oh.
Cortesia, oh, that's ugly. That's a rifle, just hand it over.
It's a gun to pick up, and there wasn't a fast
MIBR
reaction over
responded. They're
towards
trying to get
A,
into
so
fast.
Waylay's
That's what
now
G2
there.
want them to do. They're playing into their
And
hands.
they
This
got
is where the Vice is set up.
all
Leaf
4
waiting on the other side of the door to
stingers.
creep the Artesian, riddled with bullets.
Bro, how does this
Switch
guy
cheese onto the floor.
consistently get
The
more
Leaf
kills
goes
with
to work
Stinger?
on them. It's up to Verno, and now the Steel Garden
It's so fitting
will
to
take
end it
away
on
his
eco,
only
it really
advantage
is.
into the round. And G2 recovered 3 whole rifles. He called it by it. The masters of these thrifties, the Stinger
This gun
buys.
is so stupid. But the thing is, it's just like,
so many
it
times
is
before in this
G2 the whole
series.
time making it look
Had to
stupid.
drag himself
There's a
up
couple
the
of other
hill.
players, definitely like
No
C9, pretty good with that as well.
It's all on him. Special delivery backside is there. Leaf is low. Dealt with Verno. Finds him, but he's suppressed now. Valen swings out.
Damn, bro.
And
It's
yesterday,
nice.
there was a fear that it
Dude,
might
they're still
all
on
be
a
over.
run here.
Today, the
They're still on a run.
that it's only
They
just
could
begun for
still do it.
G2.
They've had to do,
They're headed off to the
they've had
finals
to
to try
go
and get
rough
revenge
route,
against
but-
Sentinels, the only America's team.
And I guess
that
the
has been
map
able to
will
beat them
against
in
Sentinels
$2025.
not favors
This is
them,
going to
but
be
they
their
would
third
ban the
grand
same
final
map,
in a
right?
row. Their
Sentinels
third
is going to get rid of
opportunity
Fracture
at
as well.
Another trophy. This G2 team are resilient. They feel unbeatable at times. MIBR had come so far since the last time we saw them
they
play
like the
against
maps.
G2, since the last time we saw them in a situation like this in a lower final in
Okay, it's
kickoff
still
when
cool
they
for
lost
MIBR
3-1
though.
to
They
Sen.
get into
And
Toronto.
despite all of their good work, it was still not
still look
enough
strong.
today. They were so impressive. They kept the game so close, but G2 are still a cut above.
And again, in this last map of Ascent, it's Leaf and Valen combining for 50 kills.
Then top 3, yeah,
unreal
this in top
performance
3,
from the
right.
engine room of this team. Trent delivers back-to-back clutches in the dying rounds that make it feel like it's all but inevitable for G2. And this is a team, when you have a run like they had this year, people start to wonder, at what point does it come crashing down? The loss comes, as it always does, but it happens at a time when they've got a
get a good
second
amount of
chance,
sleep for
a
tomorrow
chance
as
to
well.
eat humble
It's
pie,
nice.
to hit the lower bracket, to bounce back renewed and ready once more to challenge Sentinels
Paper
in
X.
that
Is that the
upper
first game
final.
tomorrow?
We get to see this team again in a best of 5. Truly, we are fortunate.
Stunner performance today from Lee,
Second game? Oh, okay.
who ends this series with 87 kills,
Alon DRX.
topping everyone
Dude,
else,
surely-
plus 17.
Surely
showed
Talon don't
out.
beat DRX,
His
right?
Viper has
They
been
might.
unbelievable.
They're gonna
and the Vice today,
They're gonna
the setups that
lose.
he's running, the way
Oh.
he's maneuvering the map, it's just beautiful to watch. It really is. He was on an entirely different level. We, on the opposing side, demanded that Ospas get in the form
No,
that we
because
know
Talon
he
won the
has,
first
that
game.
GOAT
Okay,
form,
yeah.
and he was that player
The pan. I
for the
forgot about
first
the
couple
pan.
maps, but as time went on, he just could not stand up to how good G2 are.
Solemn face.
Do you think
on Valorant.
wins
It's a
tomorrow?
long series. It's one that pushes you to
Did
the limit.
G2
But
send?
G2 have been here so many times before.
I mean, it
They
should.
ascended
Well,
like
I
this.
don't. They already
They've
have the
played global
anti on them, I
finals in
guess,
this
as
same
well.
way. And that grit, that
Sentinel,
determination,
and then
ultimately,
this time
the hunger to
Sentinels
win
don't
was
have
what
like
gets
the
them over
surprise
line
of
here.
showing
And
their
look, MIBR,
comp.
it's another third place finish here
And,
after kickoff.
it will
heading into
be
this
close,
stage.
man.
Big changes coming at the stage 1. Verno into the roster.
I think with
They
how
integrate him
Sentinels are
awfully
playing, you
quickly,
gotta
but
you
now
gotta
it's about
back
those little
Sentinels
tweaks.
for it,
It's
but
just the small things that you need to adjust, adapt. But they're looking good. They
You-
will be
you
a
probably
force to be
imagine
reckoned
that
with in Toronto.
E2 will win
100%. I mean,
Ascent
that's
now.
in a way what's sort of frustrating for MIBR is that they've gotten so much better. They look so confident in each other. The vibe on the team seems
Gonna be
so
close, yeah,
excellent,
for sure.
and they just finished in the exact same spot.
Okay,
Everyone
we'll
else
stick
is
around
getting
for the
better too,
interview
man.
and then we'll stop
That's a
there.
testament to Sen.
For people that are up
being God
in
mode right now, G2 remaining
Dude,
incredibly
6.5
consistent. I think
hours. It's like the
despite
most sleep
field
we've had for a
really
while.
stepping up to their level, they were able to
Nice.
close out all of these close games back to back to back to back. And now they have a chance to beat Sen, get some revenge in the grand finals, and get a second trophy in their cabinet.
Incredible series.
In
packed with
playoffs, Trent
amazing
has
moments. We're not even
won
done
11
here in stage 1, but for now, let's set it
5
down and rip the
1v1s,
stage for
3
the rising
1v2s,
post-match
and
interview with Coach Josh
3
RT
1v3s.
and 1 Leaf.
That is right. I am joined by
Leaf? I mean, Leaf
and
is
Josh
MVP, yeah,
RT
no
as
matter what.
G2 take the victory once again. Find themselves moving on. The lower bracket run complete, but now you still have one final game. I have to ask you though,
21.5%
what's it been
win
like
rate,
playing
that's
these
nuts.
past few days? Some of the closest games, some of the tightest games. How's it feel to kind of get past each one here? What are the feelings?
Extremely stressful, obviously. You know, every 13-11, every thrifty win, but I mean, it just shows our resilience. Like, we will lose stupid rounds and we win the most stupid rounds and we make sure we push through. You know, I'm sure tomorrow is going to be like that too against Sentinels. It's always kind of like that, back and forth.
And you're always hitting plays. You've been hitting plays throughout the stage. You're hitting plays here in playoffs and even hitting that playoff level. What is it that allows you to do that? Is it your approach? Is the way you look at your opponents? What is that secret sauce? Give us a little info.
Josh has been helping me a lot with like individual prep. I feel like,
Okay.
I feel like I'm very prepared as an individual for like what to do and what not to do. So I think that goes to him. But other than that, like I've just been doing my normal stuff. Lots of RuneScape.
Lots of you gotta just decompress,
Dude,
come back even
he-
stronger.
he's,
And Josh,
the thing is, he's
to
not
that
joking.
note, like,
Apparently, he
I
actually
have to ask you,
grinds
is
it.
this one of the longest runs, the most matches, the hardest, the length of matches and everything? How's it been for you?
I feel like we've been going at it for like 2 years. You know, I feel like we went. This is our fourth international we just qualified for. I think maybe a fifth, given this win. And it just I'm asking a lot from my players to just keep this high standard. And yeah, I'm like super grateful that they're always like believing in the process. They're still going at it, and no matter what, like we'll always believe that we can win.
Awesome, I love that. A final question for you, Leaf. So T1 didn't make it. You won't be able to get revenge going to Toronto, but you watch a lot of games as we hear, a lot of other regions. What's your focus going in there? Are you excited to play against anybody else at Toronto? Or are you interested that somebody didn't make it?
I mean, it's kind of rough because not a lot of the teams have been decided. So I think RRQ, that'd be a cool team to play. Yeah, like anybody from APAC, they're always fun. They're always unique. Like if Paper X even makes it all the way through the lowers, and maybe we could play them again too. So anything like
believe
that. EMEA, I don't really care who I play from that region.
All right, all right.
So yeah.
All right, awesome. Leaf, Josh, thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations once again to G2 Esports on taking that victory. Moving forward, the lower bracket's been nothing, and we got to pick
Leaf
some more
confirmed
brains
on
from
the
G2.
train.
They're over on match point. It's going to be Jogamo and Valen
Confirmed
hanging out.
on the
Take it away.
train.
You darn right, Riv. We
The
got
Paper
Valen and
X.
Jog here to chill out, have a good time.
That's so funny. Okay, Jack, give me a streamer, maybe someone that's watching the interviews.
Do some silly things, you know,
Because
all the
I'm
good
gonna
stuff
go
here.
get some sleep
Well, first things
for the
first, though,
Pacific games for people
folks.
again that want to
This
watch that in
is-
6.5
I can't
hours. We
imagine
will be
how
live,
exhausted
and then if not, we'll
you
be here
guys
for the
must
Americas
feel.
game.
So
Sean,
much
yeah,
adrenaline,
Sean.
so
I
much
was
to be
thinking
put on
Sean's a
that
good
save,
one for
Valen. How
it.
you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I feel like I'm really calm right now because of being a bit low energy. And maybe that's like
All
a good thing as
reliable,
well. I felt
yeah.
really
All
locked in on the
reliable,
stage,
Sean.
Not too much nerves. I mean, we already qualified.
Okay, I appreciate everyone
Just
for
going out
watching.
there and
Thank
doing
you so
our
much,
thing.
guys. Thank you. Again, if you want to watch
I
the
feel
finals, I'll be
great.
live again
We
tomorrow.
ended it in a 3-1,
And
so we
yeah,
got some time to
Pacific in
rest
6.5.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
Appreciate all the
you
support
guys had a
today. Thank you so much,
grueling
everyone.
session, right? 'Cause
Hope you enjoyed the
finished
games.
late, had to be in early for this game here. But on to more pressing things.
Oh boy.
Let's talk big picture here.
Okay, bye everyone. Bye. Have a good have a good rest of your day as well.
Do you think 100 men could take on a gorilla?
everyone.
What do you
Peace,
think?
peace,
So this is life size to scale. We brought this in.
Yeah. Let's see. Hold on.
We're talking 400 to 600 pounds average.
YouTube.
about me on a
Thank you so much as well, guys. Thank you. Subscribe if you can to support me, and it will help me out a lot. I appreciate everyone being here. Have a good rest of your day.
Can't only maybe like 10 men